Yeah. I think I'm just gonna skip the word short today. I messed with that a little bit, and it was, I think, 18 people viewed it yesterday. Let me get the other stuff together though. Shouldn't take anywhere near as long this time because, yeah, I don't know about the short. I think I need to find a better method for that. If I'm like, they don't even get views. People are like, well, you do shorts to get views. Well, yet the regular stream does better than that. Why in the world am I wasting my time with the shorts? It's such a bad viewing experience. You can't see anything. It's stupid. I don't get it. No, sir. I don't get it. And that. Continue placing my stuff on Kick just in case, you know, Twitch falls apart, because sometimes I wonder. To be fair though, Kick isn't exactly kicking, all puns intended. Not really live and kicking for me anyway. I only need 10 more subs on YouTube to get the first level of monetization, which doesn't include ads, so I don't know it'll do anything, but at least they'll have my information, so I won't have to do it again for a 1,000, right? I'll be able to upgrade the monetization probably in like a year or two when I finally get to that number. Gotta make some videos. Now that I have to make the Steam page, I will have more free time to do that kind of stuff. I mean, I still gotta do the Mega Grant stuff, but I'm probably not going to mess with that until mid-August anyway, so it'll give me like a couple weeks to play with YouTube videos, which seems a little nicer. A little more free time. Could also just stream more work on the game, but yeah, whatever. Oh, let me tell the Discord I'm streaming too. Stupid power thingy is in the way of blocking my screen. That's annoying. We need the link for the YouTube. For the tube. That tube. Anyway. Oh yeah, gotta thumbs up my own videos. Anyway. Silly YouTube. The fact that that somehow is beneficial is dumb. You shouldn't be able to thumbs up your own videos and have that matter. But here we are doing here we are things. Apparently it makes a difference. Because reasons. Oh, I gotta start the chat thingy too. Oops. One more thing. What? Right, one more thing. I guess I could create one more stream. Now they know how to do it. But that one's set for... Hope I didn't launch that with the stupidity in my, you know, of making it not a public stream. It looks public. Good. Oh, that's way easier. I think it's way easier. Alright, I'll do the other one too, why not? Okay. Hey, bird. Morning to you as well. Just in time for me to, maybe just go back to sound work. That was originally what I was doing at the end of last stream. Oh, I know what I needed to fix. I remember now. It's not sound work I need to do, it's one of the enemies that weren't working that well. So yesterday I was adding a bunch of sounds to enemies, so now they make all kinds of weird little noises. Or more noises, I should say. But one of the enemies appears to just keep firing in the same direction, and which is weird. Also, the map is when the map's working and everything like that. The actually the main map's working. They're not rotating. They're supposed to rotate and do that, but they're just sitting shooting straight, and that's kind of weird. Don't know what's up with that. Oh, they have noises when I hit them too, for that matter. Yeah, there's I was adding death noises and attack noises and rotation noises and just little steampunky noises for things so that they do stuff. More particles for when things get hit so they don't do lame things. Metal noises when I hit them and things. Oops. But there's plenty more. I mean, I started changing all of them around. I like the little, where are they at? I had so many things open, and I'm not sure where each one is. Puppet Master open? No. There we go. I'm like, it's here somewhere. I need to add all these to the master sound files so they can be, you can change the volume. Because, yeah, that would be handy. quite like these ones. I added to all the enemies. And then fix why those ones were not firing straight. Like why they weren't rotating. They were firing straight, obviously, but they were only firing straight. They make little yippee noises. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have to assign the classes to the various volumes. That's what I'm doing. Hey, at least fair. But I haven't done that yet. Well, I did it for a couple to test it out, but like they're already ready to go. It's just I need to add them in, and I keep adding new sounds. So, as you might imagine, it's gonna be a lot of effort because there's more than a few in this game. They have a fun little hit noise, but the problem is they always die in one hit, so it doesn't actually ever play it. I need a different projectile for this, or different noises for this weapon. Not that I'm going to use this weapon in the demo anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's not even really game ready, but it has a hat. That makes everything game ready, right? If you have a hat, you're like, woohoo! The event dispatcher play the sound, or just wait to destroy the actor until after it's played? No, it's that they don't play the hit noise because they play their death noise instead, because they take lethal damage. There's nothing that actually does... They can't survive a hit. So I don't even know why they actually have a hit noise, because they don't survive the first hit. They just play their death noise, and it's like, oh. It would work if they had more health, but they don't. I put in there in case it matters. I do like that they blow themselves to bits. That's one of the earlier enemies. And there was an accident with the animation that caused them to leap in the air when they were doing a spin. And I kept it because they were like jumping up in there to, like, you know, slam themselves on the ground and detonate themselves. I put a giant firecracker on their back for that very reason. An accidental animation thing led to the creation of it. It was great. It makes me happy just knowing that's a thing. Yeah, as far as doing it, there's going to be so many noises. Like, every time I put a sound in, I would have to do it. And I just didn't do that at first. And at first I didn't know how. Recently, it's just there's so many of them. What will happen is I'll end up migrating the project over to a thing, and that'll reveal all the ones that I'm currently using, and I'll just adjust them then. Because it's just easier than finding them all, I guess. I mean, I can do them now, but I'm going to migrate it anyway to clean the project for at some point. After all, right now it's like 120 gigs because of all the extra stupid files I'm not using, just because I put whole asset packs in here because I don't want to have to futz with a whole other project. Best ideas come from accident seems? Yes. Oh my gosh, the Hierophant, the thing where it like makes things not possessed, came about because I was trying to make it so that these wooden boards would stop falling over before I would hit them, right? And I messed with the gravity and turned the gravity off, and they floated away as I started trying to jump on them. And it was so fun trying to jump on these things that were just all like floating around weird that it just became a mechanic. Like in Minecraft's just pig, wrong coordinates for body scale. Nice. I mean, listen, the horrors that come from the wrong scale, something to behold indeed. An animation's gone wrong. Oh gosh, I've seen models contorted into, you know, shapes that would embarrass pretzels. It's truly something to behold. Yeah, I did migration as well for playing Steam. Otherwise, the package project doesn't. Yeah. I mean, like, it's gonna be like when I migrate the project, it gets down to like 12 gigs, and then when I last packaged it, it was like 6. 10, you know, it's 120 gigs right now. Probably a few more than that because I had 20 packs, and it's just So I ain't too worried about it. I'll add all those before I do a Steam demo. Not that I'm doing a demo soon. The only demo I'm trying to make is one for Epic for the Mega Grant. Beyond that, I don't need to convince anybody else. I mean, eventually I'll want a demo for like a Kickstarter, but the one I hand to Epic will not be as good as the demo for Kickstarter. It'll be a, hey Epic, this is what I got so far. You want to give me cash? Yeah, it's easy to do, and there's all these people going, you should have a second project to move it over there. Okay, I have a second project for Daz things because Daz things are notorious for breaking, and I don't like deleting them from my own project over and over and over. It's so much work. But for these asset packs, it's just going to take too long to move individual assets just to want to use them. Just maybe your project has no assets in it, I guess. Not patching cleans up the unused assets. I'll be damned. You hope it does. Does that count? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it sort of does. Doesn't really, but it tries. I guess I shouldn't fault it for trying. You aren't gonna like the results, let's put it that way. Unless your project is like nothing. I mean, if your project's just like, I made this demo in the third person basic level just to showcase this one mechanic. And the thing packaged itself just fine. Yeah, okay, well, for you that's wonderful, but for the rest of us, when our games were this big, it's not a thing. It's just not a thing. That whole thing is not one of those. To be honest, I need to clean this project anyway because I have so many extra audio files, like audio, music tracks that I'm never going to use, but I've just kept them in because, and they match the style of the game. To be fair, a steampunk game about dolls coming to life and killing each other, toys in general killing each other. You know, there's not a real good amount of music that would match that. I'm just gonna say it's kind of a weird theme. I mean, weird, creepy children's music's probably your best bet. Playful music like that, like playful children's music that's got a bit of something wrong with it would be about the genre of music I'm looking for. With the occasional boss music, there's no boss music that sounds like that. It's not really. I try, but it's really not. Either comes off as like, you know, some bizarre, you know, like profane music, like they're just like some sort of, you know, religious music where it's like some evil ritual or something like that, or actually that's usually what the music comes off as. If you try to speed it up when it's the creepy children's music, it just doesn't sound as good, doesn't make good battle music. I kept trying. Oh look, I got one of those people spamming on Kick trying to tell me to buy viewers. We love that. It's not a good day unless you ban someone on Kick, right? I mean, the platform's called Kick. If you aren't banning people on it, what are you even doing with your time? Stream to enough platforms, you gotta ban the bots. I never had a bot on YouTube though. That's interesting. Yeah, boss music and a few things I actually did pay commissions for. Everything else has been pre-made assets. That's fair. When I get farther in and I have a better idea of certain things, like I have concepts for the bosses, and some of them are probably going to stay. Vu's probably there to stay. Sally seems to be pretty liked by the people, so she's probably there to stay. The Red Queen's looking pretty solid. The other ones, well, Patrick's beloved, but I didn't make Patrick, so. But once I figure out the bosses are, and then I'll worry about the music. Also, we'll see how much money I have to commission stuff. If Epic hands me some cash, more commissions will happen. If Epic does not hand me cash, well, we'll see about other funding sources for commissions. Yeah, about that. But music is really important. And I prefer not to AI it. I've been paying for music from like Humble Bundles and things and trying to find things that kind of work. And a lot of stuff from Dark Fantasy Studio has made it into the game. But pickings are slim for what I want. Pickings are slim. Yeah. I use a lot of pre-mates too though. Because let's be real here. when your game is of any kind of real scope, you're gonna have to use pre-mades unless you have, like, you know, a crap ton of money, and chances are if you're a solo dev, you do not have a crap ton of money. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and assume you probably don't, right? Like, it's kind of one of those things. Being a solo dev doesn't usually lead to being rich. Sometimes it does, but typically not. Name of the pickings from Project's Christmas theme, so it makes me like, oh, okay. I actually considered having a Christmas toy area, and what put me off of doing that was honestly just too many different areas. There was no way the project was going to get. I had to cut some areas, so I cut that one because I agree with you. Christmas themed assets are a little bit on the rare side. Just a little. Especially when I need toys too, like all the all menus need to be some kind of toy. Well, I guess now I have contraptions, and contraptions have helped a lot for me getting enemies together, because without that, oh god, I would have such a hard time. But thankfully, I've been able to make, because I need to have like 80 to 100 enemies for this game, no doubt. Your cross expansion? I don't even know what your game is, to be fair. Is your game also about toys? If so, that's amazing. And hilarious that you know, found me. Yes. It's like the YouTube gods, or actually the Twitch gods, wanted us to find each other. I guess I can do current puppet on this one. Trying to figure out why these things are not obeying commands. Like, they're able to issue commands way more often than they should be. Is it? Christmas Souls-like? Don't be messing with claws. Oh no. I think it was like, what, Saints Row 3 where you had to face Santa Claus, and it was like some weird monstrosity Santa or something like that, and it was like with actual like claws, and it was a fun DLC for their Christmas thing. No, Saints Row 4. Yeah. And the North Pole was like a dubstep gun or something. What a weird game. It was fun. Hey Mosta, what are we doing? Oh, pretty good. I was doing sound effects, but one of the enemies has decided that rotating is something it doesn't do, which is unfortunate because all it does is rotate and fire its cannon at you, so if it's not rotating, it's just firing its cannon, and that's, you know, kind of awkward. Saints Row 4 was a wild game. I mean, it starts off with aliens invading the White House, and you, like, you know, fighting your way through the White House and jumping out into the front, you know, along where, like, you know, a minigun, like, station thingy pops up out of the ground, and you, like, jump in and start shooting at the aliens, okay? Like, you already know the game's gonna be good at that point. Like, there's like, what in the world's even happening here? Plus, they give you superpowers. I mean, holy crap. How many? I want more superpowers in games. Seriously, give me superpowers. I don't want to have to earn my way. I don't want to craft a goddamn, like, you know, workbench somewhere. I want, like, the power to fire, like, you know, lasers and stuff like that. You know, rip people into shreds. I want to be, you know, badass in games. I'm so tired of being a loser in games. Because, you know. Yeah, like, that's... like, what? I already spend my whole day building things. Yeah, if it wasn't streaming on YouTube, I would play the clip for the other thing like that. Oh, this looks cool. Alright, and I want gingerbread men toys. Yeah, this looks cool. Can I zoom in on him? Yeah. Hell yeah. I always knew Santa was evil. He's coming down chimneys at night. Things going wrong. That's all I gotta say. Oh, that's actually Krampus, but Oh gosh, that reminds me like what Secret World or something like that, where I first started the game and they had Krampuses spawned everywhere in the starting areas, and they didn't tell anyone how powerful the Krampuses were. Yeah, it was not a very good game. Krampus done beat the crap out of me because, well, Krampus was not designed for a starting player. I don't understand why Krampus was a thing. You know, in the starting area. Like, I'll take a... Yeah, eggnog. I mean, after enough eggnog, depending upon what you put in it, I might feel healed. I probably haven't been, but listen, I won't care after enough of them. You know, if it's like Grandpa's secret eggnog kind of strategy here. I'm just saying. Grandpa doesn't do just regular eggnog, if you know what I'm saying. It's the good stuff. Damn. Yeah, exactly. Nice, nice. There was like a Christmas town they gave me that was really nice, but it wouldn't match your things. This looks a lot more medieval in the looks, like I'm guessing from the look of it. Yeah, I was gonna say that Christmas town would have been look really nice for Christmas stuff, but it wouldn't match your vibe at all. No. Well, it does still have enough of a medieval look. I don't know if it'd work. Probably not. Otherwise, I'd recommend the pack to you. Huh. That's the old village, then there's North Pole, New North Pole. Oh my gosh. The elves have started the new North Pole. Or maybe Evil Santa. I don't even know what kind of lore leads to that. All I know is this... We're talking bravery right there when hot cocoa is all you've brought to the battle. Like, you know, I've heard about bringing a knife to a gunfight, but hot cocoa to a sword fight. That's a level of bravery I don't understand. I do kind of like the little toy buildings and stuff. That's cool. It almost has a sort of toy feel. Almost. I mean, the character doesn't, but these have an almost toy feel to them. I find stylized stuff often does have a toy feel to it, though. It really does. So sometimes in order to have a toy thing, I'll grab a stylized object and put it in my normal world because it looks... you know, toys don't usually have a huge amount of detail to them, so the fact that it's stylized usually robs it of enough detail that it looks like a toy. It's weird. It's a bizarre thing I've been noticing. All the things we've come to know and love about Souls games. Stat increases and the like. I considered having a stat system, but I'm just a collectathon. But I also don't really have, like... I just have unique abilities for the most part. There's not... I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I do have a method of you gaining power, but I haven't revealed it yet. I mean, listen. I don't know what the Nutcracker does, but I mean, with a name like Nutcracker... If you told me your weapon was called the Nutcracker, I would definitely be like, oh, uh-oh. Definitely does. Spin a battle to make packs mesh. Yeah. Oh, I... Preaching to the choir on that one. Preaching to the choir. What's your tree topper? I don't even know, I'm terrified. All the models and like that. Okay, listen. That might seem kind of like, you know, supposed to be terrifying, but I'm much more terrified of what's going on here, okay? Like... The ginger dead man here is gonna wreck face here. I don't know if you've ever seen those horror films, The Ginger Dead Man. So stupid. Probably the worst horror I've ever seen in my life. They're so stupid. But they're like funny stupid. I mean, they're dumb on a level. It's just like, wow. Yeah. It's just... I don't know how you're supposed to be afraid of a tiny little gingerbread man, okay? But... it's... I know I don't use that one, actually. I actually kind of stopped picking a lot of things up there. I came to the conclusion that a lot of these dolls don't match the style of my game. So a lot of the characters, especially the dolls, are going to be ones I make myself. Probably in Daz with the, you know, like, just like Poppet, you know? Because that doll doesn't look like Poppet. See, why would they make one doll that looks kind of a certain way, another one's totally different? So a lot of the dolls are going to look the same type of proportions, like the same cartoony look that Poppet has. Like, you know, she has that weird, like, DreamWorks type of look to her. DreamWorks, Pixar, Illumination, take your pick. And a lot of these dolls have, like, normal proportions, especially in the head. Because the head's, you know, like a normal percent, whereas the ones like the other ones are much more larger and rounded and they have bigger eyes. They're like kind of a cross breed between anime and regular animation. So when I put a lot of those, I got a few dolls and they looked so off that I'm like, I definitely like the snowman. I didn't notice him at first because obviously, you know, yeah. I'm just saying. Also, it's coming along nicely. I see, Miss Claus over there looking, actually looks like Miss Krampus, right? Because she's got horns. Or maybe Miss Claus does. I say, whoa, that's what goes on in the North Pole. I guess it's fair. It's cold. You got to keep warm somehow, right? Yeah, leaving the Humble Bundle, definitely. Humble Bundle's been a lifesaver for things. I wonder if I have that Christmas pack I could show. I'm sure I do. Let me find it. I don't think it'll match what you're doing, though. I think that you're, like, it just looks a little too... I mean, the stylization and the almost slightly medieval look to it, I don't think it'd work for you, but... maybe. I have a couple Christmas ones. I do have a Christmas music part. That's fun. Now this would obviously be not good for you probably, but I do have one of these. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'm like, this is not useful at all for me. But in case you need amusement things, little hats and things like that. I think, well, the problem is the electricity thing. Unless your game was way farther down the road, you could never make use of this kinds of stuff. It's funny because the more medieval stuff for like every other type of genre is totally there. Oh, I didn't pay a bunch for this. Was from a Humble Bundle. Are you kidding? I paid like, I think 25 bucks for like 12 packs or something. This was like $2 out of the pack. Like it was way cheap. Humble Bundle. And like Style Arts and Laertes, actually they're both owned by Laertes Studios, and they cram them together. And they do Humble Bundles all the time. Like every other month they have a Humble Bundle. Never buy their stuff for full price. Ever. You will save a fortune. I did consider, like, if I had a Christmas area, like if there's a Christmas expansion within my game, I can consider it, but there's just not. I gotta limit some things, so it's probably not happening. I think it's like Winter Town might have been the other one. This one was pretty good too. For buildings. Y'all have to check out. I heard Humble Bundle. Always free to check out. Yeah, I just check it every week. What are the stylized packs? It's not her. Yeah. Well, like I say, look for Laertes one. Yeah. Well, there you go. You understand all too well. I considered using this exact thing for my own winter area, but it really just came down to, like I said, or like it got cut. I don't have a boss that fits it. Like, you know, the game's centered around 5 victims, right? And each one has areas themed around them. And I didn't have any kind of Christmas toy, like, doll for you to fight. I didn't have the stuff to make one. So, yeah. It didn't work out. I'll be using this one. I mean, I guess to be fair, this is almost Victorian. You could almost get away with it. Was there another one that was really good? I swear there was. I'm thinking of. That's it. No. I don't know what it's called. I have so much stuff. So much. Most of it's free. The fab stuff I get for free. Just how much crap I have. I paid for almost none of it, or I got it from Humble Bundles. I hate the new setup. It's so bad. It's way too many options. Why is it environments in 2 different things, by the way? I decided to point that out. It literally says environments twice. Stupid. Complete projects is usually the other one. Is there a complete projects option? No. Why did you do this to me? I hate Fab's new organization system. It's bad. It's just everything bad. Okay, well that was worthless. Thanks for that. Put all that on. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called if I had any other ones. I could have sworn there's one other Christmas one that's pretty good. But again, it was really short in the amount of things I needed, so I feel your pain. That'd be like if I made my thing entirely based on Halloween, but Halloween's easier. Halloween's got a lot of crap you can do because you can go with any type of horror thing you want. Christmas doesn't have that at all. How did you ever since I saw the Fab and launch stuff has gone down? Yeah. I don't think anyone's happy about Fab. It's led to a lot of not good. Yeah, I bought weird dolls like these, and these don't match. Like, this kind of stuff doesn't match. She's too creepy looking. She has no charm. I am using the hat, though. I like the hat. Maybe one day against the expansion called Nightmare After Christmas? Hell yeah. Yeah, I picked up a few ones from this person, but again, they don't fit. So... such as, well, basically these three over here. Not him. That one. I have that one too. Again, doesn't really fit, so kind of terrible. I didn't get that one. I do have that one. This one's okay. This one you could almost call a voodoo doll, so it's probably my favorite of the lot. But I'm kind of wasting it because it just uses a little voodoo minion, and I don't think that's really very good. They were worthless. I wasted like, I think like $60 or something between the three of them. I'm like, this is dumb. I'd rather just make them with Daz and make them look my characters. That was a mistake. I've made a bunch of mistakes along the way. I do have a demon doll I could use. I do have this in here as a thing. But I'm probably not going to keep it. But I made a little exploding doll that just runs up and, you know, it hides and does things. I don't even want to look at this at the moment. But it's not for me. I don't think it matches. But it's what's a placeholder, so I'll change it out. I have to spend a bunch of time in Daz, and I can't do that on stream because it uses the same graphics card that I use for streaming. I might have a way around that, but I need to test it before I just go live with it, or it's gonna potentially just crash the stream a lot, and that's not gonna work out in my favor. Let's see, yeah, a few packs I bought and it's scrapping. Yeah, like, some ones just turned out to be not good, other ones turned out to be great. Like, so far the Victorian House pack that Epic gave has proven to be the best pack. That has been the most influential pack on my game by a disgusting amount. Like, wow. I mean, I even learned how to code some things out of that wonderful thing. It was a beautiful pack. One day I'll get used in the future project. Yeah, that's always fair. That's why I just collect every free thing, because I never know. Like, I might use it. And sometimes I end up using these because I just get an idea off of it, and I didn't plan to use it. Like, there's like some church things I got that fit because, you know, whenever you have like possessed dolls and adding in religion's pretty good. Originally I wasn't going to go with the more Christian style look to it, but the simple thing is, there's just more assets for that. That'll work. Yeah, horror genres, exactly. And my game's supposed to have charm, and I was in there when I was doing the Steam rating for the game. I thought about some of the things I'd originally considered in the game, and what they were really asking. And I realized that I could go very horror with this game and have a lot more gore and things like that, but I realized that what makes the game work is that it has like an almost childlike charm to it, like a joy to, you know, being like a toy. And there's some serious stuff going on, but I don't want it to be horror. I don't want to pull away from that feel of being a toy doing things like that. I want to keep that. So I actually toned down some of the original ideas I'd had, because as I was doing the content survey for the rating on Steam, I was like going, all right, I mean, am I really going to do this, this, and this like this? I mean, like, these could be shocking and cool, I suppose, but does that even fit my game? Could I even make that happen if I did put it in? Would I want warnings on my game purely because of some things later in the game? I don't know about that. So I actually made some style choices based upon that content survey. It took me a while to do that content survey, only because I had to think about what was really going to end up in the game in the long run. And I had some ideas, especially near the end of the game, but I can do them in ways that are not gory, not horror, not things like that, and have it still get the point across, still keep that childlike glee that I really don't want to lose. Yeah, work with what you got. Exactly. I'm a big proponent of that. I will cram things together in ways that just, you know, I mean, I have a whole line of contraptions that are just pieces of things I've put together in order to make stuff, because I was like, I can't really afford 9 million enemies. But what if I just have, well, like half the enemies be piles of crap that are glommed together in weird machines that you fight? I mean, it's steampunk. I can get away with dumb little machines all the time. I don't even have to explain them. That's just steampunk in a nutshell. If a weird machine rolls out in a steampunk thing, you just assume that's normal. It's like having pipes, gears, and steam everywhere. I just get to put those freely anywhere, and I never have to explain what they do. Not even once, because you just accept they're there. Yeah, I mentioned it before, but definitely get the American Wiki Alice fires. Absolutely adore those games. Still mad they won't let him make a third game. Oh yeah, Alice Asylum. Like, did you look at the oh gosh, what's it called? The game dev doc for Alice Asylum? Because that was the most impressive game dev doc I've ever seen. Yeah, Game Bible, there you go. It was, wow. I hate Epic for, not Epic, I hate, no, I love Epic. EA, there we go. I hate EA for not releasing that, but the problem is I can't really boycott EA because I don't play any of their games besides the Alice games anyway. I can't boycott what I didn't already play. Like, okay. They don't make any good games. I don't give a crap. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, definitely. It's just, I was sitting there going, I'll make a stand and boycott. Wait. You won this one, EA. Just keep making garbage I don't play in the first place, and I can't boycott you. You monsters, you. 4D chess, I guess. Thanks for that. I did buy Kitty. I like Kitty. Kitty. I didn't use the bloody kitty. Because this is like a horror thing. This has no charm. But I didn't have a good cat thing for it. Some, like, I put, go with the little star one. Like this just looks creepy and weird. But to be fair, this could go fine in the game, I guess. It does, but it's careful with the charm thing like that. I also had the bunny. I bought a bunny as well. I didn't have models for him. I wasn't going to make models for that because all the stuff I have for Daz isn't going to mesh together to make a bunny or a cat. Let's put it that way. It wasn't happening, yeah? Definitely not. Yeah, I can't remember what the stupid Christmas thing was I was looking for. I know I saw another one. I know I did. Because I was collecting them just in case. And then I couldn't find enough, so I did drop the whole thing. I might have a Halloween area still. That might still happen. The game fits more Halloween anyway. Yeah, modular Victorian house is like the best thing they've ever given me. I love this thing. This thing was... I mean, well, if it loads them. Oh yeah, I played, was Need for Speed back in the day? Yeah, I remember Need for Speed. You gonna load this image, buddy? No? You don't want to load it? Okay. Yeah. This one's great for interior stuff. I guess. I don't know why it's taking forever to load now. I'll get just premium Discord if you ever find it. Sure. Yeah. Well, if it ever loads these, I don't know why it's taking forever to load a dumb image, but this is Fab we're talking about. Yeah, I don't know where it is. So many things. I didn't buy most of this, though. This is just given for free. That's why I tell everyone you should use Unreal Engine. And even if you're not going to, you should still collect the free things, because every year you're getting 6 free items a month. So, I mean, you know, 72 free asset packs a month, plus everything else they give out for free is just a lot. All the Paragons. They have animations. I was going to steal the animations out of them. I never did. But I was going to. Oh yeah, about the rabbit. Rabbit. Why don't you even click on these? I mean, like, it's taking forever to load these pictures because that was even weird. In the pack, future project, I want to make a haunted house, constantly shifts, but current pack seems like a good base. Yeah. It's not even stylized either. That's the thing. It actually has a stylized post-process over it. So the stuff's not stylized, so you can use either or. Yeah, he doesn't want to load these things. Whatever, Fab sucks. We didn't... We already knew that. Yeah, not many of these things were actually good for what I wanted to do. I did find that I could make cardboard enemies by putting cardboard materials over them, so I did that with a bunch of enemies. I'm going to make those things later. I kind of want mostly humanoid things, though, because it's just a pain to animate in. It's not humanoid. I don't think Russian Winter Talents. Good for you. Oh, that's right. Fab's not even loading the images. Why am I even wasting my time? Ah, whatever. I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually. Something was weird, though. Oh, yeah. They weren't that good this time around for me. One of them I already had. Because they already gave it away for free. So I was like, thanks, but... Yeah? I don't know why Fab is going so slow. Yeah, this one I already had. I might have had it in a Humble Bundle. I don't need a traditional Chinese style. I still take them. And I don't know what a Lizardman Berserker is going to do for me, so... Pretty worthless this month. Actually, this 2-week period for me. Sadly. But yeah, everyone should claim them. I don't know why Fab is loading so slow. I got nothing. So. Yeah. Yeah. I should have been numbering these. I don't know why I didn't. Actually, I'm gonna put this on the graph. Not the puppet graph. I'm just curious on how the logic's going between these two things, because something isn't right. This is the pipe contraction graph right here. Caption graph 1. Yeah. That's man Berserker looks like a very stupid. Yeah, I'm like, okay, well, maybe if I'm making a generic medieval game, but you know, I know there's space for a lot of them out there, but if you're gonna make a fantasy game, please do something to differentiate it from every other fantasy game. Holy crap. I see people's games, I'm just like, it looks just like the others, man. Why would I buy yours over theirs? Do anything different, please. It's as bad as seeing someone crafting in a freaking, you know, in a forest. I'm just like, please, something different, guys, please. No? Okay, fair enough. Dev Challenge Grandmaster, make game using every single aspect you currently own. Yeah. I'll pass on that. You know how big that game would be? Well, maybe not, depends upon what you'd use, but I have so many asset packs. And I'd have to put every Paragon in there too. That alone would make the game huge. Oh god. Could you imagine that? Every Paragon? Zero out of 10 do not like. How are you able to reset Connect? There's a literal delay. We're gonna... There we go. I'll put this one as like a red. Just so... There we go. I wish I'd been a lot more focused when I was buying the initial assets, though. And I wish I'd gone for more of a Halloween theme. I really do. That would have been a lot better. And definitely kept with more of a, I could have tooled all of my enemies to fit that. But to be fair, it does make it more interesting if every area is a bit different looking, because after a couple hours, you're probably going to want to see something different. I imagine, a new biome. But I could have themed them a lot better. I was originally theming around Victorian stuff, but it would have saved on a lot of assets and let me have a better variety of assets if I had focused better early on. So I regret that. If I had to name a regret, that is certainly one of them. Meant to ask what style pack you're using for Unreal Blueprints. Like to look at it. Oh, Oh, crystal nodes. It's free. I'll link it in chat. There aren't many options for make your blueprints look better in good old Unreal, but oh, well, it's just I guess blueprints are only in Unreal. But there's a lot of options to make them look better. It's for certain. So. And on kick, just in case anyone's actually watching on there. You never know, they might be. Probably. Maybe. I don't know if that's true. Let's go back to these ones here, the ones that need to be dealt with. Something is very wrong with how this is working. They shouldn't be able to continue. They lose the tag that lets them go. Oh, sure thing, yeah. I need to just put it underneath the information because I tell people about it like every other stream, and I should just have a list of the various plugins I use so people can, you know, just know. Okay, let's not do it this way and say we did. How about that? Let's just drag one on the level and see what it says. Somehow it's able to continue acting even though there's a gameplay tag text saying, hey, do you even have this tag? I don't find breakpoints are useful, just in general. I think they're garbage. That's been my experience. What I want to know is the various actions they're doing, not a breakpoint, like, because they're getting issued a command, and the command has different names. I also didn't drag one on the levels, that doesn't help. No, I did. I wasn't close enough for it? Maybe that was it. So, I just put the other ones there to, I wanted to know what the actual puppet that was being controlled was called. Actually, I only want one, that's right. But I wonder what command it's being issued and then when it's being allowed to reset. Okay, I'm just going to give you the permanent tag because the encounter system will clear away anything that it deems not within range of the player, and I'm spawning in outside of range of it. So for purposes of testing, let's just give it the gameplay tag of permanent so I don't have to sit there and keep watching it vanish over and over. Because the encounter system is very good at cleaning things up and spawning things in. And normally it was good at controlling things, but... Okay, I hate that my stats are up there now because I want to read those things. That's kind of annoying. How are you able to be removed? Do you have permanent? What? It's a pipe contraption. I literally pulled one out. Put it on there. How are you able to be removed? Something seems very wrong here. That's right. That's not how it's supposed to work at all. Permanent is supposed to do exactly what it sounds like. Permanently place them there. Well, I have multiple spawners depending upon which one we're using for purposes of all kinds of things, so not the map cube. The map cube is not a spawner. The room information can spawn enemies in it. This was the old way of doing things, but the problem was that it wasn't efficient enough. So I had to adopt a new method. This should get the job done. Because letting the other ones there. Yeah. Did you get spawned back here somehow? I could have sworn I saw a thingy over here. Is this room info weird? Oh, it's rotated. Oh no. Okay, so here's a weird thing. Like, you have a thing, the actual little tool, that shows where something's going to spawn. Like you use a little 3D tool to place the coordinates. But the thing doing it is rotated. And you might think, oh, well, it's going to account for the rotation and put it where you put it. Incorrect. That is not what's about to happen. It gets put somewhere else. Where it's really getting put is there. Even though the other thing is listed as there, because it doesn't pick up the rotation actor, even though it's a relative transform of the actor. So when I placed this, it was rotated weird. Let me fix that real fast. So I uncovered another bug, but this is just a common bug sometimes where I forget to, where I've accidentally rotated one. And should not have. Okay. This system exists to alert the, alert Poppet that she's in a particular room. And spawn in stuff that is not enemies. It used to be the enemy spawner as well, but again, that proved to be unnecessary. Well, it proved to be not good. Because it would spawn in all the enemies in a room, and by doing that, it would, it was too heavy. So now the new one does not do that. The new one is better. Not exactly on the ground, are you there, buddy? Alfredo. I have a lot of systems involved in this game. Yeah. And I mean, you would think that it would pick up that, you know, the actors rotated and, you know, do relative to the current. No. I made that mistake a few times. It's not how it works. Not how it works at all. So, we're fixing that. Cool. Now it should spawn in where I put it. In this case, I'm going to put it back over here because reasons. I most certainly am using World Partition. Unreal will choke with a game this big otherwise. But not every floor is on the same world thing. I've split it into 4 different maps because it doesn't do verticality well at all. How are you vanishing? Does permanent just not mean anything? That's weird. You shouldn't be able to vanish. Are you like under the floor or something? Maybe. In the floor a little bit, I guess. This isn't even outside of the spawn range either, but I'm assuming it's checking for the player to even be there in the first place. It's not facing me, it's not rotating at all. I was doing the Krita thing to load up keep the screenshot there. I could have just saved it too, I don't know why I didn't. Down the rabbit hole? Yeah. Pretty much. The weird thing is I've debugged this many times over and now it's just decided it no longer wants to do what it does, which is awkward because it controls, well, all of the enemies in the game. Every one of them. So, why now, and really just why now? Something ain't right. Anyway, I hate the size of that. There's only one, and somehow it's doing the contraption graph over and over and over. But what I don't get is it's bypassing this check here has connect. Is it by, I mean, it said true. and then proceeded to do this over and over and over and over and over. But how does it bypass it in the first place? Like, I mean, it bypasses it once, sure, but how the second and third and fourth times did it initiate that? Oh, thanks for the help, Pocket Oracle. How's it going? You're just in time to see me wrestle with this system that is somehow not doing what it's supposed to, which just means something is wrong. Usually whenever something random, it's a timing issue, but... And it's doing attack over and over. If I get away from it, does it still do attack over and over? I'll get it figured out. Oh, thanks, Pocket Oracle. At a distance, it shouldn't even be initiating attack over and over either. So it's not even running the graph correctly either. What is wrong with this picture? Because it's supposed to go to here, right? My command Poppet graph, and then it sorts itself based upon these. And it's finding the right one, but just to double check that it's actually, well, I mean, it's finding this graph here, because if it wasn't, then it wouldn't be saying contraption graph 1. And it was saying that, as evidenced by the picture. Yeah, so it's saying that over, so it's hitting the graph, and then it's always doing attack. It might be that it attacks at a great range, face the target, see other options. So let's say, well, this was more than 3,000.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Hey, Lepus, how's it going? Is it just misreading this distance too while we're at it? Like, I have questions about what's going on here. Something ain't right. Maybe it's overwriting it somewhere else. There's only one thing being commanded by the, like, one thing working right now, so I don't see how it even would overwrite. It would just keep checking Poppet's distance, and it would overwrite with their current distance, which would be, I assume you'd make a difference here for a thing like that. So he spawns in. I'm easily more than 2,000 away. I'm like, you can already see I'm at like 3,100 away, 3,400. Now he's doing weight. So it does switch, at least that's true. How are we attacking at 2,500? That ain't right. Keep that one too. Never know. Remember about the markdown thing? Debug boot plans? Not used to it yet? I see. I mostly just use a lot of print strings. Mostly because I want to find out what information's being handed around to solve the mysteries. Like, the flow of the logic's easy to solve because, you know, it'll hit that print string if it's even hitting that point. If it doesn't, then you know it's broken before that. But, yeah, I just think the print string method's just better at solving problems. I just don't think the other ones are very good. In my testing, I've been unimpressed. I have to actually get that it's aggro, or are you just set to aggro? Well, once aggro... Let me make certain that's something. Well, I want all the information that it's handing. Like, you know, I need to know what it's saying. Like, I want to know which command we're handing there, like, which it's not always going to be attack. I'm close enough that it should trigger that, you know, it has the aggro thing. You should be able to attack anyway with that aggro in the first place as an option, and then it's doing weight instead. Are you, like, not able to add tags? But if you can't... It's possible it doesn't remove the tag somehow. Yeah, all those methods are really inefficient. I'm just gonna say it. I don't understand why anyone uses them. They're just slow. I want to see the logic chain of how everything's going. I don't want to have it stop and go to this thing here, and then we have to go back and look like that. That just... I don't know why he would do that. I watch people do them going, like, I want to see how the battles play out. I want to see where all the information's being changed and everything like that. Because there's usually a lot of steps going on. If it just stops and like where the thing is, where there's a problem every time there's a break, it's just like, I want a record of what it's seeing, because I can't see the information by that, and hovering variables is just slow. Why wouldn't I just want it to print them on the screen? So I could just have a list and keep a print string, so later on I can go, okay, cool, and look back and go, okay, that's what it did there, and then the next one I can double check against it so I can do lots of copies. I think it's unable to add or remove the tags. Because at no point did it ever say false. Like, it's lost the ability to remove the tag. Because every single time it's true, which means it can keep initiating the thing. And the break is, you know, like you'll notice it's true, true. Well, I mean, it only triggers it every once in a while, and then it just does the attacks. I don't know how it can keep initiating this attack over and over. Like, it should hit the true every time. But at no point is it ever false, which means that it's not removing that tag. Yeah. That's kind of the thing, like, whatever gets the job done, but I haven't really found them to be particularly better in any instance over print strings. They just don't provide me relevant information, I think is what I found. Wow, maybe it's just weird. I don't tags much in something silly where I can have the same tag twice, but there's a dupe that's always sticking on. I don't know if I've ever seen them have the same tag twice. You could have like well, let's see, like if you don't put exact match on these things, then it can be anything with the status would work, like status dot whatever would trigger this. So that's true. And then you could have ones with like a different like base thing and then the same name, but they wouldn't count as the same. I don't know if you can actually, I don't think you can name them the same one twice under the same thing. I know I haven't ever done that, but I'm pretty certain it just gives an error. I don't know. Let's check. So if I go to status here and I add a sub tag, and we'll just do like alternate death there. Can I add a second one? No, failed to add. Yeah, so you can't add a double. So that doesn't work. Basically, they're just really good for dealing with booleans and like. So I'm assuming that somewhere on update gameplay tags, it's not updating the tags. Like something screwed up on BPM PC. We'll find out. I don't see how it could be messed up. This is actually the only way to view every single game tag, by the way. There's actually a special get debug string from gameplay tag. You have to get off of an array element. You have to run a for each loop. You can't just print string it. I don't know why you can't. You'd think you'd be able to just get the name of it right out of here, right? Wouldn't that make sense? Pin shocked, isn't it something with the current Poppet variable? It's update reference, different actor, it's just nearby. There's only one actor nearby though. I literally just put one in the level right here. So with nothing else available, because like the way it works is that either the encounter system spawns things in, but I've set this to be not have nothing yet spawns in as far as the encounter systems. The encounter system's just ignoring itself. Then the room system spawns things in, but there's only one thing there, and this is the not everything's controlled by the Puppet Master. Like, well, it's only spawning things in, but only certain things are even controlled by the Puppet Master, just the enemies mostly, the things that move around. And there's nothing else in the world. Like, I don't leave anything else in the world, so as far as those like that, so it's just one thing, but it's not giving me the information there. I'm assuming it's not removing the tag somehow, which doesn't make any sense how it wouldn't be, but here we are. Use a pen node to append them all to one string if you want. About that much, although I could append them all to one string, but I don't know about that. I think I'd rather have like It doesn't have permanent. Oh, it does have permanent, but I mean, it doesn't have can act. Which it is removing it right after. I'm getting the information right after the fact, so it is saying it's removing it. Something ain't right here. Yeah, whenever it's random, it's a timing issue. It's always a timing issue when it's random. But the question is, what else is playing with it? Something else on there has to be playing with the information. Something else is updating the gameplay tags at the same time. But there's nothing on the contraption that does that. Well, that's wrong. There are things when it initially spawns in that will update it. But nothing should be giving it can act. At least that I know of. I can't think of it that giving it can act. Event begin play would have potentially. So this is just command puppet, so it'd just be on the NPC if it's anywhere. I'm just gonna get rid of a bunch of these. There's too many of them. The other enemies are working though, which is interesting. This is a pretty complex blueprint at this point though, so there's nothing on these. I mean, it's spawning in just fine. Nothing looks like it's failing on that. Like, I mean, I haven't seen the health has a problem setting up. It checks for all things, seems to equip weapons and spawn. It does everything as far as I can tell. I don't think that's an issue. And right here it gives it can act the first time. Then it runs after setup, but after setup is just a dead end on this one, I'm pretty certain. After setup is there just in case there's specific setup stuff that I want to run on a particular thing. So it doesn't have any code on the base, it just has code on the children if it has something. Most of them don't have anything though, but something had a cause for it, so it got added in. This is Annie Bill, I don't care about those. I don't care about the HUD right now. Or Bitey. And like I say, there's no additional code on these for setting that up. It's just literally whatever the parent begin play is. Actually, I'm going to copy this out there. I want to see what it's saying afterwards. Before we do this, do it again. I just want to see what it says. But yeah, I'm in agreement. Whenever it's random, it's always a timing issue. It's just timing issues can be obnoxious to solve sometimes. No, it's got the can act. It has it, removes it, just fine. But then it does the attack 4 times over. And then proceeds to not turn. Why can't you turn? Is there something wrong with it? Well, I mean... Now I'm starting to think there's something wrong with the turn thing. I mean, it's able to attack a bunch of times in a row that it shouldn't be, and that's weird. Especially with the delays and the like. But is there something wrong with the face, the end target thing? I'm assuming there must be. Or it's getting interrupted. I'm gonna remove some of these. Some of these aren't necessary. We're only working with one thing. I don't need to know its name every 5 seconds. It's good. The issue is not the tags. It clearly is removing the tag. So I'm not concerned about that per se. Because that part is working. What's confusing is that somehow we're able to bypass that over and over and over and hit this graph repeatedly. Hit that, but I'm more curious about face the target not working right. Let's make sure it's hitting here in the first place with this one, but I also want the information on the target. Because the target seems... debatable? If valid, we'll do that. If not, fair. And I have look at target turned on those, right? Just to make certain that I'm not messing it up at this level here. Look at target, sure. This should be a gameplay tag. I don't know why it's not a gameplay tag. I probably just didn't want to change every single thing that used it. That's what we're finding out. But I mean, like, the only thing they should be calling it is this. But look at target, well, basically face the target. It appears to be failing. Because it's not facing the target. So I'm making certain it's even hitting this. Because, you know, it might not be. I really only need the two. I just want to know the target and if it's hitting this graph for now. I might change it up in a sec, but this just appears to be so broken. I don't think the target's valid. That is odd. Which means the problem is now in the targeting system? Target is the door? I mean, listen, it just wants to break free. It's been sitting there all this time, and it's just, it wants out. Face the target, one happens, and then nothing else happens. Like, it doesn't even make it all the way through the thing. How in the world does it never hit either of these? Like, on the update, it never happens. Like, that's odd. Because it's not getting past this at all. How long is this timeline? 0.5 seconds, not very long. Which means it's supposed to turn very quick. Probably because I want to keep, you know, moving over and over and over and adjusting. But I didn't want it to take a long time. Didn't Lou? Sure. It's hitting this one, so we know that's true, but somewhere it's just breaking. No target, so we're kind of figuring it out there. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, don't look. Didn't look. How are you not setting this? Because, I mean, it's literally being set right in here. Right here before running it. I don't need you. Close that, just click it for no reason. Maybe it needs a slight delay beforehand to work? Sure. Well, at that point, I'll turn it into a macro. Has a delay afterwards, but have a 1 second delay. That would be more than enough to set a variable. I can't imagine any word that wouldn't be. Yeah, we'll do this. Look at target. I remember I broke it out of a macro because it seemed like it wasn't working, so I was like, okay, well, I'll do that just to see, but I might switch to a gameplay tag. There's a lot of booleans that just weren't there before, and now they are. Yeah, it was a timing issue. There you go. Shouldn't be firing that fast, but somehow it's able to run this command real quick. It's nice to remember to institute a delay in there, because somehow, yeah. I mean, I made them too fast anyway, so I'm kind of slowing these ones down. But yeah, definitely, there needs to be a delay until something. I usually do like 0.2 seconds just because that was the default they offer, but what's weird is this used to work, but it doesn't now. Well, now it does again. Because this is probably the oldest contraption enemy, which means like it was like, it was the first one I made, and I have so many of them now, and it just doesn't work right. Well, now it does, but now it seems like it fires a little too fast, though. Like it might need a longer delay. I think I'll just institute a longer delay on the attack, to be honest. Just a couple, maybe a couple seconds. It's so long, I don't see how it can fire that fast. You would assume it would hit one of these delays and be like, yep. And yet, not so much. Also, I can remove like 9 million print strings now. Now that I figured out where the problem was. I don't know why I started with the Puppet Master. The Puppet Master would probably have had problems on other things, but it just didn't occur to me that face the target was the problem of all the things. But here we are doing here we are things. The problem is resolved. Until it becomes a problem again, I'm sure it'll happen. So those were fine. I mean, its behavior is still not ideal, I think is the best way to put it. But to be fair, it's not that complicated of enemy, it's just a turret. I mean, turrets shouldn't be that complex. No, I don't use behavior trees at all. They're not good. It's really just that simple. They're just not good. I watched some videos on it, they're going, yeah, they're really good for like, well, they're not necessary for small AIs, and they're not good for complicated AIs. I was like, then what good are you? So, and now this one thing just runs all the AIs. So if there's a problem in the logic, it's one thing that has all the logic problems, and that's it. One super smart thing. You don't want a bunch of AIs running anyway individually. You want, you know, some sort of central thing doing it, because otherwise the resource requirements are huge. It used to be my game had a problem with like 6 to 12 enemies on the screen, and now I can have like 40 and I get the same FPS. Now, I mean, you can do all the soul stuff and like that without them. It's really hard to make things complicated, and I'm like, you know, it takes a lot of time and effort, and I don't see their advantage. I just don't. That's just been my... I mean, people are welcome to use whatever makes work. I mean, whatever gets the game done, but I just... Then I found... I can't remember what it was. It might have been Ubisoft or was it Activision or something like that also uses blueprints for all their stuff too. And they just like don't bother with the other stuff. I was like, cool. Even the AAA companies think they're not very good. Some people like use state-based machines, but I'm just going to stick with what I already got. It already works. Because now if I fix a problem, like, I never have to do the... I don't have to do anything extra for all the targeting like that. All the logic and everything is already figured out. You know, which factions are done, everything like that. It's all figured out, you know, and the various things going on here, including a pick target graph and things like that. It does all the stuff, and I never have to do it again anywhere else. And the only real variation is just the control puppets graph, not right here, where it just picks which one it's going to follow under, and the various behavior things. And some of them get complicated too. Most of the time they're just initiating a command, like this guy has multiple graphs, and then they just issue a command, and then it goes to the puppet itself, and then the puppet knows what to do with each command, so they never have to think anything through. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just like, it works. Works pretty well. It lets me have a lot of enemies. Like I say, they just run all their commands off of these, and yeah, that's battle phase 1. It's kind of nightmarish how many different commands this guy has, especially because he has 3 graphs. Plus macros to do things, stuff like that, you know. But I don't have to like do all the extra moving stuff around either. I guess to be fair, in a world of gameplay tags, it's a lot easier to move stuff around. I could probably, well, I mean, I could probably write some sort of switch on gameplay tag, but I don't know. I've kind of learned the more I do this, the more I should ignore all of Epic's extra systems unless I need it specifically. Because Epic really loves to complicate things and make a whole bunch of stuff that does the same thing. And it's just a confusing mess. Hey, when you go, how's the Unreal Asset Store? Pretty good. They give out free stuff all the time. So, I mean, you know, go pick up the free stuff if you haven't already. Right now, it's... these fine things here. Movement Valley would be pretty cool if I don't have it, but, you know. I definitely recommend it, though. Take the free stuff. Also, I mean, you should go to Unreal Engine here and do this and mark free. And then sort it by newest, because every time all this other new stuff comes out that they don't include on here, I'm gonna scroll down because that did not look necessarily appropriate for stream. Gotta watch it sometimes, but you know, some of these things like free characters and stuff like that, metahuman hair, stuff that can be useful. Another map system, good thing I already just made one. Some animal sound effects, hell yeah. Music, just stuff, just free stuff all the time. So, I recommend. There's 2,000 free products right now. And they don't tell you about that, so definitely go do that. Many of these things are free forever, too. There's a lot. This one's cool, the Galaxy Shader thing. I forgot I even had it, but it's very cool. It makes sure things have little galaxy looks to them. I was going to put it on a weapon or something like that. I don't know what, yeah, I'll find a use for it. I like cool things, so. The most dynamic graph is the one that handles inventory management. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, inventories can be rough. I mean, the only uglier than, you know, things like that would be a material graph. Some of those material graphs I've seen, I don't even think I sleep well at night after seeing those things. Kind of their fancy nonsense, like Lumen Nanite. You too? They're terrible, aren't they? It's crazy how bad they are. I was approaching myself. I've been there. Yeah, like, my problem is that Lumen sucks with lights. That's it. Lumen just sucks with lights. It's that simple. It just sucks with lights. Like, I had to switch to all emissive stuff previously before Megalights came out, because without Megalights, I couldn't run hardly any lights because Lumen's like, you're right. But then if you try to, like, you know, because my game's in the dark, you try to light things up enough that you can actually see, and Lumen doesn't do that. It just turns into this weird foggy mess. It looks horrible. And Nanite doesn't do performance. Like, the problem I found is that Nanite requires DirectX 12. Do you know what robs your performance? DirectX 12. Turn that off if you haven't already tried it, and watch your performance go up. Watch the editor's performance go up too. I maintain DirectX 12 isn't ready for, you know, mass market use, even though it's been out for like a decade. It's really bad. I might use Nanite if I didn't need DirectX 12. I've looked into it, it can do amazing things, but my god, you have to do so much to get stuff. Yeah. I think you have to have all your assets Nanite enabled. Yeah, I do that too. I've tried that. The whole thing I have to deal with. Yeah, you have to do that. It can't do transparent stuff. It's... So you gotta, like, you know, break all the things like that. Like, if you have a window here, you can't have this as part of the blueprint here, because then Nanite's like, nah. Actually, yeah, it can be part of the, yeah, it can be part of the blueprint. So it has to be completely separate, because otherwise you can't Nanite any of this. Same thing with these, like, cars down here. This car had, like, you know, headlights or something in this window, so I can't Nanite this until I remove those. So that's a real problem. Nanite just breaks landscapes. Nanite landscapes is like the worst travesty to ever exist. I've lost plenty of landscapes to that. Like, once you enable Nanite, the landscape is dead forever. It cannot be fixed by disabling it. You have to just use a backup project. Like, Epic loves to tout these new things, but most of the time they are not ready for use. And that's been my test, my thing for it. Exactly. See, someone else realizes it. So many, like, devs come here and they tell me, you gotta have these, are so good. And their games, they're like, my game is 120 FPS, and it's like Quinn running through an empty field. And I was like, of course it does. You don't have a game. As soon as you start putting things out there and have to worry about things running all the time, you'll quickly discover that you ain't getting no 120 FPS with DirectX 12. You ain't getting it in general, but it's wild what people think. I'm just like, oh my god. Show me the game you've made that proves to me that you know what you're talking about before you, you know, tell me that I'm somehow doing it wrong. And that Epic made all these wonderful things with nothing wrong with them. Yeah, they never can. Yeah, that's crazy. Backseat programmers. I don't mind people offering suggestions and everything like that. I mean, you know, I write down people's suggestions, but if they're gonna tell me I'm doing something wrong, I'm gonna need some proof. I test things, sure, but I'm gonna need some proof. And it's funny to watch people just do that. I guess I could work on the next area. I've been kind of bored of working on this first area. I'm working on to try to get a demo for Epic, but oh my god. I'm just at only polish for it. There's like nothing else to do besides polish. Slightly improve rooms, slightly improve fights, add a few more particles in. I haven't written a lot of the story for it yet. Why not Unreal 4 if Lumen and Nanite are wanted? Well, you see there's a lot of things in, you know, Unreal 5 that are good that aren't those. Such as the, you know, game animation sample that lets Poppet move around all crazily. The new movement system with the retargeting is so much better than Unreal 4 ever could be. Megalights is fantastic. That's very helpful. But I mean, look at her move around. Like this kind of movement, you ain't getting off of, you know, Unreal 4 because that's Epic programming stuff. I should also got rid of a lot of those extra things there, but so, you know, that's fantastic in its own right. And they did a lot of that for me, so that's wonderful. But yeah, a lot of it's the animation retargeting and well, man, and Megalights is pretty good. I'm just saying. Beyond that, I'm sure there's some other things I'm using and I just don't know what they are offhand. Something. There's usually other improvements I can't think of. Unreal 1 easy clap. Yeah, look, it runs on, it works on everything, even my calculator. What's a calculator? I don't know. I found it in the back room somewhere, but somehow Unreal 1 works on it. Yeah, like, you could do those things, but there's no real upside to Unreal 4 for the most part. You could run Unreal 5. If you can't run Unreal 5, I mean, I guess you could, your thing would run on weaker systems. Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks for the cheer, Pocket Oracle. Real style of your game almost reminds me of a combination of Tim Burton and some kind of dollhouse stuff I've seen before. Yeah. That's fair. It's like I say, it's kind of like, you know, inspired by Alice Madness Returns and Little Nightmares and every creepy doll thing you've ever seen, every creepypasta thing you've seen about dolls. I just tell people it's like if It's a Small World came to life and started killing people. So basically just normal It's a Small World. Reminds me of my favorite fact that there's a job in Disney World where someone actually trims the doll hair for It's a Small World. Because apparently the moisture causes their hair to grow because it's a yarn. So they have to keep trimming it. So just so you know, the real job. Trim the doll hair because it grows. Someone did a creepypasta. I was like, this can't be real. I was like, son of a bitch. It is real. That's amazing. I'm so happy now. So happy. You don't even know. I don't get out much, okay? It's fine. Don't hate. I guess. Should probably hate. It's probably deserved. Got to move that one. Okay, yeah. I weigh performance in Unreal 5.6 and 5. Yeah, it's gone up. Sadly, I can't move my project there for now. Oh, that's rough. Oh yeah, the 3D text that I think showed up in... That might have been Unreal 4, actually. It's really good in Unreal 5. Alice in the Nightmares, that's combo, I think. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the Alice has the whole where you go small thing, which is kind of like being a little tiny toy anyway. And I kind of wanted to use that mechanic, but Poppet's already so small anyway that it's kind of redundant, so now she's just perma-small. And I thought about having one where she grows large, but there's a problem with that. Like, I can make her grow large. That is not a problem. But what doesn't grow large is anything with chaos cloth in it, which means her hair and her dress. So she ends up with short hair and like a mini skirt on if I enlarge her. It looks so dumb. Actually, there's a mini version of Poppet. You can see what happens when I shrank her down more. Because there was going to be a voodoo doll version of Poppet that the boss summoned, the first boss. And it was going to be one a big mechanic on it. And it was a terrible mechanic. It didn't work out at all. It was so awful in every way. I spent months trying to get it to work. I still have the little version of it though. But you can see. That's so creepy. Hell yeah. Yeah, the doll thing in It's a Small World's amazing. Mine started in 5.3 and barely survived the upgrade to 5.4. Yeah. I upgraded to 5.4 because of the game animation sample. I just was like, wait. So it lets me grab chairs and things like that real easy, and it has better movement. I'm in. Also, the retargeting. It's such a lifesaver. I work with DAZ models, and if you've ever had to deal with DAZ models and trying to retarget that crap and make it work well, I did that in Unreal 4, and you had to manually do everything for it. It took so long, and it never came out perfectly. No matter what you did, it was always trash. I was so unhappy with it. I would have moved to Unreal 5 just for that alone. That's how annoying it was. Yeah, goes here. No, thank you. Oh, Chaos Engine and stuff about that. This is very cool Sims. Yeah. Well, this is the Chaos Cloth. And that's what makes Poppet's hair and dress move, right? You see it moving around. That's Chaos Cloth in action. But here's what happens if I shrink her. You see her hair doesn't shrink? He does look adorable tiny, by the way. That's true. But you see, like, look at how long her dress is. I guess it's about similar length, I guess. But her hair didn't get any, like, it changed size. Like, it doesn't... It messes with the size changing. The scaling doesn't work, right? When you apply that. Also, giant Poppet would be hard to work with. It would be kind of funny to have, like, strength turn into a big Poppet. I was going to do that for a long time, and then it didn't happen. Whoa. But yeah, Mini Pop's great. That's what we call her, Mini Pop. And she was going to be like an obnoxious little kid sister to you, but that was when I was going to have Saving Toys Bar taken to the painting world, which I took out because the amount of work added was huge, and it just wasn't going to happen. Like, I was thinking about it, but I'm already on the hook for like 100 enemies and like 14 bosses, or at least 80 enemies and 14 bosses. How many NPCs do I want to be on the hook for too? I mean, at what point are we just getting ridiculous, right? I mean, I already feel like the number I described was ridiculous, so... Yeah, about that. Entire folder, my repo of just all my retarget rigs. Yeah, and like I say, the game animation sample project fixes that, and that's huge. That is so huge. I mean, it even retargeted to like the bunny and things like that too. Like if you watch the bunny move around, he should spawn over here. If he moves at all, at least he's idling. I guess I don't have him set to do anything. Oh, there's no nav mesh. He can't move because there's no nav mesh because I was working on these areas, and these areas are completely unfinished. They're all conceptual, so let me drag that out here. Original medieval games? Hell yeah, medieval. I haven't seen that in forever. I mean, I consider some of the Halloween stuff that's like medieval. Scope creep. Oh, yeah. I've been toning down the scope of this game. I was originally... It was like a giant dilapidated warehouse on the edge of like the city, like that. You move around, buddy? I guess you don't have any actions anymore, huh? You do, okay, yeah. See, like even the bunny moves around now. Do 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 do. That's the game animation sample project, just kicking it in, going, yep. He's floating for some reason, but to be fair, this area is so not even close to ready to go. Like it's like a 40% done chapter. So that's a thing. But yeah, like that saves so much time. And you can auto retarget things. So the new retargeter that auto retargets to stuff, like, you know, even if you're not going to use the game animation sample, is so good. Problems in using the most time consuming. It's obviously optimization 100%. I've redone systems so many times to be more optimal because of the fact that, yeah, plus you got to go through and, you know, I got to take these things here and I got to go and merge this into a thing like this. So it's a singular actor because splines are incredibly bad for performance, because it's a call every time. Every space you see on this spline is one draw call. So you want to merge this into a singular actor because it's going to call the same each every time, but instead of calling, and it's going to be the same amount of space and, you know, VRAM and everything like that, but the difference is instead of having to call it, you know, 5 times here, it calls it once. So it saves on processing a huge amount. So I have to do that for every one of these things. Those are things that are obnoxious. I had to create a whole system for the encounter system that spawns things in around you, because spawning them in as you enter the room was too heavy. So I had to fix that. I've had to do like level instances and stuff like that. So you'll find certain things are just level instanced if they don't change regularly. I don't think this is level instance. It's not, because I need to change those. But like these things here are a level instance because I found that the level instance stuff loads way better. Because it just loads a level once and then duplicates it. So if you're doing level instancing as far as how your H load works, you can basically have a near infinite number of these. I tried this with over 40,000 of them and was still getting 30 FPS on an open world map. And that was actually something more complicated. It was with these chests with drawers, the cabinets. And you can still interact with them. They're still a blueprint. And you can also edit them too. This is really cool. You can actually, you know, go to level and click edit. And then you can edit it directly as though it's the blueprint. Isn't that cool? I didn't know that for the longest time. You go to each little thing, move stuff around and everything, and then when you're done, you just go, you know, you can save it or cancel. I'll cancel that, yeah. Let's see. That's there. Get back to the question we get back. Fair enough. Just curious, Steam page up now. I mean, you know, I submitted it yesterday. It takes apparently 3 to 5 days for approval. Okay, I'm back. Questions: biggest influence, creativity, art. Alice Madness Returns, Little Nightmares, and Creepypasta. Pretty much the same for those other ones. Favorite spooky horror retro games? God, do I have like a spooky horror favorite type of game? I don't usually play spooky horror games. As weird as that might sound, I play games that are like, they're like macabre, like they're like, you know, off, kind of like a Tim Burton type of game. Like I like that kind of stuff, but I'm not really a big horror fan. And it's not because I like scare easily. It's that I like power in games. Like, I don't like to be the weak thing. The way horror games work is that they're based around the concept of you feeling powerless, right? Because if you could just turn around and just gut the enemy, you wouldn't be scared. You would have no reason to run. So they take away all your power. And when I play games, I want the power fantasy. Like, I want to be a badass. I don't want to be a loser. That's no fun to me. So I don't usually play them because like what I'm looking for in fun is not there. I also like watch horror movies and because I think they're funny and they're like comedies to me. They're just hilarious and adorable. So I don't get scared by those things. It's like, okay, cool. I make a terrible react streamer for horror games. Oh my god. I'd have to fake it. It'd be so bad. Anywho, bedtime. You catch you wake up, you're still streaming? I might be, you never know. Sometimes you get feisty. Also, if you don't sleep very long, that's the secret. Like, if you just don't sleep, I'll still be streaming when you wake up. Genius. But yeah, sleep well. I cannot follow what you just said, but it seems really cool. It's right here. Gameplay, Control. Yeah, I play Control. Does Control count as a horror game? I mean, I guess it's sort of spooky. It's not... Well, the thing about Control is, again, that's like a power fantasy game. Like, you gain more power as you're going. It's basically like a Metroidvania. It's actually where I got the idea for the magician mechanic, right? I was like, wait, I play Control. It's like, I need this. Every time I see a cool mechanic, I just add it to my game. That's how it works, right? So the magician came about exactly for that reason. There's no lights in this room. Why'd I go to this room? What a terrible room. That's what gave this like that. And also the ability to now summon things. It goes. Yeah. You can pick them up too. So I took that from there. Mine's both better and worse than Control because I like how they vanish. Because mine lets you maneuver things around and do them for puzzles and manipulate the environment. Theirs is much better as a weapon than mine is. Mine is not really designed to be a pure weapon. I mean, it's like close to creepypasta SCPs. Yeah, I mean, it's got SCP stuff. I mean, never in your life would be so afraid of a flamingo, like a plastic flamingo, as you will in Control. You're just like, oh god, it's a plastic flamingo. What does it even do? I'm so terrified of it. Or a fridge. You're like, why are the cameras watching the fridge? Why must someone always look at the fridge? What does it do? I must know this thing. I love the creepypasta things like that, where they SCP stuff where you want to find out what it does. Yeah, power familiar, what you're talking about, horror game. It's not really that horror, just like you can have things that are like creepy and weird, but they're not really horrifying. Like, just because there's gore doesn't make it a horror thing necessarily. It really comes down to, are you scared when you're playing it? Like, I mean, like, does it give you that, you know, the fear that, you know, there's something that you can't answer like that? I mean, because I don't really consider Resident Evil particularly a horror. I think it's more like a thriller, I guess, because usually in thrillers they can fight back and everything. But there's no point in Resident Evil you're like, oh my god, that's so terrifying. You're like, okay. You start shooting it, like, the enemy looks terrifying, but you have a rocket launcher. Are you terrified of that enemy anymore? I don't think you are. I think you're going to shoot it with a rocket launcher until it dies. That doesn't seem like a horror to me. Like just like Dark Souls is not a horror to me. You're gaining power so you can be unstoppable. Like, maybe it's a horror for the enemies. That's true. But for you, it's... I mean, I really think that's the distinction, the powerless distinction versus not. I mean, horror Jason because of SCP. Yeah, I mean, SCP things can be like that, but the reason why SCP things are often horror is because you can't stop them, right? In every single SCP story, it's some sort of thing that you can't deal with, and you're just being told about it in some sort of report. Usually people died. You're not fighting it to the death, you know. That's why I don't really... It's just... If you can win against the horror, it's not that horrifying. That's just me, I guess. The usual 1 through horror games, Sector 4... I don't know. Like, say, here I'm holding the Magnum, some zombies are chasing after me or some liquor things, and I just shoot it in the head. I'm like, okay. Stars. Rocket launcher. No more stars for you, buddy. You've had one too many stars. But there is, like, you know, at least with the Nemesis, you could make an argument that because it was unkillable for a long time, it had a horror element to it that was like you couldn't. It wasn't a problem you could just solve by just shooting it in the face. So that really makes a difference in my mind. For me, it's unknown. CCP, like, scared him. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing scarier than the unknown, right? The best example I can think of, like, I use this one a lot actually. If you've ever seen The Nun 2, there's like one good scene, one good horror scene in the whole thing. There's a boy kicking a soccer ball, and he accidentally kicks it downstairs into like a basement area. Okay, the basement looks normal, fine, sure. But then, like, there's an open door to the side that's just completely dark and that you cannot see. And he's just kind of kicking the ball around. He accidentally kicks it in that room like that. And he's like, oh, I gotta go get it. And then something kicks it back. You don't see what kicks it back. But that's a chilling moment because that could be anything. That's a very real scenario. Someone could have broken into your house. They could have been in that basement. They could have kicked the ball back to you and something bad's about to happen. So that was a good moment. The rest of the time when you just see the nun chasing after, it's stupid. This is like neat, but is it though? Is it really? Hey Levi, how's it going? Let's get the shit out of me with your limit ammo so you won't get a bunch of magnum ammo. Yeah. That's the part thing. Like, some horror games are okay and like they give you some way to fight back, but they give you a very limited way, like where you have to really think about it. It's like, okay, well, I have this much ammo. Can I really even afford to take these shots? And whenever there's a fear of like, being unable to defend yourself, that does help add to the horror, I find. It really is just a question of how much power they give you. And that's why Metroidvanias make terrible horror games, because the whole point of them is to gain more power all the time. New abilities that give you new stuff, like new traversals, new ways to fight. You're constantly gaining power. So by the end, you're not afraid of anything. You're so powerful. Like, you're terrified. That's why Metroidvanias are fun, because they're basically a power fantasy that you just don't get in the other first-person RP games. Experience that makes it horror, especially when you're out of ammo, out of health. Yeah. Again, once they make you powerless, that's where horror happens. So if you have no ammo, no anything, and you have to try to run away from the enemies or run around them, like, you know, the zombies are trying to get you. Suddenly zombies are a threat. That's a big difference. That's powerlessness. You like the ambiguous horror? You like Silent Hill? Yeah, Silent Hill can be okay. I think that Silent Hill is a little like I actually think the movies were better than the games. They were fun for horror. They're not great movies, but for horror movies, they're not too bad. I found the games take a little too long. Like, there's, how best to put this? Like, you spend so much time in that, you know, in Silent Hill, that's the town walking around, but there's no creeping doom feel. Like, you know, you don't feel like anything's really following you or chasing you. Occasionally you see something, you know, in the smoke and cool, but there's no tension. That's the problem. Like, later on, there'll be certain points of tension, but there's so many points. You're just kind of wandering. So when the tension's there, especially with like Pyramid Head and things, it's better. But when that's not there and they're just wandering around, it's weak. So I think that's my gripe with it. I played with my friends we played the first couple, and we were kind of handing the control around because we we're getting kind of bored. And yeah, that was kind of the thing. It was just when you're walking around town, it was boring. The rest of it was cool when you were in buildings themselves. Tactics, strategy, and when to use your ammo and atmosphere. Yeah, like say powerlessness. No ammo. You run ammo. No. Suddenly you can't win the fights. Now you have to run. Now it's horror. I'll probably take a quick bio break on the next ad break too, which should be coming up pretty soon. Horror games probably shame because they get away with being short. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you're, you know, a solo dev, make a horror game and you'll have to do the least amount of work and they're the most forgiving. So I highly recommend it. I don't even know what I was working on this map. Let's see. But then RE1 when the Crimson Heads got back up and started right at me. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they can surprise you. The occasional surprise can make a difference. And with that, I think it's a lost nostalgia factor. Oh, there's ad break. I'll be right back after the ad break here. Hey, quick bio break anyway. was definitely losing that fight. I was like, oh no, restroom. Okay. Let's see. How about the supply side? Supply side? Yeah, but popular last afterwards. I as well have a question for you then. Would you prefer a horror game that's constantly tense? Do you not believe in pacing? It's not that I don't believe in pacing. I think pacing is a thing. I just think that Silent Hill takes too long. There's like huge amounts of time where there's nothing going on. So I think that its pacing is bad. Is what I'm really saying. Like you spend so long just wandering around, and there's nothing to up the pacing at all. It's just like zero pace for all that time traveling to, and then you get to a building, and then the building has like huge amounts of pace. It's just constantly running, it's just really fast, and then it's just nothing. But it doesn't build tension ever. It's just like, oh cool, I'm just walking through the town. Maybe I find some weird thing crawling around and beat it to death with a stick or something, or I just walk away from it. Okay. Now, to be fair, I have not played the remake, so I don't know if the remake is way better. So I played the first two, so make of that what you will. But a lot of times just wandering the city, I just bored. Just like, oh, I'm not really afraid of anything anymore. I'm not really feeling tension. I'm honestly just kind of wandering around this town. That's cool. So I just think its pacing's bad. I like the concept of it. I think the movies did it better, if I must say it. I think I like the second one a lot better too. Cough hack, please. Shorter games always make more one dev, and it's a trash good sales. Yeah, it's definitely. I think horror games are the right choice for a solo dev, especially because streamers react to them too, and that just gets you free advertising. So why wouldn't you want to do that? I mean, like, it's just a better plan. I think I'm gonna merge this into a thing. Let's see. I see. Yeah. I guess kind of get what your perspective is. Think a lot of those project stars, game jams, falling full games like horror game. Yeah. Like I see the number of times that someone like Markiplier picks random horror games from Itch and just does them, and they're not even good games, but he doesn't care because he can react to them. It's just like, that game looks like it was made in a weekend, but lo and behold, it's got 1 million views on it now because Markiplier decided to play it. You can basically just put a decent horror game on there, even passable horror game on there, and it's almost certain he will because he plays so many of them. It's wild. Silent takes a while, but the combat is always shit. Yeah, no kidding. But to be fair, I don't fault horror games for having trash combat because, again, it's about powerlessness. If you're like, friggin' Solid Snake or something like that, then you're a lot less scared than if you're like Joe Blow doesn't know how to fight, Like, that makes a big difference, If you're like Special Forces, you're jumping in there and you're just beating the crap out of everything. It's like, yeah. Oh, look, that weird creepy thing is looking down the barrel of my sniper rifle. That's a bummer for it. Like, what? What kind of fight do we even have here? Like, so, yeah, and some of the remake, again, the combat is monotonous. Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of options. He doesn't know how to fight. It's apparent. I get that that's intentional. So, you can't fault them, even though I didn't find it that fun. Okay, so we're going to take on that is that with modern experience games nowadays, or is that with original experience? Like I say, I've never played the new ones, so I don't really know how they play out. I think I saw a brief bit of Maximilian Dude playing one. I don't know. Some sure, I think it was him. Which weird because he usually plays fighting games. And I was like, this kind of looks cool, but I didn't have time to watch, so I didn't really get around to it. Right, movies had a hold and charge attack switched up slightly. James Sunderland is not a Marine. Yeah, you could do something to it. Again, like say, horror games really aren't about power, so it's hard to give them that much, because you give them too much and suddenly everything's a joke. So there has to be tension or moments where you're worried, and Silent Hill does that. It just doesn't do it all that often. It's usually in very specific moments, usually inside of a building, that Silent Hill ups the ante. Unfortunately, there's a very large portion of time when you are not in a building, and then it has no ante. You're just bored. Oh, I played them when they came out. 1 and 2. So they had the benefit of, you know, being even cool looking for the time. Well, relatively cool looking. No one's saying they were the best looking game out on, like, what, PS1 for the first one? I think that was the second one, or PS1 or PS2. I don't even remember now. It's been a long time. I suppose I should be doing this while I'm sitting here talking, because this is like monotonous work, so monotonous work is perfect while talking. So pick your brain, what would be the ideal horror game you would make? I honestly don't think you'd be able to fight back in the ideal horror game. I really don't. I don't think you'd, like, I think that if you're really trying to scare somebody, you're going to want to go out of your way to make it things that they don't know are going to be coming, and try not to reveal things. So whatever your enemy you have has to be something that is so primal in what you fear. Like, once you show like a monster, you've lost what makes it scary, right? The second it steps out into the light, it's not the same anymore. You get one shock factor and that's it. So some kind of darkness type of thing that moves or things like that, that are out of your sight or whatever, like, you know, or like out of the corner of your eye, something happening and forcing you to look, but it not being there, is much, much more effective, I think, for horror. So I would probably rig it around something along those lines. Insanity is also a very strong effect, not the insanity I use, obviously, because, you know, it can be very random in how it is, and you're not sure what's real. So I would probably attack from that angle of things that, you know, that are in the darkness, that are not always there for long, and you can never truly catch them, and the insanity thing. And I might even use the same light mechanic, honestly, where keeping yourself to the light or something like that. I think that's pretty strong in general, because it forces you, like, even in this game, like, you don't notice it because of the way I'm playing the game like that, but there is an ever-present danger as I'm playing this game that I'll run out of sanity and just die. You'll see it in the fights. You'll see me immediately run back to lights and things like that, or have to race through areas very quickly because the game could easily end. And that tension, really, it's not a scary thing in this game, but it adds a level to it. But if I was powerless and I had to worry about that, like, some of the early versions of this game actually did play with the light, and the lights would get darker as you were doing that, and make it harder and harder to see. But it was terrible for Metroidvania. But I think that I would probably play along those type of things if I was going to go for trying to scare people, because, I mean, it's got a lot better reaction moments because it's very random and out of nowhere, because Insanity is very random and out of nowhere in general. It plays upon people's primal fear of the dark and the unknown, which is, I think, the strongest horror things if you're going to pick a themes to work on, versus, you know, something that's just, oh look, there's this unstoppable killer. Well, after you've avoided the killer the first time, it really... Actually, in most horror games, just turn around and get killed the first time by the killer thing, and then you'll stop being scared of it, and it's really funny to watch. Let's see. Were you bored back then? What, with Silent Hill 1 and 2? Plenty of times. Every time I wandered the town, it was boring. In fact, we like had to hand the controller around to people because nobody wanted to keep playing. We just had nothing else to do. So none of us actually liked the first Silent Hill 1 and 2. We were just like, this is dull. You play. I want something to watch. I don't want to play. You play. He fell asleep. Damn it. I guess I have to play now. It was funny. That's how we got through Silent Hill 1. It was so stupid. None of us liked it. There were only a couple good moments. It was real slow. None of us wanted to look up what to do either, so that helped too. Made it more fun. In that, I don't know. I guess whatever sort of. You are Megas in the horror imagination sounds like sounds like I do like that. But yeah. Like I say, I watch a lot of horror films, and I find that is what will make a horror film scary. That's what will get you the jump scares. Not even jump scares. Well, actually, even jump scares. Like, I think Annabelle 2 also had something similar like that. Like, the first Annabelle, you just saw the doll, and periodically you see, like, a demon or something like that. Whatever. It was dull. It was so boring. It was the worst movie out of the whole, like, you know, Conjuring franchise. But then the second one, there's always a lurking doom. Something's always about to get them. Like, but then it doesn't. It just lets them go. Or the doll will get moved around. It'll get its head turned, but you never see it move. Annabelle doesn't move by itself. But it would always be things where they're just like going, something is happening. Oh, nope, you're fine for now. And they kept doing it over and over and over, and it's like, I don't even know when it's going to get them until like near the very end of the movie where you start to see them actually, you know, pull back the curtain a little. And that's obviously near the end of the movie, there's got to be a payoff, right? Like, I mean, if you just always hint at something the whole time, you just always say, well, it's coming, like it's like that, and you never have any kind of payoff, it's a terrible horror thing. You need to have something like that, but you only get that one time. The one time where you reveal what it is. So you got to make that one count. And usually you want to reveal it in the climax. You don't want to just pop it out in the beginning, because you get like a Freddy versus Jason moment or something like that, or like just Jason X, where you're just like, oh look, he just wants his machete back, and he's not scary. You just see random gore. That's not horror. Gore is not horror. It can be part of horror, but it's its own separate thing, because you can have just, you know, a movie of someone running around just gutting people, and that's not horror. Like, we watch a war movie, there's plenty of gore in that. Is that a horror? Not really. I mean, the horror of war is its own thing, but it's not like a horror genre. I don't understand the nostalgic factor when it comes to games, unless the remakes and much better graphics. It's like anything, if you had fun doing it, you know? It's, you'll just look back on it, fun, good times, right? You know, like, you know, there was a song you liked or something, you know, and you hear it again, or because you were like doing something out there, like you were on a vacation or something, or you met someone you loved or something. You know, anytime there's any kind of event that you remember, there's like nostalgia for it. So a lot of us grew up playing games. Like, I still have fond memories of Final Fantasy VI. I would never play it again, because I played it like 30 times when it came out, but we also had very few games, so that's part of why. But I mean, that's really what it is. I'm kind of largely like immune to that sort of thing, because I still remember how they played. But you know, you know, each their own, I suppose. I'm just gonna say that as a rant there. Yeah, it's definitely that. It's hard to go back. I wouldn't want to play those games. People have fond memories of Chrono Trigger. I wouldn't play that ever again. I don't think it's that good of a game by today's standards, but it was also cool for the time, so there's that too. That's something also to think about. Something that was much better when it first came out. His times, memories, good times, people's lives, intro to gaming, stuff like that. Yeah. If you have fond memories of things, you're gonna have nostalgia for the good times. Like, it's perfectly normal to have nostalgia for the good times. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Right? This is the tedious part of optimization. Speaking of things take forever, by the way, from earlier. Let me get rid of that nav mesh. You really want to do this though, because the FPS will go way up. And this room's... I like the layout of it. The rest of it's not that great, but yeah, sure. Copy paste this. Let's see. I have quite the controversial takes. Do I? I don't even know if I do. I thought those are pretty normal for the horror genre. Have I seen it follows? I haven't actually. I used to watch a lot more horror films until I discovered I no longer have this thing called free time because I'm a game dev. So most of the free time I have is literally just, I can't copy the properties unfortunately. Literally just spent on getting ready for streams or prepping things or my other job. Like, free time is rare, so I don't have much of it. Well, I guess the other job doesn't count as a free time, but I'm definitely limited. So I don't watch anywhere near what I did. Probably like that. Gotta do it with these too. Merge actors, let's see. I kind of get that, but I wouldn't play a 2D platformer because that's Phil stuff when I was little. I mean, it depends. I think I like the 3D models in the 2D thing, but I mean, there's Metroidvanias that people play. People still play Hollow Knight. I enjoy Bloodstained quite a bit. So, but those are Metroidvanias. They're not like a regular platformer. There's more to them. I think that makes a big difference. Like, I don't like regular platformers. You make it a Metroidvania and I love it. You make it a regular platformer and I never want to play it. It's really very simple. Yeah. But I mean, to each their own. You don't have to play these games just because, you know, they exist, you know. Some people only like the new stuff. And to be fair, you know, I talk about, like, Alice Madness Returns as being my, one of my inspirations, but it's an art inspiration. It's not a gameplay inspiration at all, because the gameplay of that game is, well, not that great, honestly. It's very, it's got a wondrous world. It's very cool to look at. And some really generic 3D platformer. It's just really generic. It really doesn't bring a whole lot to the table. The shrink mechanic's probably the coolest thing it brings to the table. Otherwise, it's not great. It also has no bosses, except for the very end bosses. I don't know if you noticed that, but like when you fight the hare and the Mad Hatter, it's just a puzzle. It's not a fight. You don't actually battle them at all. Like, there's just no fights in that game. It's really funny to watch. I guess this is the same thing on both sides. I don't know why I'm doing it twice, right? I could just do the other. I need to move this down because I don't know why the rail's this high. Why is the rail that high? I have questions. They're not good questions. They're just questions. Maybe move down some. Make more sense if it was like right there. And then I'm just going to dupe this other one. Like, I'm not going to keep this. I'm just going to move this over. I mean, it's the same thing. It should work, right? That's how it should be fine. Okay, let's see. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, I don't like most 2D platformers because a lot of them follow very simple mechanics, playthroughs, and most unique 2D platformer I remember is Kid Chameleon. That's fair. Actually, there's an ad break going. I'll wait till the ad break's over to respond back to people's stuff. I don't want to make people hate themselves or something. Alright, people are back. Okay, so anyway, he said, I mean, I don't like most 2D platformers. A lot of them follow very simple mechanics, playthroughs. Mostly being 2D platformer I played was Kid Chameleon, yeah. Like, I mean, Kirby was pretty unique. There's ones that they had some good stuff. Nintendo did a lot of unique stuff. I mean, they're not usually enough, but I mean, Mega Man has got its own little flavor. I guess if I had to play a 2D platformer, Mega Man's a pretty solid choice. Not like the most ideal thing in the world, but I don't really want to play 2D platformers. I'm going to say it's not for me, but so. Games don't age nearly as well as music. That is true. Oh my gosh, I could listen to the Chrono Trigger like soundtrack any number of times and the music is still great. But I don't want to play the game. People love 60s music, but Atari looks like a joke very so yeah. I remember when we were excited to get an Atari from a garage sale. They were old at the time, so it's not like I'm so old that they were, you know, new by any stretch, but it's definitely was not something anyone was excited about. You're like, that's so cool, bro. Not really. But we were excited because they're like, this is something new until we got a Nintendo, and then the Atari was less exciting. We found a lot of them, though, and half the time they didn't work and we get weird games, so you never know. Some games sold up, some do. I mean, there's ones that nostalgia helps a lot. But it's hard for me to go back to any... I really can't see myself replaying anything like PS1 or back. I mean, if you paid me, sure, but I'm assuming you're not going to pay me to do it. Like, if I'm getting paid, I'll play all those games as much as you want, buddy. No problem. But since I'm probably not getting paid, yeah. Am I okay with this pipe as it is? I think so. Moving things around. Optimizations, yo. I'm probably going to make this room a lot more, like, steampunky in this in general. I'm going to make all this more steampunky. I think that's just going to be the plan. Maybe this should be the steampunk city. No, because it's too pirate themed. I don't know. Steampunk pirates is not unheard of. That is true. Let me think about that. And oh yeah, if you move anything even once it invalidates the actors, you have to click it again, by the way, for a merge actor. Let's see. Part of what made music what it is the interactive timing or raw instruments. I mean, nowadays it's digital and timing all the same. You get a lot of music sounds the same without, it's music. Yeah, I think that a lot of the AI music sounds very same. It's quickly gotten very boring. I was surprised how fast it got boring. I loved Donkey Kong Country back in the day. I hated Mario. It's fair. I mean, they definitely had their own flavors. Try to the platformers, never got into them. A Little Big Planet, Little Big Planet, I'm assuming, not plate. Unless there was a Little Big Plate. Cool, because the level creation. Yeah, building things is fun. Yeah, Planet, okay, director there. Also at me, I'm just saying your channel of horror opinions are very much aligned with one specific type of horror. I mean, probably fair. I don't know, I just don't consider gore horror necessarily, but I guess I'm just weird. Sound is much easier to reproduce because the bandwidth is much lower compared to visual input. Yeah. Music peep, but games will evolve with new hardware like 3D ones. Maybe. A lot of people are they just want games to be fun and they don't care so much, and that makes a big difference because a lot of games now focus so heavily on graphics they forget there was supposed to be some fun in there, and the cost gets really high for a lot of these games. So like, I don't like ultra realistic games at all. Because it feels like I could walk outside and get that. I want something that's at least a little bit different, a little bit more, have some sort of style to itself. It doesn't got to be like, completely different, but just something that makes it look like I didn't look out a window. Because I just can't get pulled into your world if it looks like outside. Because I find a lot of games don't pull me in very well anymore for that reason. Let's see. Not what you mean. It seems contrary to your last statement. Games haven't aged well as music. Wait, what? Are you talking to him, I assume? No contradiction. Oh, yeah, okay, so contradiction music doesn't benefit from remakes, but many games do. Here, remakes can be big in it. I wish sometimes the remakes benefit, sometimes the remakes are trash, but they can help. I think the Final Fantasy VII remake is more fun to watch. I don't know if I like the gameplay per se, but it's more fun to watch. Thanks for the follow. I survived the 90s. I did too. It was a time, no doubt. It was a good time, actually. Now I know I'm old. I'm looking back at a decade with fondness. Let's see, how many bands are doing remix the old songs? Mostly remixes in it? Maybe. Hard to say on that one. My soon-to-be brother-in-law brought me Amber to play retro games work. Ambernick? What's an Ambernick? I don't even know these things. The retro games at work, I'm playing Breath of Fire 3 on it. Oh yeah, Breath of Fire 3 is the one with the desert. Oh, screw that game. Hate that desert to this day. I've hated deserts ever since that game. Ugh. Breath of Fire 2 was peak in that series. I don't know why they continued. Take that, Breath of Fire 3 and 4. Well, there was like Breath of Fire, what, Dragon or something like that one where you would kill yourself to use your dragon powers. That was also stupid. I don't like where that series went. Remix usually involves material, but graphics remix are the same material, optimized and over. Okay. Well, I mean, it really depends what you do remake, but I mean, some remakes are just outright, they remake the whole game. After Unreal moved so far from style, Unreal, like, you can use any assets you want. You don't have to do hyper realistic stuff. And I mean, my game's not hyper realistic like that. I just think that you need a style to your game, and I really dislike when something looks real. I don't get pulled into your world. I just don't. There's nothing wrong with it. Other people like it. I mean, I'm not everybody. I'm obviously things exist for people. But it just doesn't work for me. I want to be pulled into a fantasy world, and I want the illusion of power. Because I just find it more fun. Window, pipe border. Guess I should actually accomplish a little bit, even if it's not much, just the tedious stuff as I go. Fusion AI makes good instrumentals, better than Udo Isuno? Really? I don't think I've actually even looked at that one. Oh, it's my list of ones to check out, why not? I mean, at some point people are going to use AI because it's simply expensive to make all the stuff yourself, or expensive to pay people. Like, it's expensive in time or expensive in money. And I can completely tell you that I basically have determination and a 12-pack to make this game as far as my budget, and the 12-pack ran out a long time ago. Like, I don't have money. Am I going to use AI? I'm trying not to. But without funding, there's no way I'll be able to afford some things. I know it for a fact. It's too expensive. So, I'll have to pick and choose my battles there. I'm going to try not to, though. I didn't realize this was sticking out. Okay, I'm gonna turn the lights on while I do this because it's just hard to tell if things are on near a wall or not. Yeah, I gotta get rid of all the brushes too on this level so it optimizes, because brushes are super unoptimized. You never want to leave them around if you can avoid it. But I use them to make all my levels. Let's see, I'm not saying the original band's remixing their songs, just remixing the music by others. Yeah, I hate when that happens. I really don't want to hear someone's remix of a song. Please just make something new. I really don't want to hear it. It's just not what I'm looking for in life. Just please don't. Or if you're gonna do it, don't show it to me. I don't want to hear it. I'm not interested. These are all level instances already. I need to decorate these rooms more. I'm tempted to make a pipe network here and not have a little cave. I'm also going to grab this one and use it over that one because this one has the spline point not deleted, so it's easier to have a better base of where it's going to be at. I can just zero that. And bang. Great Fusion is actually decent. Well, that's +2 for a fusion. I tried Suno, but well, first off, I looked at if you wanted to use the music in your game, and then I realized that if you've ever looked them up on Consumer Reports or there's another trust site, they have an awful rating. Like, you don't want to give them money. It's not going to work out in your favor. They are scammy, so it's really questionable. So I wouldn't use them anyway for that alone, even if I was going to use AI, which I'm not sure I'm going to. Like I say, I would prefer if I can get the Epic Mega Grant or any kind of funding. I'm not going to. If I can't, I might use it for the voice acting, because voice acting is so expensive. Holy crap. Damn. I can't voice act women either without AI, so... I just can't do a woman's voice. Unreal has made a push to get rid of rasters, rendering, do everything real-time systems like graphics, etc. Focus on pushing the realism. You don't have to use it like that. They have lots of systems. You can do anything you want with it. You don't have to use it like those things. You don't have to use something that Unreal makes. You can if you want. Went to all the trouble to make rocks here. Is that better? Style choices. As now the question is, can I do it? And then should AI be used? Yeah. At some point, it's just... I mean... It's like the photographers not wanting to use Photoshop when it first came out. They said it defeated the purpose of doing those things. It's just going to be something that people use. It's just, there's no two ways about it. Now, there will still be, you know, a place for you making your own stuff, too, because, well, AI tends to make things that are very samey. So that's a problem. But it'll a lot of come down to how people use the AI, I think, to augment what they were currently doing. Basically, the bad creators will use AI to just spit out whatever AI is going to make, and the good creators will find a way to turn it into something unique. That's what I see happening. I might leave these pipes for now. Well, I think I'm just going to leave it as little rocks here. I think it's more fun to have the rocks, so I'll just temper it. But for now, it's a little frowned upon by the community, so I've been a little less excited to use it. Plus, there's legality issues, which I'm trying to avoid legality issues. In time, though. I actually asked an AI for math on something. It's the first time I ever asked an AI for it was actually for figuring out the mini-map. I could not figure out the math for the life of me. And now it could never tell me how to integrate it with my game. AI is not capable of programming to the level this game would require. It can't take account of all the systems. It wouldn't be possible. But what it could do was give me the math necessary to figure out how to calculate where the position was going to be. Because I spent so much time on Google and all kinds of different, listings looking for people to solve this math here, and nobody had it. And even the AI had it wrong so many times over. I'm just like, nobody had it. It's terrible. Yeah, the voice converters I found weren't very good. They weren't very good at picking up inflection yet, at least when I tested them. There's some ones like Speechify is very good text to voice that is has like voice inflections and everything like that. It was very good. I was like, so it's the front runner if I had to do it myself for now. I'm not looking to do that necessarily, but I like to keep my options available because I have plans for if I get this amount of money, this amount of money, this amount of money. Where's my funding at? If I have no funding, whatever gets it done. If I have lots of funding, hey, I'll pay for the real stuff because I want the good stuff. We'll call this the secret hole pipe. Plan for the worst, hope for the best, right? I am going to try to get 25k out of Epic, though, if I can. I don't think they'll give me more than that, but I might be able to get 25k. Hell, they give me 5k. That's still better than what I have now. Not much. Because, well, how it's going to be. I only have so much cash, and all those medical problems I had really ruined my extra cash. I had so much cash set aside for this game, and then I stopped having a lot of cash after the American medical industry was done with me. Let me tell you, that was not cheap. And they never solved my problems, so they were a waste of my time. Fantastic. But hey, cool, I guess? Sure. Why not? Am I keeping the link on this one? Probably. Sure. I should also do all the brushes too. Let's see. Took 12 hours arguing with ChatGPT for it to tell me I need a default slot node for my character anime montages. There you go. Well, I mean, that's easy to find out in places though. Like any tutorial explaining how to do those, like any kind of animation will tell you about the default slots. I wouldn't even use AI for that. I don't think AI is very good for programming. I must say it. It's really not. It's just unable to account for big systems. It's not very up to date. Unreal suggested a bunch of I think I used Grok, right? And it suggested a bunch of nodes that didn't even exist anymore. And I was like, thanks, I guess. I just wanted the math. I was like, I just need the math there, buddy. You're not helping. Your whole system here is not going to work in anything I'm doing. I don't know what you're wasting my time for, but, oh, that's right. It puts SM before the thing. Stupid. So on the merge actor always puts SM underscore before everything. It's annoying. So I end up with duplicates. Yeah, I got, the more complex the system, you're very limited on what it can do for you. So I don't like it for simple anything. But when I couldn't find the math anywhere, I finally turned it to ask the question, what's the math? And it took a while, but I did figure it out after like 6 hours. Thus showing that AI is not ready for programming at the moment. It's really not. I think it's very good for voice acting. I haven't seen it generate good models yet. Once it can generate good models, I'll be probably making use of it for some things for certain. Just finding the models I need for steampunk is hard. Like, I want to pay people for this, but they don't exist, which is rough. So to garden moon type. So that's been really annoying, trying to find assets that work like that, and at some point they just don't exist. So I can't even pay people for something, which sucks because I want to. Music's also really hard to find when your story's about a steampunk story with dolls and stuff. Like, I'm looking for almost like an Alice Madness Returns type of childlike, a corrupted childhood feel, and that is a rare music type, especially when you want combat music. Oh god. They don't usually make combat music for corrupted childlike things. That's weird. LMs are bad at generative performance code. Yep. It takes a lot of time for routine stuff like writing widgets and skill requests. Manage these blueprints, so I haven't really needed much of any stuff like that. Not that I've been going that fast today. I'm just kind of derping around, to be honest. I should be going faster, but I also like chatting, so I also created a mini map system over the weekend. I did the Steam page over the weekend. So if I don't even get that much done the rest of the time, I don't even care. Because I spent so much time already working on it. I expect chocobos to jump out at any moment when this track is playing. I'm just saying. Everyone may continue. That's what I was thinking. I think it's just those two. Yeah. Okay. I can always move it up if I want later. I'm not sure if I'm going to. I'm probably not going to. Because it's just a problem. That whole under area is going to be a little weird, so I might need to change up how it plays. But that's fine. Let's get all adjacents on this. What you said before I left, I can fairly update on real stuff, so I understand that real has a lot of tools, but the caveat is that this version of 6 is the engine that's forced developers into that pipeline because the documentation is not complete. Essentially, the only people who know how it works are people working on official Epic teams. Only ones who know how the new engine works, so essentially the creators where devs are working in previous version meant to buy workflow. That's not really true. You don't have to use any new tools. They actually didn't add any new workflow things in 5.6. They didn't change anything. They added metahumans. That's pretty much it. They added metahumans into the engine. You don't have to use them. You're not obligated to use any. They add all kinds of things. This engine's designed for making movies. It's designed for architectural stuff. It's designed for, like, you know, CAD things or whatever. It's like designed for doing weird, you know, stuff and making games. So you don't have to use anything they make. You're never forced to use anything. They keep all the old stuff in. It's just you can use it. You can disable it. So I mean, like, you're never forced, and it's not a thing. They're also famous for having 9 million systems because they just abandoned something that's only half done. So if you adopt their new crap, you often run into the problem if it's never finished. Then you're just like, that was helpful. Oh wait, I guess it wasn't. Cool. That happens a lot. So if you adopt something new with theirs, remember that you're playing with fire. Because they might never finish it. And you might just have this broken mess that you've adopted because that's just what they do. Like, I'm using the game animation sample and I already know full well that there's a danger. They never finished that. They gave me 2 versions, that's awesome, but it's still full of experimental trash that you can't, you know, that, I mean, like, it's got some bugs and there's no way to fix them. You're just sad if there's problems. It's still better than what I got though, so I'm using it because it really does help my game. Same with Megalites, so Megalites is not as experimental, but it's still pretty experimental. There's a lot of things that are experimental. The joke is that something isn't ready until many years after they release it. They just like to hype up new stuff, but nobody actually uses it for released games because, well, first of all, it's going to take many years after a new thing comes out to get sealed up in a released game anyway, since, you know, obviously it takes time to make a game with it. But it's definitely not quite what you think. There's not a lot of force of anything. In fact, I actually give you money to people doing 2D stuff right now. So if you want to do like 2.5D stuff in Unreal and everything like that, or just 2D stuff in general, you have a good chance of getting a mega grant. Just a fun little thing to note. Unreal is a small side project compared to the enormous pile of cash flow. Yes. Well, Unreal exists because of Fortnite, right? Like, I mean, like, the current version of, like, the whole engine is literally because Fortnite's built with it. So, you know, they... Wait, didn't I convert this into a thing? What happened? There we go. For some reason it just didn't merge these two. That is weird. Try it again, but this time with feeling? I'm guessing feeling is involved. Huh. That's really strange. Okay. Sure, whatever. All adjacent surfaces. Say the pipeline between 4 and 5 is so drastically different, they don't explain a lot of things. So dad is going to move to the new engine, establish franchise, can't because I mean, the info is not sparse anymore. There's lots of info about 5. It's actually really easy to move from 4 to 5. So pretty much everything's explained. It's just the newest features aren't always the most explained, but that it takes people on YouTube almost no time to explain it. So they'll quickly have it figured out. And then, you know, they just tell everybody. Epic has terrible documentation. That is completely true. Their documentation is just famously trash. Good luck. But it's easily well known how to do everything in this. It's really not that difficult. Am I going from 4 to 5? Yeah, I mean, I did it. It's actually easy. It'll offer to do it and actually offers to make a backup for you because it's like, you should make a backup first. And you do. You just make a backup and you're fine. Nothing special required. You don't have to do anything cool. You want a backup just in case, but you shouldn't have any problems. I'm building a game made from the same mechanics for this, not migrating. I mean, the blueprints are the same and like everything is basically the same. There's just a few extra systems included. There's not much. I built in 4 and I built in 5 and the difference is not really there in how they operate. They're basically the same thing. Well, I got an extra thing on here. Where did you come from? Really? How are you selected, buddy? Click this. And then click this. Mostly they're just extra features they've added. You don't have to use them either. You can still build things exactly the same way as you did in 4, if you want. I mean, I don't know if I want to, but there's some things that are improved by far. There's some things they did force on you, I think. Mostly the retargeting system has now been forced since 5.4. You're not forced to use things like PCG graphs. You're not forced to use Nanite. You're not forced to use DirectX 12. In fact, I have all these turned off because they are terrible. I am going to start making tutorials. I had to spend a bunch of time making the Steam page stuff. I have 2 jobs. I have this and I have my regular job. So it's like 80-hour work weeks. So it's finding time to make all the stuff for Steam. It was rough. I also made it way too big in my head for what it was to do. I thought it was going to be all this stuff, and I just had to break it down into pieces, just one at a time, do each thing, as I had free time, and it made it much easier. I don't know. I've never had hundreds of people involved. I mean, have you ever made a game with hundreds of people involved? That's kind of the thing. Like, you probably haven't. So it's like, I can't really say the pipeline's different. They have, big companies have their own pipelines for how they do stuff, like things that they do. So you can kind of, I mean, there's no, Unreal doesn't force you to follow a lot of anything. You could just kind of do whatever you want. You don't have to use like behavior trees if you want. You don't have to use state machines. You could just use blueprints to do your AI. That's what I do. It's like, I think there's 4 different ways to do AI in this, and you don't got to use any of them. Well, you have to pick one, obviously, because there's only 4 conceivable ways. Actually, there's 5. You could actually write it in C++ if you hate yourself. That is an option. Okay. Does this want to work? I botched that multiple times. I hate myself for how bad I did on there. Nobody saw any of that. It was correct the first time. I could remove this extra material if I want, but what I'm actually going to do is just do this and just keep 2 materials. I don't care enough to deal with that. I do need to add collision though. I'm just going to use complex as simple though, because Unreal has a really hard time finding that hole in the middle there. So I just don't usually bother to try to do it. Like, it can't do it. Auto convex can't find it. Verse looks very interesting. Some kind of software transactional memory. I actually don't know what Verse is. He probably does force devs in pipeline without guidance. Force the big dev. It doesn't really force much. It really doesn't. You'd be surprised. You're not really forced to do hardly anything. I mean, every engine has some things you're forced to do no matter what. Because that's just how the engine operates, but like I say, you're not really forced into much of anything. You don't have to use anything they've added in 5. In fact, most of the performance things aren't even good. Like I say, Nanite's famously terrible for performance. There's actually threads all over the, Unreal forums about it. And they have a big, huge thing where they have all the testing and like to show how bad it is. How difficult it is to even make any games with it. But you're not forced to use Nanite, you're not forced to use DirectX 12 either. You're not forced to use Lumen. There's actually screen space as another option for lighting, or you can just do what I do, which is not use one of those at all. And just, adjust the lighting normally. You don't actually need to use a specific system. Sure. But just because they use it doesn't mean you have to. You're not forced to. And the benefits aren't really there for necessarily anyone. I mean, you can use it, but you're not forced to. And that's what I'm saying, is you're not forced to do anything if you don't want to. You can make games without it. A lot of games, very few games use Nanite. Actually, most AAA games you played were made in Unreal 4, believe it or not. Because it takes a lot of years to make a AAA game, and Unreal 5 is like less than 3 years old. And so, most AAA games haven't had time to even make it. Companies haven't had time to make a game in Unreal 5. Should be about 5 years before you really start seeing them. So, it's gonna be a minute, There's a lot more freedom than you think. You'd be surprised how much freedom you really have if you want it. But a lot of people get really just caught up in a belief that something has to be a certain way. That's why there's people come here and tell me that I have to use behavior trees. I'm not gonna. I think they're terrible. I think they're just trash for performance. I think they're trash for like how quick it takes to make your game. I think they just in general bring nothing to the table other than making things more complicated for no reason. But you're welcome to use them. By all means, go ahead. I don't care. Whatever gets your game finished is the correct answer. That's my philosophy on it. If it's not going to finish your game, it's the wrong answer. Don't do it. But if you're going to finish your game because of it, it's the right answer. I think I need to shrink this a little bit before I do that because it's kind of stuck in the wall up there. But that's my usual advice, people. Finish your game. Whatever finishes your game is right. If it doesn't finish your game, it's wrong. Don't do it to yourself. Finish your game. Well, I would say that's why I said most games. But I mean, there are exceptions. Like Expedition 33 was also made in Unreal 5. There's not 0 games made in it. It's just you aren't going to see many. It's just about every game is like that. Oblivion Remastered I don't think counts. It's a remaster. So, I mean, like, they just upgraded the graphics on things. They didn't have to make a game from scratch. So I don't really count remasters. You were saying it just doesn't work for bigger studios. Non-AAA studios are struggling with their pipeline. You have to redo it and join UE5 or still. I mean, obviously, you're gonna have to make some change from UE4 and UE5. I mean, not everything is the same. It's just most things are the same. There are some systems that got added you don't gotta use. If your game worked in UE4, then just pipe it over to UE5 and turn off, switch it back to DirectX 11 and turn off Nanite. You basically have UE4 now. Yeah, pretty much. I'll turn off Lumen too while you're at it. Then you don't have to bake your lighting too, which is amazing. Oh my gosh. You don't have to ever do that again. I'll bake it. That alone is worth moving down to Unreal 5 right there. That part sucked. Let me tell you, I hated that. I hated that so much. Holy crap. It was not pleasant, to say the least. I do miss the cloth physics. I think the cloth physics was better in 4 because it was way more performant. They say this one's more accurate. Yeah. I can't tell the accuracy, but I can sure see the performance difference. So, you know, make of that what you will. This is the bilge and ship's pantry. Sure. I started putting him in A because of that there. SM bilge, ship's pantry, wall. Oh, there's a world grid material on there. Stupid world grid material. I'm not going to redo it just to get rid of that world grid material. I know I could do this to kind of maybe reduce... I don't care enough. Some optimizations take so long to do, and I'm not that worried about it. Right now I'm just making it so that things are... there's no more brushes on this level. Those geometry brushes are terrible for performance. Like, they're just the worst thing. Right, if you have a large scope project, you've carried over the engine for years, what do you do if there's no documentation on certain systems documentation, like you said, about nanite, a lot of complaints when it doesn't define? And so, I mean, it exists now, plenty of it now. I mean, Epic literally says with new stuff that you shouldn't use it in games that are in production. Like any of the stuff that's like in beta or experiment, it gives you warnings, say don't use this in your production games. Now, if you're an indie, you might still want to, because let's just be real here. You know, you take what you can get, right? Like, you play with fire, because if you don't play with fire, you're not going to manage to make a game that's just, you know, hot like that. You know, it's going to take some work. Fine. But if you've already made a game, your game's already like really far along, you probably shouldn't switch. You should probably wait until your game's finished and start the new game on there. So I would recommend, you know, like, and those big companies obviously aren't switching. Like, I mean, they would have to have a legit reason, and it costs a lot of money for them to switch. They ain't gonna do that. They're gonna wait and finish their game. So, and then at that point, they'll use the new pipeline setup, which is really easy to do because 5.6 adds a lot of things that make things easier for them. In fact, they're kind of, a lot of new stuff is designed for them. Like the whole game animation sample system, all the movement with the chooser and everything. It requires so many animations to be convincing and good. It's not really built for indies at all. I'm just sitting there and blending my animations on top of it because it looks better than what I had. So I'm like, okay, I'll use it. But I don't have enough animations to use like for all the weapons and that. Like they can afford to do that and get like, you know, 200 animations so you can swing your weapon perfectly. I don't got that. So I just have like a simple, like, you know, blend space of like 8 animation directions or something like that for moving the top body with the weapon. And then like 500 animations for the lower body. It's fine, don't worry about it. So when you see that, like, you know, Witcher Tech demo or whatever, that's what they can do because they have the ability to do that now because Epic made this system that just does it for you. Whereas I'm like, I don't have a mocap studio? Like, Metahumans is for them too, because they can design a lot of the clothing much more efficiently like that. They can make better skins for the metahumans, stuff like that. You can use metahumans yourself, but I mean, I couldn't even make them look good. Like, they looked good in the making thing, but in the actual game I put in, they looked horrible. I was like, how do you even make this look good? It's designed for them, not for me. I mean, there's metahumans in Final Fantasy VII Remake. The also Expedition 33's characters are all metahumans too. Remember, Game says looking to make an next game franchise already established. Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, they'll obviously have to change for a new system, but they don't have to use any of these new things. These things are just stuff that makes their life better. They don't have to. You can turn everything off. You're not forced to use anything. You just can't. And they might use it. They might not, too. I mean, if it's not going to work for them, they can use it. I wouldn't. Broken compass. Oh. That is half the fun, though. You're not forced into too much. Some things you are forced into. You're forced into that new cloth physics. And I hate it. I hate it so much. But, you know, I get a better retargeting system, so the retargeting system is worth dealing with the Chaos Cloth. Everyone hates Chaos Cloth, but it's still worth it because that targeting system is so good. Paper Tree's been there for a while. Yes, they have. They've been around since well into Unreal 4. Maybe Unreal 3. I don't know. I don't know much about Unreal 3, so I can't say. Paper Trees have been there for a while. So I'm thinking it can be more optimized now. I mean, yeah, like they might have. Like amount of files that something big like you logic in 1 or 2 events. Yeah, I find that there's a lot of extra steps, and they seem like a programmer trap. Like if you have a bunch of programmers, it's great, but if you're a solo dev, it just takes so much more time to implement with blueprints. Right, but if you're one of those studios, you want the system integration for next year, right? I mean, you only use what you're going to need for your game. You only want which, I mean, not every game needs all these things. You'd be surprised. Nintendo is not looking at their Mario game going, I gotta have like their super realistic fidelity. They don't care. You know, like you use whatever's necessary for your game. If there's a tool there, you know, that could help your game out, use it. But you're not forced into it, and every AAA company is not necessarily using them either. They might use it, but there's no guarantee. It's just, is this useful to us? If so, cool. If not, don't have to use it. Oh, there's an extra cylinder brush here. No. This is why I have to double check things, because this cylinder brush does literal nothing, because it's, you know, obviously rectangular. I didn't know it was there. Phantom cylinder. Nice. Am I keeping what's here? I think so. Yeah, because I was going to put like a friend thing here. There's a hole in this wall. Am I okay with this? Wait, is this wall a full wall? Wait, this wall is already complete? No. Weird. Okay. I need this, I need this, I need one more. This is how we optimize the level, optimize the level, optimize the level. I don't have any good ideas for creating an area for this yet, so that's why I'm doing the tedious crap, because that's how I do it. You know, I do the tedious stuff, so this way I don't have to do it later. I think I got it. It's really hard to click these little stupid square thingies. I'll merge them and see what happens. When in doubt, I can always undo it. Let's see. Nintendo to use the proprietary engine? Maybe. A lot of people are switching to Unreal because companies can be trained. I think the schools can train people on it, so it's easy to get new workers instead of having to train them on your proprietary engine, which will take time. So it saves a lot of money. Many humans can be a great starting point to improve by ZBrush or Blender. Yeah, I think that might be how they make them look better. They looked really good in the editor, but man, my results were terrible. They were not pretty, let me tell you. So it's definitely something for AAA studios, people who can afford to have artists that can do all that crap, and I don't have all that money, so I'm clearly not doing that like they're doing, which is fine. I mean, you know. What's this room called? I forgot. I like how you can move around. I think even when that's up. That's the gangway and crow's nest. There we go. Yeah. Gangway. I named them after ship names. Can't type. Gangway. Crow's nest. Wall. Edit. I take off. I appreciate you having this conversation. Oh yeah, anytime. I love chatting. If you get me talking, I mean, I always want to talk. I literally show up so I can chat about this stuff. And I also work on the game too. And there's plenty of points where nobody talks, so I have lots of time to work, so I don't even mind talking for hours. But yeah, definitely, I'll be around. Catch you later. And thanks again for the bits. Thank you, thank you. All right, did this one come out the way it was supposed to, or did I miss one? Sometimes I miss them. Oh, and I got it. I see the light. Yeah, I made the whole building with geometry brushes. Everyone should use geometry brushes. That's actually one of these that pulled me into Unreal Engine in the first place, was geometry brushes. Most of the time I just use complex as simple because like there's a few ways you can go about this. The if it's a simple solid thing. You could just add like a, you know, box collision and it'll just automatically resize it to that. You can also try auto convex and then play with these numbers and it'll try to apply a collision to this that will work, but it usually has a really hard time finding these holes, I find. So I've kind of just given up trying. The other way is you could put it in a blueprint and you can actually add the collision as like collision things in here and then merge it. Like use the merge actor on it and it'll actually merge it into a static mesh with all the collisions. That's a fun one. But most of these complex is simple. If you're going to simulate physics on it, you can't use that, but if it's just a stupid wall, it really doesn't have that much on it to cause problems, so it shouldn't be an issue. If it is, there's plenty of walls in here that would have already been an issue, you know? Just saying. But yeah, one of the things I actually found, as far as metahumans went, when I was testing it, was that they can actually take your model for your character and then try to make a metahuman that looks like, and did that for Poppet, who looks not great in the light, by the way, but she's not supposed to. And it was interesting. She looked really young. It was crazy how young she looked. I wonder if I even have it still. I'm pretty certain I have it somewhere. Like, I mean, she looked so young. Yeah. When it tried to metahumans like that, this is what it came up with based on Poppet's model. I just grabbed one of the metahuman hairs. And I didn't bother to do her shoulders, so I just put the thing over there. But you got an idea of what they thought she would look like. Obviously, those super realistic eyes are disturbing, and I don't like those. She would need, like, toy eyes. And I made her a little older in testing, and it came out like this. And I also gave her a different skin to test it out and made her less thing. It didn't look good. It came out looking so bad in the engine. But when in the maker, it looked okay. Like these look, well, they looked okay in the maker thing. But then in the engine, do I have the picture of that still? I think I do in the Discord. Have to scroll back, so I put it in Poppet Quest special little thing. So I have a thing to document those. Yeah. And turn on streamer mode. Okay. So she came out looking like this, basically. I guess. Discord, seriously. Whatever, you can see the pictures. They didn't look good, as you can see. He did not look anywhere close to this. Like, what happened? They don't have the same chin. What happened? The head's squished and weird, that's rounded here. It just, there was nothing the same about those. So, it was bad. 0 out of 10. It was quite ugly. Yes. Ugly indeed. Where's this cylinder brush? Are you another Phantom cylinder? I guess so. Oh. It's called a cylinder, probably because I changed the shape on it. Wait a second, does that mean the other one did something? Or is it just a Phantom? No, it was a Phantom, that wall's complete. Oh. Okay. Well, I don't think I'm going to change these walls anymore. I think they're probably fine as they are. This is not a brush. Isn't it? There's still a lot of these things. There's 27 of these brushes on here. Every new brush makes each previous one, makes it take longer and longer to interact with them. So you want to get rid of them. The third chapter currently has like 117 brushes on it at the moment. It's the biggest mess. Because I'm not sure what I want to do with it yet. Like, I want to make a toy city. It might go medieval on it. Might be just a little steampunk city in there too. Depends on what I want to go with. I don't know. Am I going to make anything else here, or is it just going to be this wall here? I think it's just this wall here. This is... Are you not a brush? What are you? You're a brush. Well, why can't I select that? Also, why does this go so high up? Oh, because it goes under that. Okay. I guess my question with this particular thing is there going to be a hole going through here into this? I think so. Because I think what I want there to be is, I want you to be able to get to the shop here, but I want you to have to go through like an optional boss or something to get to the shop. Because I don't want the shops to just be something you find easily. I always make you earn some of these weird side areas. Plus, it's just more fun to have weird areas. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a hole in this thing up here. I probably should have kept one of these little things the right size to get a hole of this going, right? I don't know. I made all these with geometry brushes too, if you're curious. I need a 4-way. Do I have a 4-way available? I guess I'll have to grab one, sure. I guess I don't need a 4-way. I could have a 3-way. Oh my. So if there's a 3-way pipe, where am I going to drop it at? Do I drop it over here? I could. Like in this corner, maybe? Well, at that point, it could just be like a normal 3-way pipe. Instead of a 2-way. I could just grab one of these pipes. RFG this one and then just rotate this. Or actually, I don't have to rotate. I just... No, I do want to rotate it. A lot of times when I'm optimizing, that's when I come up with new ideas for areas, so you'll see me sit there and derp with things for a bit until I figure out what I want to do with it. Very common. Match that up there. This is just a spline. Yeah, like ducts were not a thing that existed, so I just had to make all my own stuff. Like hollow ducts and everything. Same with pipes. Like just hollow pipes did not exist, so I was very sad. I was like, but I want hollow ones. And they're like, no. And I'm like, oh. That's unfortunate. Don't delete that spline point. Add one. Something like that. I'll have to go add them each one here and just like put the points where I want these to be. So it looks like it's a little more. But I was gonna have a boss fight in here and then you run through these things, get that, and then this way here. I can always just wall you off into this boss arena so you can't get out. I have a thing for that. Oh man, YouTube is slow today. That's okay. YouTube doesn't even pay me, so they can be slow. I wonder if I've been testing out having two versions going. There's like a shorts version of the stream on YouTube and a regular version. And you know, one of the streamers I know, like he was saying it was so good, so wonderful, and so far it's might just be hurting my traffic. I'm like, this is not getting any traffic to these. They seem like a waste of time. I don't know why you would ever want to watch someone do Unreal Engine on a short stream. Like, you can't see anything. It's weird. I have so many questions. Yeah, that's one of my experiments I'm doing lately. Just testing it out and see if it works. Make it subtractive. Let's slow this down because I'm working in a tiny area. You're lurking? Yeah. But are you lurking on the short stream or the regular stream? Looks like you're lurking on the regular stream. Yeah, like the regular stream seems to get viewers. It's the short stream doesn't at all. So I haven't really seen the value in it. I don't know how you do it because he's like, oh, I got like 10,000 views on this stream and I don't get any views on my normal. I was like, man, I don't even get like. I get like 20 views on there, I'm in shock. For the those, it's so strange. I'm like, you sure there, buddy? Oh, like 2.5, I guess. Yeah, I'm probably gonna run pipes anyway through here, so it probably doesn't have to be too perfect. Got me on a big screen? Hell yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, I just don't understand the shorts thing. Yes, I like that you have me on the big screen. I feel much more, like, you know, superior that way. Like the chosen one. Hell yeah. That's probably a good enough size. Maybe off to the side a little bit here. Apparently, if I can ever get to 1,000 subs on YouTube, there's I get the ability to raid people on YouTube. But you only get that feature if you have over 1,000 subs. I was like, huh, wow. That'd be the kind of feature you'd want before you had 1,000 subs, you know? So you could try to build, I don't know, more traffic. Or like, you know, get people raiding you back. But you have to enable it and, well, have that 1,000 subs. Yeah, that's just it. The vertical view sucks. Like, I saw someone else do it and I was like, you can't get this to fit. Like, it's too small. What would you ever use this for? But I figured I'd test it, and so far the results have been terrible. So I'm gonna take this, and then I'm gonna take one of these and just drag them over, I guess. Not that one, because it's like way off on where the delete mark is. This track exists to remind me that I am going to make the other game I was making some year. I don't know when. I don't know how. But the other project I was working on will eventually get made. Probably. Or it'll get folded into Poppet Quest somehow. If I make Poppet Quest 2. I do have ideas for Poppet Quest 2. Assuming this one proves popular. Enough to make it 2. I mean, if it gets moderate success, I'd make it 2. Hey there, everyone. How's it going? Hello, hello. I forget that the chat asked people can talk on the screen if they want, right? Yeah. You guys will have to let me know if it hides itself too fast, because I eventually put a hidden on it after a while due to the fact that there'd be hours where nobody would talk and it was just the same message sitting there for like hours. It was like, kind of weird. 0 out of 10. Not the best. I'm gonna turn this into a storage room. There must always be a storage room. It's a rule. And Annie must always be inside the storage room watching. I guess I get more boxes. Do I just use the same boxes all the time? This is actually a very tall room. With their little hat house. Yeah, I'm glad I got rid of the rescue mechanic. The rescue mechanic made no sense. Also, oh, is this why there's 2 of her? Is that what's happening? Oh, wait. Here, I think I'm just going to spawn in Annie's on here. I gotta fix some of her problems too at some point. Well, that's a different tale for a different time. That time is not now. We're in now, not then now. Yes. Oops. Oh. I didn't grab the thing here. I'm trying to grab her animation and stuff and it doesn't work. Let's see. Talk in the chat. Hey Nexus, how's it going? I'm doing level design because my brain is just kind of fried on doing polish at the moment. Actually, I'm just not fried. I'm just bored of it at the moment. So whenever I don't feel like I'm doing anything interesting, switch it up. She spawns her own building in, right? Let me double check that she does that. She's inside there, all right. I can see her waving around. I don't know why those spawn on top for, though. I can't really age load her. I'll have to figure out a good system for that. She also doesn't spawn her building anymore. Did I take that out? I might have forgot to put it back in. No reference to the building, you say? Oh, of course not, because it's on the NPC. Smart. Smart. Interesting. Oh, it's under savable. Actually, I should probably have an is valid in this here. Actually, spawn building might already have an is valid. Let me double check. Yeah, it already does. I mean, don't gotta do it twice, and then despawn building should happen on the end of the thing if they're a shop. Actually, I just look up despawn building where you're at. Where my despawn at? Why is DirectX 12 bad for performance? Well, when I turn it on, I lose a whole bunch of FPS, between like, 10 to 20 FPS. And then the engine starts crashing every couple hours too. Some rooms become impossible to go into. Why does that cause a like, what causes that? That I don't know. I just know when I enable it, my performance tanks. And Nanite doesn't help. Nanite tries. I would probably use Nanite if I didn't require DirectX 12. The real culprit behind Nanite being not good is DirectX 12. And Lumen's also part of the DirectX 12 problem. Now there might be some things you could do to optimize it and make it work. I just don't know anyone who's figured it out besides like AAA studios, and most of what they do is so work intensive that I wouldn't be able to do it. Not realistically, so. I'm sure there's some sort of like high-minded technical example for why it takes more resources. I wish I had it for you. I might need to split the Amazons up into different floors. Well, it's much more complicated compared to 11. It's supposed to be more optimized. I think that if you know what you're doing and you have the team to make it more optimized, it can be on the upper end. It's just on the lower end and the middle end and mid end, it just isn't. It's not really there. Like, you really just need the huge workforce, and like, if you're a solo dev or small team, I don't think you should use it. Yeah, Vulcan vs. Open Jail. Yeah. There really are a lot of things in Unreal that are definitely designed for big teams. That really do seem like you're trying to squeeze a bit of extra, you know, performance, a bit of extra fidelity, a bit of extra everything out of. But the cost in labor to get that bit is so high that it isn't usually worth it for most people who aren't like a big studio. It's just like, well, you could achieve the mid-level with like 5 people, but to achieve the high level, you need 100, you know, like... It's like, to achieve that a bit above that, you'll need like an extra 50 people. It's like, but the difference isn't that big, but there's definitely a lot of things that are like that. I guess instead of spawning the building, actually that. Am I going to make an entirely new system to do different floors for what they're on and then a different set of buildings and spawns locations? Or am I just going to make a bunch of different, just duplicate the NPC and just change the, I think I just duplicate the NPC and change the variables. There's only one NPC that's going to be on 4 floors, right? The shopkeeper. And she'll spawn in with different items every time, so I'd have to have a different shopping list too for every floor. Is that worth it? Nobody else is going to use it? That seems like a programmer solution would be to make this ridiculously extendable system, but the intelligent solution is to just duplicate it a handful of times, because it's only got to be duplicated 4 times, and each one's just going to change some variables. One gets it done a lot faster. So we're going to go with that, get it done faster. That's solo dev. Chapter 1. Besides, I can change how she looks too. Oh look, it actually changed the number for me. How kind of it. Yeah, see chapter 3 and chapter 4. Oh, you faked. But yeah, my advice to everyone is test your project with DirectX 11 enabled instead and see what happens. Just do it. I mean, it'll take like maybe like, I don't know, 10 minutes of your time for it to recompile some stuff or whatever. Do it on a duplicate of your project too, in case you want to have to undo everything. And just see your performance difference. It's weird. It's so much better. You do lose Nanite and Lumen though, so if for some reason your project wants those, you know, you do what you gotta do. You know, I actually have a Pirate Annie. So hear me out. This could turn out better than I expected. I have an idea here. So let's take the old Pirate Annie here. And Pirate Annie famously has a beard and a, you know, a hat and a mustache. I thought they were funny. Remembering a skill of interest now for use later, since it's such a common thing in many different types of games. Why? I'm only making Metroidvania games. Why put in all this effort for a game that I won't be making for years from now? If I need to expand it later, I'll expand it later. Right? That's how I do it, right? It's just, unless you're gonna use it sometime soon. But yeah, it's beautiful. I think that's a trap a lot of people fall into. They try to make the perfect, template for something, and they never realize that they never get it done. And do only the work you need. Like, if for some reason you need to do more, go ahead. But otherwise, we really don't want to do extra work. And this game is not going to make use of duplicate NPC. Like, it's not going to... She's the only shop that appears in. There might be a couple other shops in the game, but they're only going to be, like, narrow where they're at. They're going to be, like, one time here or one time there. This will be the only one where she's on 4 different locations. But also, I'm going to make her, have different outfits, too, so... By splitting her up, I can easily turn her into completely different things, which I think is more fun. Anyway... She should be dressed all theme-like. Like a baller. Hell yeah. Nice job copying exactly nothing? Did you not get the mesh? You didn't get the meshes. What happened? Wait, there's no mesh asset on these. Okay. Huh. Yeah, but I'm already not certain. Oh, I see. They're down there, Tiny. I'm already not certain I can get everything done I want in time anyway, so never do any more than I have to. Let's see. Maybe not Lumina good for filmmaking? Oh, definitely. The thing is performance, but if you want just it to look pretty, sure. Also, nanite really, like, if you use things with, like, millions of triangles, then yeah, nanite's way good, but I'm not even doing super realistic graphics, so it's not that handy for me at all, because exactly that, it's not realistic stuff I'm doing. I don't benefit from it like a lot of people would. Well, like the film does, but film doesn't care as much about performance. Since, it doesn't have to deal with player interaction. Now, these just didn't get anything in the right locations, did they? This is like a weapon, I think, so it goes on her torso. This is the worst copy paste I've seen in ages. That's her hat. I'm actually half tempted to duplicate the other one. I think I will. Because there's nothing on here that's particularly unique or new. It's just I would be copying the dialogue for this. So if I just copy the pirate one, I don't have to do that. Love it. Hell yeah. I figure dress up is going to be really important for the dolls. I figure, Charlotte would enjoy dressing up the dolls. I mean, why wouldn't she? She has nothing better to do with her time. So she might as well dress them up in weird ways and terrorize them. Right? How do you think animations without mocap? Well, you can simply... Well, most times it's easier just to duplicate an animation and then just start moving things around as you see fit, because when you open animation... You find my Stacko animations here. I have lots of animations here. Not those. You can either buy them or whatever you want. Like Mixamo has lots of free ones as well. it has to be a... There's a key option. Can I not click a bone? Click the bone, click the bone. Say I can move a bone around. And if I move it to wherever I want, and then I can hit, like, you know, I'm sure button, hit a key, and then from that point on, the animation will work off that. So you can actually adjust animations now. So his arm will be all weird now. Obviously, I don't want to do that, but so you can actually maneuver animations that way by changing things like that. 9 times out of 10, if you're a solo dev, unless you need something specific, I recommend just buying an animation pack and moving on, or using Mixamo. Because Mixamo is also free, and, you know, it's all mocap animations. So if you've never used Mixamo, see if it loads to load Mixamo. Yeah, this site here, it's free to sign up, and then they just huge legions of animations. You can even have them, you know, put your model into and retarget them to that and everything if you want. And, you know, you have a pretty good library of those. So I recommend Mixamo if you don't have any ones and don't want to spend any money. Guess I can link in the chat too. Otherwise, you can just, you know, duplicate some of your current animations and just start moving them around so you can get your own animations out of that, and that's one way to do it. I also make animations in DAZ if it's for DAZ models. That's not too bad. So on that one. Expo on that one, and the Kick stream, though. I don't know if anyone's even watching the Kick stream, but that's okay. Maybe someday I'll get viewers on Kick. I don't think so. Worth a try. So yeah, those are good, but I usually just recommend buying an asset pack that has a bunch of animations. Unless you really need something unique. But if your game is just like a fantasy RPG or something, you probably could just get away with doing the other. You don't really have to do this unless you want to. Mentioned filmmakers have an extra patient for game, but that's fair. There's a whole bunch of new animation stuff that they've included in 5.6 and everything that I didn't really look into. I'm gonna say it. Movie making is not my field of expertise or interest for the most part, so I really can't offer you too much on insight on the new tools. I would say looking into them because they added a bunch of stuff that's supposed to really help for like motion matching how things move and stuff, so you can just do it in timelines and things. I'm probably gonna look into a bit for when I actually do like the intro cutscene for the game and the you know, ending cutscene. But I ain't there yet. I'm not. We can pretend like I am. That would just be me lying. So yeah. Yeah. But it seemed really cool what they could do. I'm obviously make Hollywood movies in it, so there's that. Does she not have a type? I can spell, I swear. You're going to use UA to generate backgrounds? That's fair. Let's just copy these. Yeah, they can do a lot of neat things. Unreal Engine's so big that, you know, if you don't, like, you know, focus on it, it can be a real problem. I guess I just can't get all these gameplay tags, so direct copy, I have to manually enter them. Fine. I'm moving this over to the other window and I'm just going to copy things over. Might have been easier to move everything in the location for the Annie's on thingy. True. I guess I probably want a gameplay tag for Annie though. I should probably do that. Sure. I don't know if they need any kind of interactions or things done with the Puppet Master, but just in case, we might as well have it. It might matter. This is how I identify everything now, just gameplay tags. It's so good and it's so easy to just yank all of them at one shot. I think you reasonably the 1 inch chilling regardless what you want to do. Yeah, it's describing reasonable the best one there. The strong suit, as many weak ones that come with it, and Jack Walsh. Yeah. I mean, if your plan was to make 2D games on mobile, you're probably better off using Unity. Or Godot. Probably. Because Unreal's not a 2D engine, it's not going to pretend like it's a 2D engine. You can try to make it pretend like it's a 2D, but it's not a 2D engine. It's just not. So, you know. It is what it is. I don't know, popular engines, jack of all trades, use even more. I mean, you know, yeah. These engines are capable of basically making any game you want for the most part, so there's not a lot of downside to them. I don't really think that a heavily focused engine is honestly worth worth learning. I think that it's so limiting. It's kind of like the RPG Maker thing, where you could use an RPG Maker engine to make your little JRPG, but you could also use, like, you know, Unity or Unreal to do it and have way more options of what you can accomplish, instead of being just stuck in this rigid thing and spending a huge amount of time learning an engine, which still takes forever. So, you know, or Game Maker, another one, you know, it's just like you could do these, but you're so limited. Game Maker's less limited than RPG Maker is the other example, but still. It's made for arena style games? Yeah. But at that point, you could just use a pre-made one of these and save yourself the trouble. You know, I'm just saying, like, why not just use a pre-made? Gain access to a better engine, you know? Like, I don't know why you would want to lock yourself in, you know? Maybe I'm just weird in thinking that, but it just seems to me that not the best choice, honestly. But I mean, each their own, honestly. If it makes you happy. I'm just copying the variables of it. I should have just moved the hat. Like this is a stupid way to have done this. This is really not a good plan. I don't know if it's a shop actually matters. Or item struck, is that a thing? It most certainly is. This one has none anyway. Oh, I should have kept the other one. Oh, I need to grab the other one. I'll do it in a second. That building transfer makes no sense. You know, if I use Raylib, game maker seems unnecessary. I mean, whoever gets it done. Except for to learn one engine because it takes a long time to learn engines, and people really underestimate how much time you're gonna waste learning an engine. So I'd rather just learn the best I can, right? And honestly, like at this point, the best you can would be like probably Unreal or Unity, and then if you hate Unity, Godot. But everything I've heard about Godot is it's kind of like Unity Lite. It just has a better company behind it. And I mean, I have put little time at either, but as long as you pick one of those three, you're probably fine. Every other one, it's like you're just so limited, and it's gonna take a bunch of time to learn it. I don't know. I pretty much figure you're gonna waste like 3 to 6 months learning an engine. Probably 6 months to be good at the engine. So you really don't want to do that very often. Like once or twice, maybe. I started with RPG Maker. I got really good with that engine, but then I was like, this engine's terrible. So I switched to Unreal Engine after testing out Godot and Unity. And being suitably unimpressed with both. In Godot's defense, it had no documentation when I tried it, so it was very hard to make use of because it was pretty new. Unity had a Lego demo. I played with the Lego demo. Lego demo was fun. Like it was how to build a level, and they had all these pre-made Lego things you could use. That was fun. I wanted to play with Legos. Not gonna lie, I just did. Once you know how to use any one of them, though, it doesn't make a big difference, I think. I mean, like, there are certain things that are better. I'm told it's, well, obviously it's not going to be good as Unreal. Like, if you're going to like do full 3D, you should just use Unreal unless your computer can't handle it. In which case, I'm not sure why you should do 3D if your computer can't handle it. Yeah. It's Unreal's bread and butter. So, it's just where it shines. It's going to look better. It's going to do the work for you. It's where you should go. I'm told Godot got better. But again, I haven't really put the use into it. And so far, I've never seen 3D look good in Unity, or Godot for that matter. It always looks not great. It looks like, you know, worse than the average, you know, new project in Unreal Engine. Because Unreal Engine just does a lot to make your 3D project look good. It just does. It's what it does. So, I don't know. I maintain the strongest argument for using those is that your computer can't handle Unreal. If your computer can't handle Unreal, hey, you know, whatever. I get it. Computer can't handle it. It's fine. Can't use it if you can't handle it. No, I think you should use Unreal 4 at that point. That's just to me, though. I'm sure I'm gonna make enemies saying stuff like that, but I think it's true. Not gonna lie to you. I think it's true. Why is this building... when I built this building, did I build it high up in the air or something stupid? I probably did. Am I really gonna... Well, I don't want to move everything down now. I don't care enough. It's almost like the building should spawn in Annie instead of the other way around, yeah? Kind of a little late to that now. I mean, there is support for PS5 and everything in there. I'm not going to do it at first. As a solo dev, I'm going to have to support, you know, it's going to be hard enough to support just PCs and stuff. So having to do a bunch of other stuff is going to be not ideal for me, you know? Like, it's going to take me a minute. Yeah. I guess they don't have to spawn in the building. But I really don't know. It's kind of outside my area of expertise since I've never actually released a game on any of the engines. I've only released PC stuff, and they were always like derpy little things that were never impressive in any way, shape, or form. So I'll find out. And most certainly will find out. For good or ill, I will find out. Yes. I don't need the little explosive on her. Next time I decide to do this, remind me to just move the stupid hat around. I don't know what I was smoking, but it would have been way easier to move the hat and everything around than to do what I'm doing here. It was definitely dumb. Very much the dumb. Maybe I set spawn locations too. I'm just gonna put them in ghetto locations. I'm sure I'm gonna move this around for later. Rather than get crazy with it. Just dump this onto here. I can make it where it should be easy. But yeah, if the game does well, then I'll put it on, you know, Xbox and PlayStation. That's a big if, though, you know? Like, I ain't gonna make that assumption it's gonna do well. That's a big assumption. And the game is not even halfway done, so. Gotta see that spawn location is like way off. Well, it's not off at all. It spawned exactly where you would expect it to. Yeah, instead of having them spawn the building, maybe do it this way. Just leave the building entirely. It's probably easier. Originally, it's because you'd rescue them, so I wanted them to spawn in their own building when you've rescued them. But now I see spawn building makes very little sense. These dolls actually have almost no joints in them. Like they have a joint, like they have 2 hip joints there, and then 2 like shoulder joints here, and like a neck joint. That's it. They have nothing, so they can't really do a lot of animations. But I thought they were dopey and funny, so I kept them. These also need to be raised up, but at least they're spawning, you know, relatively where I want. I'm not too worried about their exact locations right now. Yeah, I'm not going to spawn in the buildings on there. I think that's a bad idea. I think that it's unnecessary. So rather than do that to myself, I'm just gonna remove the reference to the building because it doesn't need a reference to the building. Actually, I'm just gonna go to the NPC here and deal with it. I'm getting rid of the toy rescue mechanic. It just, again, like the work required to make it happen, it's too high. I get it. It's too high. Guess I can just put the building in as part of the world. And the building doesn't spawn anything, so there's no reason not to have it part of the world. Oh, I can make the Andes on the level instance. Yeah. No more spawn building. I don't need this anymore. We've evolved beyond the spawn building idea to a higher plane of nah, I'm good goodness. I could leave that system in, but I think the reality is that it's better than if I just get rid of it, because if I leave it in, I might be tempted to bring it back for some bizarre reason, and it's unnecessary. I'll probably put a bunch of boxes in this area. Do I want the... I don't know where this building's going to be. It could be farther in the corner back here, too. This is one of the map cubes, yeah. Boxes. I should probably make the boxes grabbable or something. I don't even know. I guess to be fair, a storage room doesn't have to have all boxes, right? Like, it could not have boxes. I do kind of like the idea of wherever they're being boxes, she's just hidden amongst them with her little shop, selling all the crap she's finding. That just seems so much more exciting to me. Yeah, if you want to... Guess I was on the other one. I had these old beat up boxes. Could use crates. Hey Soul Flame Studio, how's it going? I could put crates everywhere. How much we theming this year? Do I have a storage room yet? A pretty big box. Eight's usually about where I put them. Pretty good. It took me forever to learn coding. Coding can be rough. Can definitely be rough, no doubt. I found that memorizing syntax is kind of challenging for me. I have a terrible memory, so I am less enticed to do that, I think, than many would be. Got these wooden boxes. Do I like these? Stretch there. Use that in the later ones. What's the problem you're having with it? Is it just kind of draw on about things? Maybe taking a bio break here in another 10 minutes or so. Maybe less than that. That one's not too bad. Maybe for the third area on that one, or the bottom area, I can see it. I kind of like the wooden ones here actually the most. I use those. Not really a fan of those ones. What did I say? I was just asking, you know, what kind of problems you were having with it. Maybe. I don't really know, like, I haven't really looked at the C stuff, but I mean, I learned JavaScript, so I don't use it anymore because I don't hate myself, but I don't know how close that is to the other ones. Coding logic is basically the same though between things, so that's easier to go with. But once you understand the logic behind coding, it can be very easy to pick it up for the others. But syntax is just difficult for me to memorize. I just have terrible memory, I guess. Staying motivated? Huh. Well, my advice is do things you love in life. So if you don't love doing something, don't do it. You never have to struggle to be motivated like that if you love doing something. So if you don't like doing it, it might not be for you. It's just usually how I feel. It's just like, yep, it's probably not for you if you don't like doing it. Or if you have to fight to do it. Like, I don't have to fight to do game dev. I love game dev. I don't have to fight to stream. I love streaming. I have to fight to stop streaming and stop doing game dev to do other things that are important in life. That's true. No payoff in the end? Probably will. Not wrong. I should convert these to blueprints. So then I can put a thing on top so you can grab them. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna get a second content thingy. I don't use any codes, so, you know, I just use blueprints for everything. So the answer is yes, you do not actually need to use any form of C++ in Unreal Engine. You can just use blueprints for everything. In fact, I think you should just use blueprints for everything unless you're like, you know, a huge team. Because coding, like typing out code just takes longer. And the difference in speed between the two is so nominal that it doesn't even really matter. Like I watched an actual video from the people at Epic busting all the myths about it, and they were talking about the difference in speed being like, you know, it's just such tiny fractions of time that it doesn't even matter. Like it's just an irrelevant thing. Just whatever gets your game done is what they were just recommending. They're like, just do this, whatever gets your game done, that's what you should do. I'm like, okay. I'm gonna call this boxes, I guess. I could make my own boxes, I guess, but I don't think I need to. I'm not gonna make these movable. I just want to have a level block traversable on them that I have to do over and over. Am I C++ let's select templates? That's fair. I mean, you know, if you already know something, I use it. I just find that it's very time consuming. Oh, it's hidden fear box. You know, to learn a new language, it's also time consuming to type it out, but I mean, you know, if you don't know the language, you're gonna take a long time memorizing all this. It's like learning a language, really. It's gonna take a time. I don't have a lot of time to do things, so I find it better to not do that to myself. Everyone else's experience could vary. But for new people especially, I advise them against it. If you're a solo dev, I think you should do anything you can to save time, because that's going to be the thing that gets you the most. That's where the premium is, and time is not free. So you're going to want to do what you can to maximize your time. Oh, I suppose I had to not do the box, because I just botch everything. Well, yeah, it's much faster to prototype blueprints. It's much faster to just make your game with blueprints. It's just simple fact. Typing out code just takes a lot longer than dragging a node out there. It's just each time it just saves a bit more time. It's also easier to adjust code much faster, like swap things around and stuff. Because prototyping and making your game, same thing. You've already made a game. You just slather it with cool stuff on top of it and you're good. That's all you got to do. So if prototyping is faster, making your game is also faster with it. There are some OS recalls that blueprints can't do that might be useful for games, usually the window and focus. Usually find solutions to those calls online, and you can always add to the blueprint project. You could, but there's always workarounds. Basically, I've never found anything that there was any benefit to using C++. You can if you want, but my advice is just do it the way that blueprints can do it, and then you don't have to use C++, and you'll save a bunch of time. But you're always welcome to use it if you want to. Don't let me stop you. If you want to use it, go nuts. Do so. I guess I should just make this like a size. Well, I don't know if I'll make it a size 8. No, let's make it. I'll make it a size 8 in here. And then cram this on the ground. Well. That's the wrong box. Why do you use that box? I'm stupid. That's not the box I wanted at all. It's not faster to do something if you do it the wrong way. That's true. Let me tell you my story about doing it the wrong way. Okay, that's just so fast in this little thing. Why you gotta do this to me, bro? I guess I could have set up on there and then converted it over into a blueprint too. Done it in the world. That would probably been faster. But hear me out, I didn't do that. You set yourself as the child, really? Actually, undo. Modify components. I moved it down some. Attach. Position 0. But yeah, I'm a big advocate of any way you can save time. Just in accomplishing your game. Anywhere it gets it done faster, just do it. I've never in my life regretted it being, you know, faster to get something done. Oh. Also. Thanks for Niho Tor Anna Toru. You? Oh, yeah. I massacre people's names. It's a hobby of mine. By hobby of mine, I mean I'm just terrible at names. You'd think I'd get better at it, but hear me out. I'm a victim of the American education system, so, you know. I think I get a pass because we don't have an education system. I learned to read from YouTube. It's not true, by the way. We don't have an education system. So we don't have an education system, that's true, but YouTube did not help me learn to read. It helped me learn how to avoid reading. That's what it helped me do. Yeah. I can climb on top. That's what I wanted. I just want to be able to drag the box around and then resize them and just, you know, have these on top. And I'm going to level instance them, so this way I can just change the size of the level instance. And I'll stack them on top of each other. I should have done this in the other one too, and I might redo the other one. For example, you want to pause the game automatically. Windows not in focus. You have to ask Windows in focus, because only Windows knows that. Movements can't work around that. Still, niche things like that, which you can copy and paste and see those plug in your project without an issue. Or you can just call the pause game command and save yourself wasting time with C++. I mean, there's a pause game command, you know? That's what it's for. You just pause the game. That's what I do. Worked pretty good. 10 out of 10. Would pause game again. There's an is in focus node. You can check for if something's in focus. I've done it before. Do I remember how to do it offhand? My memory for you, I think, consists of never great. Yeah. Was the player controller I did the focus thing? I don't know. I have to look. Hooked on Phoenix worked for me pretty much, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know, I'll just hope when he's up in 2000 isn't focusing. There is one, I don't know how to do it. So, the focus option? On focus. Remember where it's even at. Is focusable. Has any user focus. So you can return widgets focused by any user right there. So you could just check right there. Has user focus. The saying. Turns true if the widget is focused by a specific user. Set focus, set user focus. I mean, you see, you can set the focus. You can find the focus. You don't need to... Oh. I mean, if they're going to tab out of the game while the game's running, I don't have to pause the game on them. That's on them. There might be a way to do that. I don't know. Am I going to pause my game when you tab out? No. You can pause it yourself. You got this. I believe in you. And if you can't pause it yourself, you're going to die. Well, you might not. You probably will. There aren't many safe points in this game. Like, there really aren't. The encounter system is mean. And, you know, if you're sitting in the light in one of the few rooms where there's no encounters, then you're safe. But that's about it. FPs keep us more custom feature shaders, but few games actually... Yeah, I don't even know what those are. So, yeah. It ain't worth trying to sneakily play a game. I mean, listen... I'm not trying to cater to people trying to cheat at work to play the game, yeah? It's not for me. This is... That's not my target audience. That's a weird target audience, let me tell you. That ain't for me. I mean, each their own, but that ain't for me, man. Nah, man, nah. Level, create level instance. Hell yeah, brother. We level instancing now. Level hidden fear cube. The name of the second chapter is hidden fear. That's why I'm calling it that. The cube is not anything special beyond that. Yeah, exactly. Just pause it yourself. And seriously, if you can't pause the game yourself, should you be playing my game? I mean, let's be real here. Should you really be playing my game? You're like, game too hard to understand. Can't pause. I'm like, right. But I think I'm going to go into the level itself for this one. I think that there's an issue here that I want to resolve. I don't know if I can resolve it directly in this. I've been learning level instances more, and you should use level instances like crazy. Like, you should just do it. Just trust me on this. The performance, the upgrade is incredible. One thing I don't like is when you create a level instance, a lot of times it puts it not at zeros. So I end up going to it and then putting it at zeros. Also, you don't need these. But thank you. Or you're gonna have... Oh, fine, whatever, you keep them. You like them? That's fine. Yeah, they're on their world partitions. I just put that on the map, so it shouldn't have any other things to worry about. Back to Hidden Fear. But yeah, I'm kind of old school in how my game design is gonna be. I think a lot of the new games people don't even like a lot. People like the fact the game seems like it's old school in a way. I mean, I haven't even played a lot of new games anyway. Probably the newest game I probably played was Control. Because, quite simply, I don't have time. So, without a lot of time, just never get around to it. Probably should more often. Maybe on stream I'll play something at some point. At least then I can justify, like, you know, improving my viewership or something, right? That's usually my justification now for things, is if I'm gonna do it, I might as well do it on stream. As long as I can. Some things can't be done on stream. Like if it's got like personal information, like I didn't want to do the Steam stuff on stream because it's got lots of personal information involved with it, so you don't want that. And I can't do DAS on stream yet, simply because of hardware problems, but once those are resolved, I can find a way to make DAS a little more stream friendly. It's very unstream friendly. Very stream unfriendly. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I love me some DAS, I do, but holy crap. So I think everyone should be using it. Like, if you're doing any kind of 2D anything, you should use it. And if you're doing 3D things, you probably should too. Well, 3D is a little harder to justify because cost, but if you're... The fact it can just render characters doing like all kinds of animations, so you can basically just get the sprites for your game, is great. And they look amazing, the renders. That helps a lot. So that's how I was doing Paper ZD with Unreal Engine in the first place, and it's like, oh look, I have like, you know, 60 frames of animation in each direction, all 8 directions, because I can just render them in DAZ in like, you know, a few minutes per direction, and just rotate the model so it just does all the things I need, and it looks professional and cool. And hell yeah. Do I need a secondary box, or can I just have lots of these boxes just piled up? I mean, does there need to be a weird extra box? That's a good question. I can also make these boxes can be recolored, but recoloring them means they can't really be an easy level instance. Like, I need duplicate level instances. If they were just a blueprint, you could just, you know, do that, but it's difficult to change the variables inside of those things. Like, I haven't actually found out how to do that. I should probably look up and... When I looked it up, they said it couldn't be done. So I just assumed that it still can't be done, but... I'm making a little maze out of the boxes now. Because it's fun. You can climb on top of this maze, though, so that's its own fun thing. Oh. Let's be smart and put all these in there, so if I keep duplicating them, I have to move them later, you know? Just saying. The little box is just waiting here. It's so adorable. I can adjust the sizes too. I think I'll take a quick bio break after this test. Will I get to 600 followers on Twitch before I get to 500 subs on YouTube? That's a good question going on right now. Like, Twitch is at 592 and YouTube is currently at 490, so... I could have probably made this thing where it was a little, closer of a fit, too. Those obviously spawn perfectly. We're gonna move Annie's on farther back. Put this little bizarre building in the back here or something. It's kind of hidden away. Well, the problem is the hat's like so big that you really don't want to push against the wall too much. Or I can make it front and center as a thing. I mean, is she hiding this building in the back behind all the boxes? I guess so. That'd be kind of more fun. The other one's like was right in the front. Right, because I added in after the fact, but this one could be a little more hidden away, which I think would be a little more interesting, probably. Okay, my TikTok start. I do want to stream to TikTok as well. It's, you know, on the list, question mark? Yeah, it's on the list. Yeah. Right now I was trying to stream to YouTube Shorts. I'm just doing it pretty much, yeah. I've definitely been pretty wary about that. Like, I'm gonna have to release it in a way that it can't be stolen, so... Which means all the testing is going to be done through stream as well. People were telling me that you could actually view the stream in like a landscape if you wanted on TikTok. That's what I thought it'd be stupid too. I was like, why would you even want to watch me do this in the freaking short? Until far I haven't found a good reason to do it all. Like, I mean, you know, and I haven't done well with shorts on YouTube either, so... I actually think they're just hurting my viewership, to be honest. Because YouTube goes, well, this stream you didn't do well, and it doesn't realize you did 2 streams at the same time. It's like, well, you just did bad on a stream, so therefore we're going to send you less traffic. So I might just give up on that. Because it seems like it's just hurting my views. Maybe not. But I'll have to see. Like, I'm not that concerned on it yet. I was also going to stream to Rumble as well, just so I could build audiences places. But... like 135 might put it the right direction, maybe. Or 225 is the right one. Rumble's weird. It's just like YouTube in that... you have to have a special stream for each one. Like, it doesn't... You don't just have an ingest like you do with Kick and Twitch. If you become a cute anime cowgirl, then millions of views guaranteed, yeah. I mean, I'd probably be a doll girl at that point, right? Because it fits my game. Or some sort of toy. Use an AI voice changer. I've considered the VTuber idea, but... I don't know. I think the problem is that the number of people who want to watch this kind of thing isn't that high. Just the nature of what it is means it's never going to be like the most mainstream of things, because not many people can really get into it. Like, I mean, coding is tough to follow because unless you know everything that's been done, it's tough to know where everything's going. Graphics are pretty easy to follow. That part works pretty well. When I'm playing the game, that works well, and level design does okay for viewership as well, but if that's all I did, it'd probably be a lot better for my stream. Do all the coding off stream. But you collect a lot of devs, and there is an audience for that, so... I don't know. I think also if I like make a bunch of tutorials, that'd help a lot too. Now that I have some time to do that, I'll probably do some over the weekend as well. A bunch of tutorials on things. And then go from there. Try to do like, you know, 3 small tutorials or something. Just, I don't know. Do people like shorter tutorials, or would you like prefer more in-depth tutorials? I think that's a good question to ask, because, you know, if I do the in-depth ones, then, you know, you're going to get like a 15-20 minute long video explaining something, and if you want like a quick down and dirty, it's going to take like 2-3 minutes. A lot of people will do well if they already have games released and you have fans of those games. That's your best bet. It's not coding itself that gets there usually. Almost everyone there has been at it for a long time, and they almost always have a bunch of release stuff. At least I have seen. But you got to build an audience, and you don't usually typically just start with an audience. Like, maybe you go viral if you get lucky, but the problem with going viral if you get lucky is keeping that audience, right? Both depends on which subject you're covering. Like, I mean, I would probably have long. Yeah, like, it would depend. That's fair. Guess I mix it up. My experience with making good YouTube videos is pretty terrible at the moment. I don't really have a lot of video experience. I just wanted to be a game dev, man. Being a game dev apparently requires I have to be everything else too. Worst plan. Okay, why am I just editing this? I'm dumb. I need to open the level thingy. That's irrelevant. I just need to add this. I was just gonna make this stuck over the edges a little less bad. Maybe make it thinner too, for that matter too. Because I think she can grab it with a lot less space available. You know what YouTube for news is? I'm gonna travel stuff. I know for days about YouTube. It's fair. If I really wanted news, like X exists, and that's like all YouTube news is just what happened on X anyway. I just go straight to the source now, if I care. Except I don't really care most of the time. I prefer not to spend a lot of time looking at stuff like that kind of things. After all, I can't change much of it, so if I can't change it, I don't like wasting my time on things I can't do anything about. I think is my best way of putting it. Like, why worry about things that are out of my control? I do vote, that is true. So if something's happening in Europe, it's like, this law is being passed. Well, I can't vote on something in Europe, sorry. I'm in the US. It's not gonna be able to do much about that one. It's not like I have some big, huge following on, you know, X or wherever that I can use to amplify something either. Maybe someday, but I suspect if I get a massive following, it'll be because I released a game and the game did well. That's probably what has to happen, would be my guess. Let me see if I can still grab these. They're a little better, I think. Actually, not that good there. This could probably do a little bit. Well, we'll see how it grabs, like, it might be okay. There are, like, streaming teams I can join, which I might join one of them, too. I saw an indie dev one I'm probably going to join, see if that... Well... If just sharing traffic is usually a good idea if you can. It seems like it works from every direction on this. All I'm testing is if she can grab every side. I don't have a pile of boxes maze like this yet. I'm just saying. The only unfortunate thing of this setup here is that I have to make use of these red things to show up the player that they can grab an area. Not much I can do about that though. I'm just gonna have to do whatever I do, you know? I'm probably not gonna use these boxes. I'm just gonna do these things, and I might have some shelves somewhere and do different sizes on these potentially too. Because I can make them any size I want. And because they're a level instance, they're good times. But yeah, like, I actually almost never watch YouTube anymore. The only time I watch now is for tutorials. I don't watch streams on it. I don't do anything with it anymore. They've kicked almost all the creative content off of it by just simply letting the slop overrun it. So it's kind of hard to find anything I'd want to watch, to be fair. I wish they'd ban AI stuff on it. I'm so tired of it already. It just keeps going, and I'm just like, ugh. I don't care. I really don't. It looks just like someone, you know, took someone else's video, put some crap over the top of it, or, oh look, it's another AI-generated music video. Thanks, great. Put it in the back with all the others. Some AI-generated video footage, you know, just... number of times I just click off it and do something else. Extremely high. It used to be such an entertaining platform too. I don't know what happened. I know what happened. They stopped supporting other creators and started supporting Swap, but they should also ban React videos. I'm tired of those. Stop. I hate when I see just some like that should just be like, you know, copyright infringement to literally just take someone's entire video and just talk over the top of it. Like, it's fine if you're gonna take a clip, but holy crap, it's like, oh, I'm talking over this 40-minute video this person made. I'm like, really? And then you get the thing where it's like the Inception ones where like the new person reacts to the reacts, they start taking corners. Then you get like the 4 corners. The 4 horsemen of the YouTube apocalypse, the 4 reactors. Definitely much as fun compared to the amateur blogger. Yeah. Something else out Harry Potter in North Korea? I see. He just gets, you know, thrown in prison. The end. Awkward. It's gonna be a giant box here. And he's hidden behind all the boxes, so you can't see your little shop. I could also, well, I don't know if I want to angle him. I thought about it. I could angle him, but if I angle him, then the issue with that is that they won't be easy to grab, if possible at all. I think it's confusing. This might not be better with varying sizes. True. I'm just gonna space these out like this. Get more of a blockade. You know what I could also do? They can be different sizes. Hear me out. What if this is the entrance to some little maze to get to the shop? You're on behind the shop and it's over here? Garbage on YouTube, never even heard of him. My favorite dev YouTubers. Talks all kinds of interesting game dev stuff. I've never looked them up. Feels like it added my list of things. I gotta admit, I don't really watch a lot of game dev. I used to, but actually never really used to. I would just watch other people's stuff because I was trying to support them. But yeah, I'll stop doing just that. But most of the time I don't even have free time to do that, and if I have free time, I'm watching tutorials on how to do something, working on something myself, or occasionally taking a break from game dev. But occasionally, you know, if I'm doing my regular work, I will camp someone's stream, just so I can help build relations, honestly. Haven't done that on YouTube though, because, well, I can't be rated on YouTube because you have to have 1,000 subs, and I only have 490, so not much benefit yet building friends on YouTube. YouTube's not banning repetitive content in YouTube. Yeah, they said something about that. We'll see what they do with it. It's terrible. It's just every time I go scroll my feed, it's just all slop, and I'm like, I don't know what to do anymore. I just go and throw my hands up and go to another site. And a lot of days I don't even look anymore. Like, it's just hit the point where it's been so bad for so long that I just don't use the site, which is terrible for them. Because I assume I'm not unique, right? I'm probably not the only person who's just overwhelmed by the amount of garbage on the site and just not even bothering to look anymore. I'm sure there's plenty of other people who are like, you know, also thinking that, hey, this is overkill. But I'm sure they'll figure something out. As soon as their viewership falls enough, like they lose enough people on it, they'll be like, oh crap, we gotta do something. Maybe not though. Maybe they don't care. Be wild if they didn't care, but sure. You can just grab your way over these things too. I don't even know why I'm making little tunnels through this. It's probably too much skill things. 450,000 subs. Yeah, basically nobody's what I just showed you. Austin sync analysis, various game dev things. No fluff, no less. Oh, that's right. There's really not many useful things people can tell me about game dev at this point, though. Like, I mean, there's plenty of people like Thomas Brush that, you know, they occasionally say something I haven't already heard, but most time it's like, cool, but why am I wasting my time on these? It doesn't gain anything to watch these videos. So I kind of don't watch a lot of videos for that reason. Every once in a while, someone does have something useful to tell me, kinda. It's infrequent. Like, a lot of them say the same thing, essentially. I do kind of like, you know, streams for the people, though, because then I can at least talk to the people. And I do love chatting. I don't know if you figured that out yet, but I do. If it wasn't obvious by me literally saying I like chatting. In fact, that is what I like doing, so I'll go to someone's stream and chat with them. If they're not a chatter, I usually just leave, but they are a chatter. I can work with this. Yes. This room isn't really gamified. I have a problem with it, and that, you know, having these things you can grab everywhere means there's not a lot of interesting things to do in it yet. I'll have to figure something else out to make this room good, because it seems like it's going to be dull. But this is my concept for it. Yeah, there's definitely that. Like, I mean, every time, if I raid you or something, and you don't talk, I probably will never raid you again. Almost certainly. Like, I mean, that's how it is. Like, I mean, I watch a lot of streams that way like that, and if I show up to your stream and start chatting with you and you don't talk, I don't come back. Ever. Because that is my enjoyment. I'm not gonna, I'm not there to watch you dev necessarily. Because, I mean, I only seem to catch devs the most time now, but like, if you just don't talk, I mean, what's the point in me being there, you know? I don't like that. I can always tell the better streamers, too, because, you know, they're the ones who are way more engaging and interesting to chat with. There's plenty of ones that just are... They're not. They're really not. You can get better with it. I mean, when I first started, I hadn't really done much streaming either, so it's not like I knew what I was doing either. And I still maintain that, you know, you can look at my current, you know, follower and subscriber counts and view counts to know that I'm still not really, like, a big deal. Someday, maybe. But you just got to build it over time, too. So, I mean, I've been getting more popular over time. And that's a better way to do it. Like, viral popularity doesn't last. Long-term popularity where you really make, you know, I guess... friends with people or something like that. I mean, yeah, you just get to know people, build a community. I guess build a community is better. Making friends with people's, I guess, a weird way to put it, but build a community with people. Yeah, that's fair. I could angle them. I guess the only downside of angling them is when you pile boxes, usually you don't pile them all angled, right? But yeah. This is kind of a concept area, so it'll get changed as I decide how I want to gamify it. But to gamify something, I need a goal. And I don't have a goal with this room yet. It's kind of an issue, but yeah, it definitely seems like I should probably rotate them a little just for funsies. Oh, I know. I'll pile them like UPS delivered them. Take that, UPS. My only regret is that I can't put footprints on the sides of the things to truly give the UPS experience. Yeah. Not making them intentionally all miffed up now. So they're more haphazardly done. Like low-paid workers did it. Also, Poppet can grab all these weird ledges and pull herself up, so if there's any exposed area, Poppet can grab it. Yeah. It definitely looks healthier. It's more organic. There's less chemicals on my boxes, so I'm just saying. I gotta remove all those interactable things in there. I gotta be careful of this. Like, this is not okay, obviously. She can pull herself out, kinda. But it's really super awkward, so I gotta be careful of that problem. So the box needs to have a little distance away from him. Obviously back here is perfectly fine. The grotto washroom is apparently too big of a thing, so it can be triggered from a distance. That's right, no hormones in these boxes. These are all natural boxes. Grown at the finest box farms. No dangerous added chemicals or preservatives or anything of the sort. These boxes are fresh. And that's what they cost twice as much. Because if it's healthy, it has to cost more. Duh. I'm here to help. Charge you more for healthy. Oh, there's two boxes on top of each other? I just thought I'd point that out to you in case you didn't notice. This is the worst box setup ever. Floating expressions? Wait, what? There's floating expressions? I have questions. You haven't heard the game tour where I explained that that's the insanity effect? As your sanity drops below 60, it starts to show those? To show that her sanity is slipping. I don't have any animations for it specifically at this point, but you know. They're there to let you know that it's going down and to give you the idea that, hey, you know, maybe things aren't going right, but they don't block your gameplay. You can still move around or something. It's just, you know, they're annoying. And later on, they're going to actually have, like, story relevance. But for now, they're... Yeah, for now, they're just random things. Later on, it might be, like, her insecurities. It might just be story events going. It might just be random gibberish, you know, just stuff. Just floating around, you know. It's just... The pressure gets to her more. I can't really animate her going nuts or anything like that because I really don't have the animations to do that kind of thing, but... Just so you get the feeling that, hey, maybe things aren't going so hot. I'm gonna move this box, I don't like it. And that will matter a lot more as the game progresses. There is still one mechanic I haven't bothered to talk about yet because I've been saving it since it's like story spoiler. And people are like, we want the story spoiled. Okay. So I've kind of kept that one secret. It's a secret. Things will definitely go, they will definitely escalate as it goes along. Events in the game are not going to be to Poppet's favor for the most part. Like, bad things won't, you know, bad things will happen. I really haven't talked about much of the plot. And as I said, that's largely to avoid spoilers. Other than to say that there are like 5 other, like, you know, victims that she'll come in contact with. And I often refer to them as the victim fights. Oh yeah. I just read it as Poppet. Yeah, having your hidden back here is much better. I almost want to redesign the other one to be have her hidden in the back too. The other one's kind of gamified though. This one's not really gamified, it's just random. Random's okay, but there's no real objective here that to do with like the gameplay. Like, there's no reason to hop on these boxes yet. Like, I could put the key on top of her building or something. And that's sort of something to do. It's kind of boring. I'm gonna put it there for now, but at least get forced to go over there. But now, some sort of things I've been trying to figure out how to make them even work, because, you know, I want things that are... You can write whatever you want, but how are you going to make that happen in the game? So... I think people will be surprised what the story is. I really do. I mean, you obviously know she's woke up here, you know, as a doll and is trying to, you know, find a way out, right? I mean, that's obvious. Like, she's trying to break the curse or something. It's clearly no surprise on that one. Other stuff might be surprising. I gotta get rid of this one because it's hitting the hat there. Some story beats also change along the way too, because I come up with a better idea. There's an overarching story, but the individual stuff along the way is a little more mutable, I think. Want this. It's already the right size. I definitely gave away a story objective. If you watch this long enough, you'll eventually probably see just about everything. I might have to put warnings in so that people don't, you know, spoil themselves at some point. Especially near the final areas. But we're not near the final area yet. See, we don't gotta worry about that. This is only the second chapter. I might want to make the room separate so that this area is its own separate little area as opposed to the crow's nest. Though it is above the crow's nest, so... I haven't so far. I've tested a couple of them out just to see how they worked, but the results were trash, so... I moved on from it, figuring that it just needed more time to figure itself out. Oh, I need to update gameplay tags on the other thing here. That's where that thing is making the obnoxious things here. Update gameplay tags. I didn't remove this one from earlier. I even tried the thing where I could take a bunch of renders in order to generate a model off those, that also came out very badly. Because a lot of the models from Daz don't look the same and don't work the same necessarily when I move them over, and there's lots of breaks and things like that. It's a lot of problems. And fix that, I was like, well, if I could just, you know, use renders that look amazing and turn them into the model, then the model would come out looking better and it'd be built for Unreal Engine. So I use their own built-in, not built-in, their own thing for it. I don't know what it's called. Reality scan. Yeah, this thing. I haven't tested the newest one if they have a new one, but the results were trash. Like, I gave it like 300 images of the thing, and it was just like full 360, and what came out was not good. So I think for really simple objects are cool, but that wasn't very good. And then I haven't really tested generating models directly in a while now. So we'll have to see. Again, right now using AI is polarizing to customers, and the legality issues are a real problem. So when you put your Steam page up, if you use AI for it to make any of your stuff or whatever, you have to mark that, which means you're gonna generate a bit of hate. I don't know how it's gonna work out. I mean, I might be using it anyway. I currently marked it as not using, but time will tell if I go that route. There could be a save box in there. I don't know how I feel about this save box right here. I don't really, actually I know how I feel, but I hate this save box. There's technically a way to save right here though. I just didn't want you to have to save in the painting world necessarily upon getting to the next chapter. But I also don't want you to jump in this box and be able to heal and then fight and then heal and then fight. One, it's weird because the enemies react to it weirdly, but two, it's just... you're not necessarily safe in there. They can still kind of attack you, so it's just weird. What I could do is put it in the washroom or something. I'm going to have to figure out a way to gamify these things, but I was kind of thinking of having some sort of long washroom set of events, like by finding each of the washroom things you could like accomplish some sort of task. And have like 4 different ones, and you have to visit all of them to see the last one or something. Problem with this one is it's easier to get to than the one on the first floor. The one on the first floor is actually hard to get to. I could make you go back to the first floor for the next one though. These are the little side things that are getting added and that were never planned. But you never know. I mean, it might be good. Yeah, I want this box gone from here. I'm gonna leave it there for now, but... the problem with this is, like, the reason why I kind of want to have a thing, a save box here, is this area is incredibly dangerous. Because the water. Anywhere there's water in this game is incredibly dangerous. Until you have the Emperor, then obviously it's just a new place to go, but with Poppet just instantly dying in the water, that makes this pretty bad. Especially because I want you to go up and do all this jumping over things, and if you fall, it's just KO and you're back at the last save you hit. But the last save you hit could be in the painting world, in which case you just jump back in the painting world to the level. Which probably isn't too bad. I mean, there should be a punishment for death. Didn't know some users didn't like AI. I know the artists are largely against it. Programmers specifically pro AI. Well, I don't really count most people who vibe code as programmers, but just saying, the AI is doing all the coding, and the results aren't usually very good. But I've seen a lot of hate leveled at it on Steam. The AI stuff. How big the hate group is, I don't know. And I think in long term, it will become accepted. Because it'll become so ubiquitous that there'll be no way not to accept it. And I know it goes against what I said earlier about Solo doing all they could to save time. Because by that standard, I should be pro AI everything. And I'm not against AI. I'm not. But my current concern is not largely their opinions of AI. My current concern is the legality of the stuff you get from the AI. Because once you put your game up on Steam, you can be sued if you use things that are like, you know, some big corporation owns it. Like, you know, bad things are coming, you know. You better believe things can go wrong. So that's like a little iffy. And to be fair, you know, if you're in a third world country, you probably don't care because do you even have laws? I don't even know. But you probably don't have copyright laws, so cool. Good for you. But since I'm in the US, you better believe that I worry about copyright stuff because I most certainly will suffer. I think if you're vibe coding and live understanding, there's a problem. Because you just get the syntax that you're fine. It's pretty sad. I mean, you know, every tool can work for something. A lot of people who vibe code really don't know what they're doing, and that's kind of why I don't have a very high opinion of vibe coding. Also, the end results are pretty trash, so. Like I say, the vibe coding level is so limited. Like, I mean, I get the syntax thing. Like, you can't figure out a syntax, sure. It could just be a code lookup for a thing. Like I said, I used it to find some math, so. It could never... The code it provided could never have actually added to my own game, though, because it could never account for the system, so it was so limited. But it could come up with the math I need. Which I just... Vector math and I are ancient enemies that have passed down through many generations. I don't even know how it worked out, but every time we're reincarnated, we both hate each other. That's just how it works, Vector math and I. But yeah, most people I've encountered just literally want the AI to code everything for them, and their end result is usually unimpressive to me. So I've become... I mean, Twitch is flooded with vibe coders. Ugh. That's also part of why Unreal's not as popular, because it's hard to vibe code with. I mean, maybe not so getting the syntax right, but just time to produce more? Maybe. Yeah, the thing is, if they trained the AI off of someone else's content, that's where the issue is. And you're right, it's a gray area. You're walking into this gray area where you can be sued, and the precedent is not really there. Yeah, they make some sort of a law, but they can take you to court and fight that, and you can be the example. Like, it's a dangerous game. And the last thing you want is for your game to, you know, get taken down because of copyright after you spent years making it. Like, so I try not to, but I think that in time it will become very ubiquitous that we all use AI for stuff. I can't see any world it won't be. It's too effective. It's too fast. I wish I could use it now, but again, like I said, that legality thing worries me a bit. Plus, there's also the hate you're going to garner. I think if you wait about a year or two, the hate won't be there as much. If you dumped your game right now on Steam, I think you're going to get a lot of hate. I could be wrong on that. I mean, this is just, like I say, I think you're going to get a lot of hate. A very important distinction there. Think you're going to get it. Don't know if you're going to get it. You might. So, I admit I'm very, very probably overly cautious to be 100% fair. Like, you could probably get away with it, and I might still use AI for voice acting. That might happen. If I can't get any, like, money for it, I mean, that'll be the only way I can afford it, so it'll be what I do, but it's not what I want to do. Though, some of it is much better than the stuff I heard on Fiverr, so... And Fiverr was where I was going to go, or, you know, Upwork, or which, something along those lines. Depends on how they rule. For me, I see natural intelligence being trained in the same way. You can say AI can do X without saying people can do it. You know, like say it's just gonna be whatever they rule. And nothing we decide here is gonna make a difference, so you're the one, you know, putting it on the line, hoping that they rule in your favor. I prefer not to do that. I definitely prefer to just avoid that issue. But you're not me. You can, you know, you can do what you want. Maybe it works out for you. Oh, maybe. Good. Like I say, I'm not that opposed to it. I just don't want to walk into it yet. I use LLMs to generate up to 200 lines at a time. Half time and you edit the output, so it's not exactly vibe coding. Okay. It'll be interesting to see if you can produce anything of merit, essentially. Like, I mean, people produce all these little dopey things with the vibe coding, but it's nothing that's impressive or meaningful that I've seen so far. Like, you're not going to generate a game of any real scope with it, that's for certain. It's just not there yet. Too many systems required that it can't account for. Being generated, they're getting most of the hate, and that's true. It's getting to the point where they're everywhere, and people are getting sick of them. It's so obviously fake at this point that it's just... It makes things not impressive anymore. Like, you just assume AI made it, so you don't care. Like, it's just meaningless. It's like, cool, that's some AI thing, I don't care, I'm not gonna look at it. And it went from that. Like, they used to make all these, like, really attractive female pictures like that, and, like, attractive, like, you know, like, artwork and everything like that of them. Or attractive landscapes, or things like that. And all this stuff, now I see it on X, and I just scroll by, and I don't even care. Because I just know it's just something they spent, like, a few seconds on. It has no... It's not impressive. It has no meaning. So I find that tends to be pretty interesting. The videos, I haven't seen as many AI videos yet. Artists getting the most noisy? Yeah. It's really bad for the artists, because, I mean, it really does make your art seem not impressive. I think voice actors are also in real trouble. So far, I think that the vibe coding is the least impressive thing that I've seen AI do. I think that the other stuff is far more impressive. I'm just gonna... Actually, no. Let's... I'm gonna check here. Let's auto-convex this. Let's take a look. Blah, blah, blah. Show collision. Where is show collision? It's the eyeball, isn't it? They moved a bunch of things around in 5.6. You look at this beautiful collision. 10 out of 10. Fantastic. I'll solve the green lines if you didn't notice. We're going to set it at all halvesies or close to halvesies. Well, it's not really half, but close enough. Generally, but AI cat videos just so horrible. Yeah. This cat game mode by AI was featured in the game roads. Jesus. Voice actors definitely the most trouble until I can learn how to do hands. Yeah. Are you saying hands don't have 6 fingers? Oh my god. All this time. I'll have to tell my parents I really was a freak. Nothing. Brain still has AI Darth Vader, does it? I didn't even know it had Darth Vader in it, but I'm not surprised. It's Fortnite, so you know. Man, that is some beautiful collision there, buddy. 10 out of 10. Try one more time, and then we're doing complex to simple and moving the hell on. I just want something else to run on top of. It could be. The Princess Bride's probably been AI. Like, someone traveled back in time just to make the Princess Bride with AI. Sure, you could use time travel to do something useful with your time, but hear me out. Make a cult classic with AI and make people enjoy it all the way, and then later on reveal that this whole time AI made that. Why am I sliding off of this? Why am I unable to land on this? Like, I fixed the collision multiple times. What am I hitting? It's like it hasn't updated the collision. Really? Is that Canopy A, not Canopy B? It might be Canopy A instead. I might have been in the wrong one. Probably was. That's my bad. I'm like, well, this doesn't seem to be working. Well, that's because I'm dumb. Duh. But I can always tell people I'm dumb. That's obvious. If I was smart, I don't think I'd be doing game dev and streaming. What are the two lowest, like, you know, return on investment things you could do with your time? Game dev and streaming. Perfect. Let's do those. There we go. Yay. Something else to jump on. I just figured having this would be like an extra fun thing to play with. More places for Poppet to go. Honestly, this should probably go farther over. There's not even sun in here. I don't even know why there's a sunshade. But listen, hear me out. It's something else for Poppet to jump on, and that's fun. I was mostly thinking of, you know, things you could work on, hobbies and so, well, not hobbies, but just, you know, these are technically like jobs you can do with your time. There's better ways to make money, essentially, is what I'm saying. These are two of the lowest value ones. Now, if you were, like, selling illicit drugs, you'd probably make a lot more money, but you also end up in prison doing that. That's pretty bad. I don't recommend that. It's a pretty bad plan. But as far as making money, I can no longer call myself smart because I got into doing this stuff. 0 out of 10. Why did I do that to myself? I mean, it's fun. It is what it is. Should I be doing it? No. Unless I suddenly make a bunch of money, in which case, yes. That's a very important distinction. If I suddenly end up rich, yes. If I do not end up rich, well... Oh, here's a trick for you. If you want, you can, you know... If you have a bunch of things highlighted, just hold control and then, you know, click it again in order to move the little thingy, so you can move the thing easily without having to, you know, reselect them or something. You can just go, oh look, I want to move from this one. Beep, beep. Because otherwise it would have been selected way down there and it'd been a real pain to figure out where to move it from. But nope. I get to cheat. Like a champion. The size of these are 5s? Okay. Oh. Sometimes it's not about gamifying an area so much as just giving you more things to jump on. I figure you'll enjoy it more if there's more things to jump on. It'd make way more sense if they were in front of the windows, but hear me out. Nah. I could also make it where they're only above the doors and the windows and not above the whole thing. It's an idea. I might also want some lights too up here. Or maybe not. Maybe you don't need lights up here. There's also no point in this area yet either. The only reason I've locked that window there and these others I intend for you to go out a window. And my strategy for telling the player they can go out a window is to leave that one unprotected so you can go out it. And all the other ones protected so you can't do that. I suspect that this room will stump people. Because, you know, like I said, the way out to get to the next area is around the building on the outside, so all the way over here. So I suspect that anyone who doesn't know that, who didn't see me tell them that, is gonna get stumped. And it's gonna be glorious. Probably gonna want to merge all these two, because this is a bunch of draw calls. Instead of just being one material over, actually two materials over and over, it's like 9 million draw calls and for the same two materials. So it's actually 2 per, where you can just put them all together and then it's just 2 per the whole thing. You still have to load the whole thing. Not like a free load, but a free roll. But I need to get up and take a quick bio break here in a sec here. It's been like 3 hours since I stood up. Oh yeah. If those windows weren't so high up, I could put them above that. I don't think I can get away with that, though. I'm gonna put one right above it. Or a couple right above it, just to remind myself. And then I'm gonna take a bio break. I might forget otherwise, because I have, like, goldfish brain. And goldfish brain is pretty much what happens when you partake of the internet too much. But now I have an excuse for something else to jump on at a higher level that could make sense. That just didn't exist before, so. I has plans, you see. Assuming these aren't too high up. I might lower them down, actually. Now I wish I'd made this wall the little grass stuff, but I didn't. That might be okay though. You just do this and just drag them over. You have another way to go. Oh, I just said about this earlier where I could do this and position it easier. That could be interesting. Alright. Come on. Get the lights off, give people like a scene to look at, and go take a quick bio break. Yes, my canopy is waiting. I hate this water. I want the water to be darker than that, but you can't really see through the sides very well with it, so yeah. Oh, it's a secret garden. It's not a new area at all. It's actually a multi-tiered area where you have to drain the water all the way to get down to this lower section here, where you find the Emperor. You finally gain the ability to be immune to water. It's like the most obnoxious thing imaginable. 3 buttons to lower it. With the first one being over here. I make a point of making it where you can actually see the where the water goes down, so that you know it plays a water noise, but I'm gonna make the assumption that they're too stupid to realize that that might be lowering the water, but you can see it, kinda. This isn't the first room you do it in, so this room can be. There we go. Bye bye water. Bye bye. Bye bye water. Come back, water. Here? Yeah. Yeah, I've been adding those in, more buttons and things. Because this first area, like this tank here, you have to actually lower the water all the way down so you can get into this area over here. And I'm gonna have you fight a boss out here. It was originally gonna be the plushy shark, but it might not be. It might just be something else out here. I don't know what I'm doing yet with it. Maybe I have a boss arena in the center here, some sort of broken ship, who knows. And then you get the key to get to the next area, which is up here, which then leads you into the second section of the area, which is like the hidden garden. And you gotta like make your way all the way around to get into this room over here. Pretty much up through the vents in the top here. There's like a whole pipe maze up here. And then you have to battle Charlotte again over here to get the Moon Tarot. And armed with the Moon Tarot and having with the water once, you can get through this moon door right here into this section where the water will be about this height or something. Then you gotta jump over all that crap to get a key down here. This key. Then go back out, and that key opens up the way to, what, down here, I believe? No, not the bulkhead, it's, yeah. This is still a secret. It opens up your way into this area here so you get the next pump. And the next key is over in this area. And then once you've done those and lowered the third one, over here, you can take this pipe down into where the Emperor is at. For the most obnoxious of the jumping thingies, to deal with the Emperor. I'm so nice too, because you just jump all the way over to, right over to here, right. And the Emperor is right in this, except for you can't open it, because, you know, the actual button to open that, because now all those things have buttons, is all the way over here. The good news is once you get the Emperor, you can just walk out through the water. You get to splash around, have fun. And then with that, you go back into this general vicinity, and you raise the water back up by hitting the buttons again. And once the water's raised up enough, you can swim your way through this pipe. You get to the last section of the level, like the last third of it. All that to swim through a pipe. So it's pretty good. I mean, it takes a fair amount of time to do all that. I haven't even put all the things in between yet, but now I'm just kind of adding in stuff as I go, as I get ideas, making the rooms better, coming up with themes for rooms, such as, you know, having... Well, this is now a storage room. So, that got made today. Yeah, exactly. I gotta give you reasons to backtrack and do things. I don't know about the crow's nest room. I might need to change this room's setup. I guess the crow's nest up here is actually up here. And down here is... I'm probably getting rid of this glass idea I did. I think it's stupid. That's terrible. Yeah, we'll see. And here, I've given you more things to do in this room because this room is such a big area that I gotta occupy your time a lot in this room. I'm gonna dedicate like a quarter of a map to it practically. I gotta occupy your time. Because it's 2 floors tall. So it's a big room. I mean, it's like this whole corner of the building here down to this floor. So, I mean, it's big. So it needs to do some stuff. Just like this room needs to take a while too. And this one takes a bit too. But this one is just the battle against Charlotte. I'm gonna turn this into a pirate city too, so it's gonna look much cooler. But for now, I just have little pirate buildings here to remind myself to put pirate buildings in there. I'll probably alternate it like a street or something. Put some things up here or something. It doesn't really matter if you jump on them, because the whole point of this room is dealing with Charlotte. It's not actually like... It's got Metroidvania platforming and everything going on as you lower the water. The goal is to lower the water 5 times. And with the water's completely lowered, you only have movable light cubes too in this room, so you don't get to... You gotta take the cubes over. And you gotta hit the button in the corner here in order to open the thing with the moon thing. But Charlotte's in this room too, and she plays the game where if you're looking at her, she can't move. So you have to constantly do your platform and constantly keep looking back at her, or she will kill you. So, gotta keep her away. It gets harder and harder the farther down you get. Plus, if you fall in the water, it's an instant death, so don't fall in the water. You get sent back to the respawn point. I might reset all the buttons on you. I might not do that. Hey Arnold, how's it going? Yeah, like that's... It's much better than the first room with Charlotte, for certain. So the first room has got Metroidvania elements in that you have to go back over the top of it and jump over all those things. Also, this one's just newer. But every time you encounter Charlotte, she'll play a different game with you. And the games are going to be... Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's established that Poppet doesn't like water for the longest time. Like, all the way up until this point. Like, it's established that Poppet doesn't like water. And the reasoning for it's actually just a simple reason. She's a sack doll. He's basically just full of some sort of like rice or beads or something like that. And, you know, he would just sponge up the water and sink. I just don't have, well, I can make her bloat. I have a way to do it now if I think about it. But that's also why she can fall basically any distance, because if you drop the sack of like, you know, beads or something from a big height, it'd take a massive height to make any difference to it. It's not going to hurt it. So. Later on, there's like a porcelain doll, as we talked about, who hates heights because, you know, she's made of porcelain. So if she falls, you know, breaks and cracks and things like that. It doesn't care about the water because she's porcelain, and porcelain doesn't care about water. Just a fun, dumb thing. I was like, well, you know, Poppet really wouldn't like water. Given what she's made out of, it'd be kind of a problem. And then the Emperor just protects her. Turns out magic. Magic solves all problems. In case you weren't certain. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick bio break because I've been needing it for a minute or two. So I'll be right back. I returned. Yes. Now I can jump on these little, you know, awning things, which was, you know, the real highlight of my day. It's just fun to jump on things. Don't hate. It's fine. We have double jump here, so I get to double jump. That's fair. Boing. Boing. Yay. I just like having something else to jump on. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them yet. There has to be some purpose to this. I don't know what kind of gamified element I can have up here, but it felt like a wasted space before, and now it's less wasted, so. I could put them above that too. I don't know why I would, though. You fall into the underworld? Hell yeah, brother. Right into the underworld. I have the alcohol, but I don't know if I want another one or not. That heartburn. Oof. I don't know why they would break is the problem. Because, you know, it's supposed to be like a working place that people would use, so... It does kind of limit some things, but you also want to keep the feeling that you're a tiny doll too, so things made specifically for Poppet make a lot less sense. But there are toy areas, so I don't know. Also, oh wait, did I forget to do this? Oh, I remade this wall and didn't do that? Oh, I didn't remake this wall. I was going to remake this wall so it had a hole in it, I think. I put this here in case, and I haven't decided if I'm going to or not. I mean, it would give you a use for the moon to get through an area as a shortcut, which is not a terrible plan. That's true. But I don't know. If I have braking platforms, it'd have to be reserved for the final area, which is not for people. Well, not used. Like, you know, because these areas are used. The final area is not used by people anytime recently. So... it would make sense if, you know, things were breaking down there. As opposed to an area that people are actually using. I'm just going to see if I like them there, and if I don't like them there, I'll just give it to them. I have every objective of this game already figured out. What I don't necessarily have figured out is the dumb little stories in between. But all the objectives are figured out. I gotta grab a singular one. Nah, I'll be here. Slaving away. Making my game. Come on. It's what I do. Because, you know. Hopefully it's how I eventually, you know, make a living. I'd love for my game to do well enough that I could make more games. But we'll see on that one. I mean, you know, that's a big assumption that that's going to happen, yeah? In my perfect world it does, but... you know... I've learned that, that dream is not an easy one to achieve, but the best dreams aren't. You know? And that should give you the ability to kind of run all those. And then that means you might jump up on here and not know where to go. There's really no point in going up here yet, though. That's the strange thing. Like, there's just no point. Just sunshades that don't do anything. But to be fair, it's like a theme park and a building, so I'm not expecting the sunshades to do much. Also, I'm probably going to shrink this down because I don't like giant versions of these. The goodie boxes seem like they should be tiny in hidden places. I do love me some goodie boxes. Same thing with the little abilities too. I kind of feel like I should put the I don't even remember which one I have here anymore. I changed it from the High Priestess to something else. I might be the star or something. And now you can see, so you still can do this way, so that's kind of the goal here. No, you can make that jump there. You can also do it from the table over there, so that's fine. So it's not that hard to figure out. I could move this table and force you to do what I just did, which might actually be better. Because this table is kind of a cheater table. I don't know how I feel. There's an extra way to go. I could also make all this bank of windows openable. These have collision on them? They do. Alright, so which one do I have up here? Because I can't even remember. Oh yeah, the star is here, okay. I think what I discovered was that by this point I hadn't given any other method of healing. And you would have been playing with the star for, I don't know, like 3+ hours or something before you even got a new ability. And that seems... or new healing ability. That seems like a long time. It's possible I'll give out other ones. I don't know. I want some variety in what you can do. But not too quickly because, well, you don't have time to enjoy the ability, right? At some point I'm also going to get different pictures of her. Because, you know. Why not? Little Mega Man capsules are weird. Imagine explaining them to people. Why is the Mega Man capsule there? In case a doll comes by and gets a tarot card out of it? Right. I don't know what kind of actual things I can have here. I think it's just an exploration area. I don't think there's any kind of platforming involved with this. Yay, food. I think Twitch is going to get to 600 followers before YouTube gets to 500 subs. I'm 7 followers off on Twitch and 10 subs off on YouTube. Maybe I'll build out the pirate area in that other room. Some of these rooms in between, I'm really not sure what I'm going to do with them yet. I really just don't know. This has pipes in it, so you really... Calling it crow's nest is, how's health feeling better? My health is... I guess okay. It's just me at this point, I'm just used to feeling questionable. I think overall I've been feeling a bit better though. As I find random things that are wrong with me. Upon other things that are wrong with me. Yes. But overall, I felt worse. Yeah. Well, doctors always... It's funny because the doctor's thinking there was like one thing wrong and it turned out to be not just one thing wrong. It's like, nice. How come one thing can't solve all your symptoms? Maybe you have multiple things. No, you can't have multiple things. Oh, okay. You say so, Doc. Yeah, there's nothing hurt. Yeah. Sitting here doing game dev isn't probably helping either, for that matter, I imagine. It's also a distraction, too. Man, I don't have a good idea for this room at all. Might get a different name. I named them after ship things. I guess gotta put more piratey stuff in them or just something, or more steampunky things. So most of these rooms over here are... But yeah, I'm definitely missing my younger days for certain. All the time. Not that I was the most healthy person ever, but felt healthier than I do now. Alright, I was gonna build a pirate city. It just needs to happen. Is anything going to go over the water? I mean, people can always suggest ideas. Whether or not I use them is always, you know, up for debate, but you can always suggest ideas. I might use something. You will find that sometimes it works out, and sometimes it does not. I think with this, I'm just going to make staggered walkways of the buildings. So that this way there's just something to do each time, just back and forth. There's nowhere to really grab on these things. I'm not sure if I want grabbable things or not, or if I want ways up. Do I have a direct gravity ability? I mean, that's on the list for potential options for the tower. Mini black hole, pull stuff towards it, stuff implodes and hit by it, shrink stuff that's blocking the way puzzle, stationary gravity well, pushes and pulls with gravity. So, gravity's the thing on the tower ability. Well, this room can't really have reverse gravity. I don't know what I would do with reverse gravity. Especially in this area, I don't... Basically, like here, I can show you... If I saw that level, I can show you the test thing that show what it was like to have the things essentially upside down. Because I tested this concept here. This is it, right? Out of curiosity. I'm just like, well, maybe this will work. And, you know, open that, buddy? Open? It's already opening it. Okay. Because I almost went with this idea as like a final area, but I decided that it was... the scope was too big. And too red, evidently. It's still loading stuff. It'll be less red in a second. Guess I haven't loaded this one in a minute. But I was actually for a while thinking I should build the levels so they could also be interesting upside down. So this whole thing was kind of like, you know, the reverse version of things. Just a flipped upside down world to see how it would feel. It was kind of interesting, but the big issue was... if I didn't put anything on the ceiling, you could see how boring the ceilings were, right? I don't even think there's music in this because of the way I've changed the music. Of course, this is what the room spawners. This is... I haven't changed much since then. But as you can see, with the floors being essentially... I'm sorry, the ceilings being essentially nothing... it's not that interesting, you know? You could fly up higher to reach places, sure. And that would give a reason for flying to exist. And these are cool upside down because of the fact they provide things. Oh. Let me enable my freeform exploration mode here. Because it'll make my life a lot easier for wandering around as soon as I figure out where it went. Oh, I have 2 cards. Sure. But I had the whole first level, well, an old version of the first level flipped upside down for testing. And some of the rooms are kind of interesting upside down, but if they had pipes and things that were more interesting on the ground, that you kind of explore around a little more. Sorta. As you can see, this is the old version where things were actually spawning in the whole time. You basically have to have this or the Spider-Man ability work really well too here. It's so dark in this room. That you wander through places. So if you could, you know, flip the world or play on the ceiling, you'd find that some of the levels weren't that fun. Yeah, I mean, you could make everything float to the top. I don't know how interesting that would be necessarily. The problem is that the AI can't move anymore, so it won't be able to move around on the new ground because the nav mesh is not there. And the nav mesh calculates, you know, whatever's flat, so if you flipped everything, it would not work anymore. Flying it would work fine, but because the flying one's velocity based and not nav mesh based. As you can see, the enemies just spawn. I flipped everything upside down, so the enemies are just spawning it upside down too. So this led to some interesting things like that. Just how this just shows how everything would play out if it was upside down, which is the real point of this. To see what it would have been like. And apparently I've lost the ability to change the controls somehow. I guess because I'm still in that somehow. Tab back to game real quick. Does it work now? Oh, for some reason the control's not wanting to let me change the buttons. Okay, that's weird. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, you had to do all that, but it just wouldn't be that fun to run around the ceilings unless I redesigned the game so that the ceilings had something to do. And so I don't know how good it would turn out. I got the hangman. Woo! Wee! She doesn't have a flying thing yet. Like flying animations. Wee! This is so much more fun than flying is. Yay! She hangs herself. That's the ability of it. Because it's the hanged man. Isn't that beautiful? She's a doll. She can't die from hanging. She doesn't breathe. Wee! I didn't let go. No! Yay! Spider pop. As I was telling people, she was actually in the Enter the Spider-Verse thing. She was actually the third row from the front there. But she was by the foot of one of the little Spider-Men, so you know, you couldn't really see her, but she was there. She's totally canon to the Spider-Verse. Not the most PC Spider-Man though, let's just put it that way. So you fire a rope from your neck to grab things. Sweet. Water on the ceiling's kind of fun. Yay! But most rooms were kind of boring. So in order for this to work, I'd have to, essentially, I'd have to build as though things were upside down. So there's something to do on the ceiling. If I wanted gravity to be an ability, where you flip, well, all you'd be doing is rotating the camera, right? You'd rotate the camera and change Poppet's gravity. There's actually a plugin that can kind of do it too. Actually, could probably do it better than that. But as I've wondered the whole time, what would it do for gameplay? Because I really like the thing in Bloodstained with the thing where she yells invert and flips the whole thing around her. Yeah, and I don't know how much I'd want to do that. You know? That was kind of the thing, or I was sitting there messing with the ceilings a bit, and I was like, I'd have to be responsible for essentially designing a whole extra area on every floor of the ceiling, basically. Like every chapter would have a whole, every floor of the building would have to have an extra thing along the ceiling to do. And that's just a huge amount of work for it to be a thing. And that was basically why I canned the idea. I did make a couple of ceilings to test that out. You can see it with the magician room where it has a whole bunch of pipes along the ceiling now. Well, you can't give an ability and then not let him use it anywhere, right? Like, but you still have to design these rooms where, you know, you basically be designing a whole upper area for whatever reason. Like the one in Bloodstained was fun because you just got to use it everywhere, and that was cool. But they also built their game for that purpose. So there were areas where you needed to do that. Here, I don't know. There's a lot of difficulty for that ability. I thought about it, but the issue with the nav mesh being a massive problem. The issue with needing to design double up on rooms is also a problem. A lot. And then the question is that really better than the Spider-Man ability to get places? I mean, like, okay, you can run along the ceiling now. And if it's like the Bloodstained where you can flip it back and forth in order to fly. Ghetto fly, anyway. And ghetto flying was kind of fun, but I don't know if I'd want that in this game. It's kind of weird. Just sitting there and reversing it back and forth, so you're just falling perpetually up and down in order to get places. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of extra systems and a lot of extra design for that ability. I'm not sure I want to go that far. I already don't think I can get the game done in the time frame I had set forth anyway. And I also need 66 abilities, so any ability better not take that long. Because I got a lot to make. Yes, I do. But yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while. If there's a gravity ability like that or not. Big if. Got lost for a second there. The answer is affirm, possibly? Maybe? Yeah. At this point, I'm not even sure what you're going to do with flying. Other than be kind of bored because it's not that fun. This is true. I kind of feel like I should design my own little buildings in blueprints. Oh, you gotta run, catch you later? No. Oh. Thanks for swinging by, Bird, and thanks for the ideas. And who knows, maybe it'll work out and I'll use it. I don't know, possibly. Yep, have fun though. I don't know what to do with these. How big should these be, really? I mean, they could be huge if I want them to be. I mean, I kind of want it so that humans could get through the area, I guess. Not just dolls. That one looks like it fits better anyway. So the Titanic ones are probably a little more fun. I can also put something on the buildings. There's nothing to grab on these buildings though, so... Your head rotates all the way around to be creepy. Oh. Yep, see you later, bird. This might be cool if they're just bigger. Don't know if I want to put a bunch of little tiny ones or not. Maybe the bigger ones are going to be better. Maybe I just have small little platforms to jump on to get to places. It's how high do I want to gamify this? Like I could hide a button up higher too. Like all the buttons are currently in the water right now. I gotta give her better flying animations. I haven't bothered to yet. You do have double jumps, so you can do that. The buildings block your ability to look at her though. I don't know about having this giant version of that. Maybe I want it to be smaller. I also might take the smoke out of the room entirely. This game is not really, or this room is not really about the smoke, so. That would be a map cube. If you're hidden, she can switch to a random location which would let you move away from her. Do I keep it knowing that that's an option? I don't use the hidden mechanic very often. It's kind of lame, to be 100% honest. I guess it makes the playroom work because without the playroom, without hidden, you would be you wouldn't really be able to get your sanity back. To be honest, you don't think you can make it through. Well, you never make it through the room. Your sanity runs out long before you get through that room. It was way too big. So. I guess I just leave him in. She has no attack option. None of this matters. She really just moves to target. I don't really need a jump scare thing. I think just when she touches, she would just be a jump scare thing. Maybe I change this room up here and say if it's over 5,000. She just do that. First, then you can't just look at her the whole time and stop her from moving. But it might be more interesting if she moved around. We could just remove 2 of these, but I can also just do this really quick and call it square too. I don't know why it starts so far zoomed out sometimes. It's weird. Yeah, thinking. No, someone just sent me a message on a whisper on Twitch, and I was like, oh. I just realized I don't have like a business email, and then people are going with someone actually offering to me to support something if I want. I was like, maybe I will. Maybe. Never occurred to me that that was even a thing. I was just making my game. Oh, it's on the upkeep graph. I know what it is. That's fair, yeah. I forget that that's his option. But I mean, could prove handy for more resources for the game, you know? Never enough resources for the game. Come on, focus is what it said here for this. I should write notes. Oh, looking is done right here. That's an interaction check. I don't use this anymore. I know the magician would have that thing, but I'm trying to remember where it even happens at. How did I set this up? I mean, it seemed to just be an on focus, but I'm not seeing the code for that. Guess I'll just run the search. I did something weird with this one. This chapter can definitely use some work. Level design can be rough. Sometimes I have really good ideas, and other times I just don't have good ideas. And it just comes down to inspiration. Really what it is. Am I inspired at the time? by something, and I just do it if I'm inspired, and if I don't, I'm not inspired, you know, something happens. Sure, you can index them all. Go ahead. You haven't done that forever. Go ahead. Go nuts. Index them real quick. It's gonna take a while before I see a pad on Fab. I think I'm gonna start working on the main project file after this last weekend update. No. Yeah. I don't know how fast Fab pays. Hopefully your project is selling well. I mean, you know. Make all the monies. Oh yeah, taxes are rough. That's something they don't ever like the fees and everything. They just don't tell you about all that crap, how much things just cost, and it's like, Jesus. Yeah, exactly. I'll be surprised if I get half of the money when I sell this on Steam. Like, I don't think it'll even be anywhere much at all. Because Steam takes 30%. So I'm not really a fan of them at all. Oh, thanks, Virtual V. It's good to be loved. You seem pretty cool yourself. So I definitely demand dinner first. Just kidding, how's it going? Yeah, it seems 30% is a lot. That's before taxes too, so you just get wrecked. Like, you're just going to be paying out the nose to them. So if you take home half of what you sell your game for, that's great. Epic doesn't take 30%. You sell in the Epic Store. It's like sub 5% if you actually release your game the same time on the Epic Store. That one takes 12%. Yeah, that's pretty good. What kind of voodoo thing did I do for this? It's just always doing Poppet watching, so that's notable. I don't know, I prefer Epic. I don't like Steam at all. I don't usually give them money. Except for to list my game on there. But I try not to support Steam. Not a fan. Especially not after having to make a page though. I'm even less of a fan now. Want something I never played? Fair. Yeah. Well, Epic gives you more games. So my free library that I've assembled on Epic is better than my Steam library ever was. This is so weird that that doesn't show up on there. How is Poppet triggering this event? All she's doing is triggering an event on focus. That's the only thing that's actually happening. An event on focus for Charlotte. Doesn't run anything else. This event on focus just triggers this, which, but never mind, just looking right here. Oh, okay. I see what I did now. This is just like a misnomer. This doesn't even need to be here from what I can tell. Also, not used. It's on accident again. It sets it to looking every single time she stares at it with on focus. And then it just starts a timer, and the timer just says, okay, well. Once the timer runs out, you know, if at any point she's not looking, it just keeps resetting this like that, but she can reset, can act otherwise if that's the case. It's just once the timer hits 0. Yeah, once it runs out there, so it just does that. Yep. The event of focus just sets it there. Okay. Yeah, most games end up on both Epic and Steam, so there's like no real reason not to. I mean, if Epic's cheaper, I would choose it. Plus, you get the free games all the time. Like, I haven't even got the most recent free games, I don't think. Like, there's new free games. Maybe. I might have already got them. Reloading it? Reloading it? I think all these streams I'm doing are having issues with my thing there. Yeah, the current free game is Legion TD2. So. And yeah. And there'll be 2 free games apparently then. That's interesting. I just collect all the free games from there. That's a hobby of mine, collecting free games from Epic. Actually, I already have that one in my library. Damn, wrecked. But I have so many hundreds of games there they've given me for free. No, they just don't buy games on Steam anymore. I suppose there isn't really many community things I care about on old Epic, on old Steam. I just don't really care. Like, cool, but yeah. Like, I never really read any of those things. Maybe like, for my own game it'll be nice to have a forum for it. I guess that's true. Realistically, I'll tell them to join the Discord. I mean, if you want to report bugs on the other, it's fine too, I suppose. But it might also let me do playtesting through it. You know, like there's a playtest option through Steam that lets you not have to deal with the potential risks of just handing out a copy of everything. Like, you have proof of chores, they can't just relist it or do whatever they were gonna do. So that's kind of nice. Mannequin body, what is this? Yeah, the stats are why I'm there. Unfortunately. Like, the sheer number of people makes all the difference under the sun. What's your problem, buddy? What? Oh. This is part of that Metroidvania thing I picked up because I was trying to figure out how to solve that map thing there, and I even paid $3 just to see if I could solve it through that thing. And you know what I discovered? Their way of doing it sucked. It was like a really dumb way of doing it. Also wouldn't have worked what I was doing. You know what also helps though? When someone puts these broken things in there, if I just delete it. So the game doesn't have blueprint errors because someone can't program their pack that they sell. It's only paid $3. Because, you know. It would have been worth $3 to solve a problem like that. I've been through so many map things, it was a problem. I'm very glad that's resolved. I need to make a bunch of collectible menus though. That needs to be resolved soon. As well. Probably shouldn't be working on chapter 2 at all. Probably be working on chapter 1 and making it better and better and better. Fixing bugs. Not designing levels. It'll take a second because that was referenced in memory. But this is a mess. Like, there's 2 different Quinn ones too. That's interesting. Normally I wouldn't delete this right now, but since it's erroring whenever I try to start the thing, I guess it's worth deleting right now. Good, clean, wholesome fun for the entire family. What do I even have to work on? I mean, plenty of ideas. Oh yeah, temperate slowing time. It's so easy to slow time, but why? Like, if it's slow time for everyone but you, maybe that's a lot harder to do. Like, if I had machines that were on or something, and then slowing time would mean you'd be able to get through certain areas, like a fan blade or something, you could like slow time and then the fan blade would you know, stop spinning long enough to sneak through. the room order for things. I might move that stuff off of here because on my to-do list is kind of a weird place for everything. I kind of just keep a record of stuff so I have an idea of where stuff's supposed to go. I'm not really adding achievements in yet. Those are kind of unimportant. I did resolve those. I've also resolved this one too. And I haven't, that's the waterfall. I gotta redo the waterfalls entirely. I switched them up to try to look better with the current water, and they don't work right. There's so much wrong with them. These I'm gonna have to look up how to do because of they were built into that one project, that one UI thing. I don't even know how you did it in the first place, so let's figure it out. Oh, there's a hair mine, it's so annoying. I'll make 1 month to make a showcase build, everything to start planning to now. It's only 1 month, you have a little more than that. Right? Let's see. Yeah, you got until September 22nd. So, you know, you got more than a month. You got all August, you got, you know, I got 2/3 of September. I don't know if I'd wait until the last moment, but you could submit it like September 15th and it'd probably be fine. But yeah, over the next month, I'm going to do some YouTube videos and then I'm going to make certain to get that done, you know? Like, I want something to submit. I don't care if it's not even the best submission ever. I should just submit something. And if it doesn't work out and I have to submit the next time in, you know, next February, then that will happen. But let me tell you, if I don't get it, then I am going to submit in February. 100%. Right? Like, I will keep trying. And by the time, like, if I don't get it then, you better believe I'll get it in February. Stupid. Also, right south. I was thinking of keeping a week too for that. Also, the video, yeah. I need to get better at doing videos. I really do. I need practice on that. I'm terrible at it. It's because I don't have the time. Like, I know I could do a better job with videos if I had more time. You might even just have an ad right now. Why am I talking? You might not, though. You usually don't. I'll stand up for a second. Yeah. You didn't have ads, maybe? Yeah. You don't typically get ads, so. I'm not surprised, but yeah, I had to make videos for it. I'm terrible at it. I'm terrible at hype videos. I, yeah. I mean, even for just, you know, the Steam page, I just put up some gameplay on there because I wanted it submitted. It's better to have something that people can wishlist on than nothing, and it's not like Steam's gonna sell you any, like, Steam's not gonna promote your stuff. That's not what Steam does. You gotta have a bunch of wish lists first anyway. So, then Steam's algorithm will start promoting it to people. But until then, it doesn't matter, so not worried about that. Just something not great at the moment. I think I was using like, I was originally using like OpenShot just because it was a quick video editor. And then someone said CapCut, and I think I made that short with CapCut, but then I forgot how to use it because I used it like one time and forgot all about it. So that's a problem, I'm sure. Yeah, it's kind of a problem, isn't it? Yeah. But I don't know. Do I just get rid of that? It only works if you look at like adder anyway. It does have an indicator, so if the indicator's already there, I don't think this needs to be visible. I'll have to figure something out though. I definitely I think it's just time. I need time to work on things. But I'm trying to get good at too many other things at the same time, so it's like there's not a lot of time for any one thing. Yeah. On the plus side, making videos for tutorials will help some too, I imagine. The tutorial videos are usually not that exciting. True. When you become Clip Champ, you have all kinds of assets in there and it's free. Never even heard of Clip Champ. I mean, I can use my, you know, things in Unreal Engine to generate images and things if I need to make some things interesting, I guess. I don't think I've looked into Clip Champ. It's got like pricing. Hmm. Hey Elite Pixel, how's it going? You have a free tier? Yeah, I'll keep it as a list of things to look at. Because, you know, never hurts to try some new stuff. I know CapCut seemed really good, but I just forgot how to use it. That's really what it is, I just forgot. Like I learned it and then I forgot. Lag? Is the stream lagging for people? Hmm. Guess I can go look and see. It's possible the shorts version just isn't worth having around? I don't know. I have a non-shorts version. It looks like it's working to me. I think. No lag there on Twitch, sure. I'm mostly pushing over on the YouTube shorts with saying a lag. My advice is, I mean, there's a non-shorts version which seems to be working just fine. The shorts version is I think it looks good. This is the non-shorts version if you want to just watch that one. I'm not sure how the shorts version if it works very well, because it might be just too much to ask my computer to upload 4 different streams of these things, especially without being a different look. Also, it looks like the chat's not even loading correctly on it. It's only the 3rd time I've even tried it. So far it's been a catastrophe. I might just ditch it in the future. It's not like I got many views. It seems to just cut into my views, honestly. Load this thing up here. Could be overload my poor computer. Don't need this in the way. I mean, the magician thingy shows up where you can still count as seniors. I think that's acceptable enough. I don't think I need anything else. The Poppet's like laser eye here. Give her the stink eye. I like this lower area a fair amount. It's just this upper area that I'm not a fan of. And they could just have a city just alternating back and forth there and just put a bunch of buildings. I don't want to emit light though. There was like a problem with these couldn't be picked up. Do you remember that? The problem is gone. Actually, I was standing by the little thingies. Oops. Oh yeah, I put in a thing where if she's really far away, she could teleport. Let's see if she does it. $6,000 must be super far away. How far away is like this? Let's see if we can measure out like 6,000 here. So let's say I take this one here and I measure way over here. Oh yeah, 6,000 is huge. You have to be the whole room away for this to even make a difference. Like that far though? That was almost like that far. I'm surprised she didn't teleport. I don't know if the lag ever got fixed on the short stream or not. Hopefully it did. I might just want to cancel that stream. It does seem like it's kind of laggy. And then I can't even get it to run. I think I'll close these out. But maybe it's working. I keep seeing it kind of laggy. I think it might be not good enough for me to run it. Maybe that's part of the problem I'm having with it. I'm looking over at it here. You can see it's... Refresh it. And then it just kind of hits the end of it and starts getting all laggy. Which does not seem good at all. Yeah, maybe in the future I'm not gonna do that. I'll just stick with the 3 streams. Because it's not like the shorts are getting any kind of additional things. I think streaming to Kick might prove more valuable in the long run. After all, YouTube could decide to go ridiculous with their new content banning thing they're going to do. Where they're going to decide with AI if you're underage or not, and then make you show them your ID to, which they'll of course delete, I'm sure. Delete it. Yeah. And that's the only way you can get back out of it. So they can just say you are. It's going to be weird. We'll see how that goes. Probably not well, I imagine. I could do the same canopy thing up here. If I do canopies... Is there a reason to do canopies here? I guess it does fit the little pirate thingy there, though this doesn't have the amount of space above like this does. This kind of has a lot. Well, anyway. Music. These little canopies could prove good for gameplays, so, you know. Or terrible. They've been pretty terrible. By the way, I see it's just one more place for something to go. Might actually be better though if it's just above each window, but to be fair, these are so close to the ceiling that it might not work because you'll just hit your head. Be unable to make the jumps. Kept that one there just in case I wanted a singular one. I'm not sure you're gonna get up onto this yet. I think I'll just drop the other screen that's not working very well. It just keeps lagging. I could have crates and things here too, though the crates seem more like a storage room thing. I don't really want random crates everywhere necessarily, though. I guess to be fair, that is a thing that could happen. There's this one here. I could put one of these on the side. Well, that's not gonna work right because they're not bent. I guess to be fair, these could have also been set not bent too. Like I could have just had them like this. That's a little weird though. I don't know why they would be like that. Well, I guess they could be like that. Would that be better? If I did this. And then moved them down, they could actually be much lower. And probably better for fighting, honestly. I don't know if they're ideal for fighting, but they could be better. Can't really connect them like this. Doesn't really work very well, I don't think. Unless I put some sort of pillars to hold it up. This also isn't even high enough anyway. It's got to be able to... You know what? I can't see what if it's right high, can we? Let me do this really fast and rate them where they should be. This might be better, I think, actually. Can I just hold it up with some pillars or something? And the same way with this one? Hmm. Maybe. Might be an awkward room for her, though. Not for this to be in. As of Charlotte. Okay, that collision is terrible. I literally fell through it. Pesky sneezing fit. Yeah. I mean, you know. It's there, it's just you fall through in parts. Right? Not the best. Like it's like here, but there's like a section over here that you just fall through. I don't know which one, but somehow it happened. Daytime Charlotte's not very scary. I don't even know how it worked. Because I'm trying to make it happen again and I can't seem to. Actually right here, it's really wonky right here. Right there. So, you know, perfect. 10 out of 10. Best collision ever. I should work for EA or something. I realize I'd be raising the quality bar at EA, but you know. I could probably do that for them for the right amount of money. Imagine thinking they have quality there. That's adorable. That's so weird looking. We You can jump here, okay? I don't know what the purpose of this is necessarily, but except for Charlotte's head in the wall, in the ceiling. If she has a ghost, she can just, stick her head through things if she wants. Sometimes she doesn't do that because she's just being nice, wants to give you a fair chance, but she's still a ghost, so she could just go wherever she wants. And there ain't much you can do about it. Besides be really sad. Oh, okay. The H load. That's one of the problems. This room is so big, the H load issue is happening where they can literally just mesh you up here. Like, it's like you can just see the distance and can't do anything about it. Let me fix this one here. One collision is fine. My regular stream still working? I think it is. We'll check that one's still working. Seems to be. I think something's wrong with the upload on the vertical one. I don't know. Whatever. The problem with this is it's not really gamified, so you can't really do a lot with them. I could also use their concept buildings too. Like they had a bunch of blueprint buildings which I could just dump out. Which might be better. Now I'm just gonna quickly set up some other things real quick. I can always go through and turn off all the lights on there, and that's all I care about. You know? Thanks for following the Alchemist Boy. How's it going? I think I'm just gonna start dropping these. It's just so much better than doing it the other way. I have to be careful though because this might go into the lower area. Most certainly does, so I don't want to jam this into the wall a bit.
Yeah, I might not put it there at all because I realized that distance is... I can shrink the size of this a bit. How big is this in comparison to old Popster? About normal size, I guess. Whoa. I'm gonna rotate it this way. Because this will make it harder for you to see. Also kind of limit which way you can go.
Not a bad idea.
Plus there's space to go by. I'm not going to use these. I'm probably just going to remove the lights on the other ones. I actually reskinned all these buildings so that they would look not stylized, by the way. I came to the conclusion that it was better that they were more like they are now. Always has that giant thing on the end. I might almost want to shrink these down because they're so big. I could half size them. Or just put this thing like that. Not here, obviously, but farther down the road. There's not a lot of space for this building. You can see that already. It literally takes up almost the whole way, so Poppet would have a... She had to go around it. Would that be fun? Maybe it is. Even then, it's sticking off that thing. Well, I can actually put little, like, walkways and everything around here, so I can actually fill these up a lot and then just put tiny little walkways to go around. So this way Charlotte can kind of hide behind stuff. I might take out the safe zones. I don't think they're necessary.
Because that mechanic fit in the other one there, because you need to get your sanity back, but this one's mostly about running away from her the whole time. And you have a built-in method to deal with her, so... Well, deal with is such a strong term. Yeah, I think this is a better idea. I'll just do whatever gets the job done quick. And then come back later and change it if I so desire. Which I might. It's not a much better idea. I don't mind blocking the pathway. It's not an idea that's much better than what I was doing. And much more sadistic, I'm sure. Move that up a little bit. Can I change the wood on those? Oh, these things were weird. I tried trying to change them, and the floor planks wouldn't change the way I wanted.
right? It does this instead, which is so bizarre to me that that's what it does. Means I'll have to put lights places as I remove the lights from the other things. Holy crap, that's huge. Maybe I get rid of these or something, I don't know. Can't really do a lot with these, so I don't know if I'm how excited I am by them, but probably need to shrink some of these things, honestly. They're just so big. If I made them 0.5, would that be better? I mean, they're too small for Poppet to go inside, but she can't go inside them anyway. I mean, the giant ones do seem a lot more like buildings to her, which is kind of cool, I guess. I think I like them bigger. Yeah. Don't know where I'm gonna fit this monster, but probably back into the door, honestly. It's almost like a little tunnel for her to run through. No more safe spots. That mechanic is dead. Now I can hide the buttons a little better too. Possibly one of the buttons might not be down there in the bottom area or something. Or the infamous 6th button might show up, making the map even more obnoxious. What really are we talking about? Oh. Nothing important. Whenever I see a message, you know, and it's like, you know, it's like 5:15 a.m. right now. So if someone sends me a message at 5:15 a.m., I usually assume it's important because who sends messages at 5:15 a.m.? Turns out people who don't necessarily have important things to tell me. God, these are big. Yeah, I think sticking out the sides are kind of a problem here. Not sure if I can make use of this one. Here I'm just being too lazy to make them myself. Like a pro. And I could block this off so that there's like an additional thing preventing it. Like a thing, I could make one more block here. Oh, I could actually just barricade this whole section off. Ooh, I could do that. Like if I did that and just put like some things over here, just temporary holders here. And then force you to go underneath here. That might be more interesting. And I could hide the buttons back here somewhere. If I did that, I would actually probably push this back and use this area over here. Instead of having like a bridgeway between. It's not a bad idea. I could just move all these back. That would give me the ability to have additional ones back here. Maybe. Well, if that were the case, then I would get rid of this and then... Okay, whatever you're doing there, stop it. Seriously. Watch me work, see you later? Ah, no. I have to leave work, okay. Fair enough. Well, I'll still be streaming a bit yet, I imagine. Yeah, it's only 7 hours in, so I'll probably still stream another... At least 1 more hour, maybe 2 more. Maybe 3, who knows. Maybe I get feisty, so if you wander back, I might be here. And if not, I will be here tomorrow. I would say bright and early, but let's be real, it's late and not that early at all. Wait for me anyway. One of these days I might try a day stream just on a day I would normally stream just to see how it goes. Like streaming like an afternoon or something, or an evening on a day I'm not doing anything else. Once I get the Epic thing done and I get monetized on YouTube, I will probably stream a lot more. Maybe 5 or 6 days. 5 for certain. 6, I don't know, maybe. This still doesn't quite let me have what I want. A little bit off. If I can push it back a little bit, then it's not that far off. Using the ones they suggest kind of gives me, forces me to design around their bizarreness, so I'm not gonna lie. It's making me consider options I wasn't gonna consider before. This one can be moved, I think. So I'm also gonna have little rails between them, like little walkways. I hate these little things off to the sides quite a bit. They suck. I might be able to get away with this here, though. That does stick through the wall. Does that even matter? Kinda. This has been moved, though, now, so maybe I don't use this one because it's so fat. It's also possible I could run a different like set of paths through here too. I kind of like having the giant pool, so that's a thing. Maybe I liked it better the other way. So I can have one of the things there. I don't know if I want lanterns necessarily. I might just have all thingies and I'm just going to turn the lights off on all the buildings. And then just spawn in the various cubes at certain places so you have to go find them. Thus making this a little bit harder. Just to be a dick. It's this monstrosity. Actually, all I have to do to fix those lights is find the base ones and then change them. I don't have to change them on all these at all. I'll just do that. It's so much easier. True. I could push this all the way back instead of letting you run behind it. And let you run around it. Race not, want not. I like to put boats in here, but the problem I have with them is they won't move up and out of the water. I need a system that moves them because they're not truly floating. Which I might want to do. That ever fix itself? I think the second stream is not working on there on YouTube. I should probably ditch it. Is anyone even technically watching it? Because I don't think it's working. Not really. Alright, I'm in the little short stream then. I'll just do the regular stream then. Because... yeah. And that one. That was a catastrophe. Oops. Did it die on there or something? I don't know. Whatever. I'll stick with the regular one. Hopefully that works better. You might have stopped playing on my thing. I don't know. I'm gonna have to double check how that's working because it's... I really want to be able to stream to shorts as well, but my internet connection might not be up the level necessary to do that many. Or maybe my computer's not at that level. I could see it go either way. Oops. Where the light cubes spawn at, so they don't, make certain they're not under a building. That one's fine. That one's also fine. Goes that one, I didn't really put anything on top of them. Hit a button back there. I'm probably gonna put this button somewhere complicated. But I just want to run around and see how it feels. You know, like... changes will be made, but... I want to see the giant buildings and running through the tight little areas is and more. Plus she can hide now. And I think that's a big difference. Is before, like, you could always see her, and now that there's a legitimate threat of running behind these things because you can't see her. So every time I look through here, I might be able to see her and I might not, which makes this a lot more dangerous. That collision is horrible. I can't even go that way. Huh. You go through, you gotta go to the front of this building, I believe. Yeah. As you see, I was trying to position it so that would be a problem intentionally. Creepy looking. On? It's because I'm targeting her. That's obnoxious. I need to replace the symbol on her with something different. Not the magician, but a Charlotte. Like an eyeball or something. It's definitely more interesting. I can definitely make this room a lot cooler looking. I think I might need not those there because they're kind of weird. Yeah, I need to get rid of the smoke. It doesn't need to be here. That's floating. I do have double jump, so I can do that and not cheat. Down here, it's pretty similar. Not much has really changed. It's mostly going to be the upper area, so I might put another button up there or something. I'm going to lure her this way. A graphical problem down there? No. I had the world enabled, so I don't even suffer from the curse. I don't know how necessary that matters, but I don't really care about testing the way, except for that it needs to be changed up because you can... I won't be able to get around it, I don't think. Well, I guess I don't have to let you around everything. I can just block stuff. I dropped the flip so bad of a game. That's unfortunate. Well, that's cheating. Suddenly I can't click the button. It's like there's a thing where sometimes the control won't work anymore. I don't know what's up with that. Like the keyboards are not... Well, the M and the V key aren't working because I can still jump and move around. That works, but not the other. I usually believe there's something wrong with those, but why those two and not any other key? Also can't tab either. Yeah, it broke. Interesting. Remember where it's checking it is valid. Well, if it's not valid, then it should be doing this here. Hmm. I should write that down too while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Well, when it happens again, I'll keep an eye on it. I don't know what's causing it. It's a very recent thing. It's leading me to believe that maybe, just maybe, it's to do with the map system that I added in. Probably is. Alright, I gotta switch my earbuds real fast. Same battery low. One sec. Like I'm trying to change my earrings or something like that. What is this? What this? A swing? Keyboard? Can't even see it, it's so tiny. What this? I don't know. Doesn't work. 0 out of 10, do not like. I had these things I could put out here. If I wanted to have that underneath it, I don't think that's worth it. I think those are weird. Not a huge fan. Oh. You can tell how jerky these are getting because none of these things are inside of the H-load system yet. Plus these are all blueprints, so I'm gonna need to level instance them probably, so I'll end up replacing them later, but for purposes of testing, I'm not worried about it as much as I could be. I could not run these things. I think I want to get rid of those. I thought they might be kind of cool, but these buildings are tall. I don't have a lot of space. I might as well run with the theme and save those for the other room that seems more like a place for guests to sit around or something. I don't know why it's preparing one mesh forever, but it just is. Oh yeah, I had to block this because there's no, you can't see anything. Like if they were on the same floor, I could easily just leave that open, let you look in there. But what I can do is provide a secret way in and out of the, through this, like, you know, by letting you go in and out of one. They'll usually lock the rooms where Charlotte's in so you can't see outside them. But what if I block the path entirely and then let you go through a window to go to the next area or something? As an option. Like, that's on the other. Well, actually, wait, I can edit a level instance. This is probably going to make Unreal Engine angry with me. It's a big level instance to play with. See, if I put those in the way, I can make it so that you have to, you can go in and out of these. Oh, not is open, this can be open. Again, if it is open, then it's like open, but. I'm gonna have to take the pipes over here and dupe them. This is like the most extreme amount of actual work I've done on one of these inside of another level. It's pretty cool. Unreal Engine never ceases to amaze me. Like the things it just does. I could never use another engine. I wouldn't want to use another engine. This engine understands me, you see. In ways no other engine could. Now it just uses like an AI waifu assistant. And then I could just spend the rest of my life with it, and it'd be great. I'm not gonna lie, I mean, you know, if I could sit there and use this engine as my job, that would be amazing. So I would spend the rest of my life with it. Not, you know, in the dating sort of way, but in the... That'd be kind of fun. To, do this. Where would I like to be able to jump out at? I mean, I guess I could just make all these available to open and then block them out if I want later. Obviously, Charlotte's not going to leave the building. So that's a thing to note. I'm not sure what that would do. Okay, so that's... should be fine. That's wild that it can do that. There's so many actors in that. It's just like, oh, I'll load this in the middle of doing that. But I guess to be fair, it does it anyway, because literally whenever you load the thing, it does that. Oh, so there's a crystal ball out here. Why? I don't know. It's just out here. It happens a lot, I find. Stuff's just there. I don't know why this crystal ball's here. Crystal ball 4 wouldn't be on this map anyway. Let's edit that again. This one's too short. Oh, it's already completed, therefore it cannot be changed easily, but I can grab one from here again. I'm gonna have to go through and convert all those over too in a bit. But this is so convenient. I guess it doesn't gotta be right there. There's no need for me to force you to go a particular direction. If you want to go farther past that, go ahead. What's this? Off the painting? Sure. What this? Oh, let's save it and find out. What's a map cube? Yeah, those can stay. I'm definitely gonna have to play around map cubes quite a bit to make it all work. Now we're incorporating the ability to go outside in this map. I'm not sure how that's going to play out. This one kind of sucks because you can go around it. You want one you really can't go around. To be fair, this kind of needs some additional stuff on it anyway, because it won't really get the job done. It's too far. I'm just gonna go ahead and increase the red light back on so I can see what has been going on here. I can't see if that's hitting underneath or not. That's unfortunate. We're able to hide somebody up there. I gotta fix the problem with them, the thing despawning and then respawning. Because I stepped out there and it messed it up there, and that's an issue. Also, it's just stuck in the wall. That's why I need to turn the lights on when I design, because look at how far in the wall that is. I didn't even notice. But it's obviously too far in the wall. What are these? The eyeballs. Huh. Do I even want to keep these? I don't think I do. They were just something I thought were, you know, fun for having whenever Charlotte's around. I don't know if I want those. They seem kind of weird for what's going on in this room. This is more of a parody theme. I almost want the parrot music for here, even though it's, you know, facing Charlotte. Usually for Charlotte, I always make it like a creepier music, but I don't know. Also, having this sticking over the top is kind of nice for purposes of like a little trail to run through or something. Oh, they made another building. Letting them do the design work here. I don't need to do design work if they're gonna do it for me. Oh, that one could be interesting. Oh, we actually going into the water or something. That's a weird setup there. I don't think that's gonna work for me. I wanted to go down the water for some reason, but I don't think I do. That's kind of bizarre. Actually, I know where I can make use of something like this, maybe. Might be skipping out on this one. I'm gonna have to make some. I'm obviously gonna make some myself too, probably. Yeah, there's nowhere this is gonna make any sense here. It's just the room isn't tall enough for it. Yeah, it was worth a try. Alright. I would love to have the boats in here. That'd be sweet. It's just a broken boat. Okay, it has everything on it. But not gonna work. That needs so much optimization. So much. Oh wait, I can't put this here because of those. I remember that now. I can't get away with putting it here, though. To be fair, I can also edit the blueprints so that they don't have as much crap on them. That is true, too. Like, it'd actually be pretty wise to just simply get rid of this crap on the bottom of this, and now that I just said that, I'm going to. Hmm, see? Recycle their buildings. Yeah, this is just... This is just uncalled for. Why would you do this to me? I guess that one looks like it pushes against the wall. Oh, maybe I could keep that back. Let me try something here. I think it's being held up. It's actually the same building, right? No, he's not. That can be one massive building. There. Or I just get rid of them and put them in front. I think I just get rid of them. They're terrible. Archie them from the things that none of them have them. Maybe I'll keep that one, I guess. I don't know. Isn't there actually a way you can walk around too? Which I think is a little bit better. Anything that forces you to go out and amongst the things or risk your life is always good in my book. You could just put the black on them so that they look like they're just dark. I don't want to program them all to be lights because I don't want that many lights. I want very few lights in there. I can just replace this emissive one with one that's not emissive, and then no problem. Maybe take a break in a few more minutes and then streaming after that. I don't know. But you know, I'm enjoying messing with what I'm doing, even if I have an unfortunate bug with this room that needs to be fixed. Can I turn this light off? Originally I was trying to make it where the things weren't in the way of Poppet, but I'd rather they be in the way of Poppet so they block Charlotte. I mean, they block me being able to see her. I still remove the smoke. Problem is you can't really take anything out of this room. Like the buttons would work, but you can't take the lights out of this room. And of course she's not going to respawn because I had to get far enough away. That's a notable thing too. Missed one. Can't see mic lights. That's what we really want. Oh, nope, I missed another. Oh, this has a light built into it. Yeah, screw that. No lantern. Guess you have one too, huh? Yeah, all the lights are cool, but unfortunately when your game is literally based around lights, some things just can never be, you know? I don't like the eyeballs in the wall anymore. They suck. Flying thing here and just remove that as an action. Actually, it's not a flying on either. It's the the puppet bastard. So you have the easiest AI in the world. Just a relentless killer. Not sure hidden will even apply here, so it might just be she always moves towards target, making her the easiest AI in the world. But, yeah, never know. Probably use more of those little tiny ones too. That's not a bad spot at all. Hear me out. It's about being a dick. It's really that simple. You just really want to be a dick with where you place things. You know, you're just a terrible person. You're like, yeah, I put it there. I did. And you're gonna like it. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. If you can reach it. I might need an extra building to jump on so you can reach it. Oh, you can reach that. And you go, boop. I could get rid of the center one. Hide another one up here. Definitely better than the previous locations. And now you get to jump up high, which is more fun, I think. Okay, I don't know what's going on there, but that's awful. Oh, I see. Does that make a difference? Not really. A little bit, I guess, but... Possibly I really just want like a giant regular piece of wood on here and not a pathway. Okay. No idea. I'm definitely going to tweak this room a lot when all is said and done. Because I know that it's going to have a lot of things that might be available later. And I can also make some of the buildings a little better for this purpose. But I'm going to block this path entirely. Or I could not. I mean, I won't block it entirely because it's more fun to have it not blocked entirely. I was going to have you jump outside, but I don't have to do that necessarily. Hey Ghost, I submitted it yesterday, but they said 3 to 5 days for it to be, you know, approved, so at least they have it. Didn't really get a trailer, just put up some, you know, recorded gameplay of it, because I was never going to get it done anytime soon otherwise. But hopefully, you know, well, with any luck in 2 more days, it'll be available, you know, to just wish list. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. It was definitely a relief to have it done. I was just so over it by the time it was done. I was like, Jesus, why? Why is this still going? It was so miserable. Why didn't they just merge these into static meshes? I have questions. But yeah, overall, seems pretty good to me. Oh. This room's gonna be a lag monster, I can tell already. I don't know if I want to use this building anywhere else because it blocks so much. What has an extra light on it? Ugh. Very stupid extra light. No lights. I mean, I could add lights if I want, but I'm trying not to have lights here. I just have to fix the bug so that, like, you can go outside and not have Charlotte be a problem. Or not ever, we'll just have respawn again. I'm not sure if I like that better, knowing you can do that. You're saying common things. Collision must be awful. That happened. Yeah, I gotta replace that with a regular thing. It's so weird. She doesn't spawn back in because of that bug, so I gotta do something about that. Is it? Isn't that exciting? Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it's just, you know, they just agree to it. Because otherwise, it'd be a little longer. Too many collisions are terrible. Yeah, Charlotte's not spawning.
I mean, I actually picked up like Twitch Turbo because I figured that every time I'd sit in someone's stream or something like that to talk to him, it got so annoying getting blocked by the stupid commercials. Like, I'm having a great conversation and then mid-conversation, oh, ads. So I just decided I would pay like the $12. I don't really sub to anybody, I just pay the $12. But it supports the people because it actually pays more if you're watching them than if you were to sub to them. At least in my estimation it does. How much more? It's really hard to say. You know how it goes with Twitch and their bizarre payment thingies. Bizarre indeed. At least my first two, they approved them the next day, so they're backed up or it's being slow. Well, the message said 3 to 5 days when I submitted it, and then the previous one, when they're talking about it, says a couple days. I was like, that escalated quickly. I didn't realize you already had 2 games up, though. That's awesome. That means Steam has, like, you know, $300 of your money. Stupid Steve taking all our money. Only now they don't have to give you a game for it. Ooh, Steam. Got a Raz Steam. Ain't nobody like them. It probably won't take them that long. I'm not really sweating it or anything. You know, it happens when it happens, right? Like, ideally it'd be sooner rather than later, but whatever. I've waited this long. It's definitely not the best page I've ever made. Got some good things on it, but I also have like 15 months before this game's released anyway. So there's kind of a little ways going before this happens, you know? Tiny bit. Oh yeah. I used to buy games on there a long time ago. I don't buy it anymore, but Epic has easily won me over by giving me so much free crap that, you know, I don't know why I'd use anybody else at this point. The free crap is strong. Also, my library on Epic is bigger than my library on Steam.
I didn't pay any money. Oh, that's wrong. No, I paid $5 for a DLC once. I had so much fun with the game they gave me that I just decided the DLC would be awesome too. I felt like 100 hours in that game. I'm not in a hurry, but some of the things I see it, I know it's good, so I hurry up. Oh. Well, appreciate it. Yeah, I know it's... Yeah. Soon, TM, soon. Depending on how much stuff I want in the way. Quite a bit, I imagine. My actual plan here is to make it so you can't see Charlotte because things are in the way. I kind of want space in between the buildings. You can look at it when you're running between buildings, but not always. In some way, you're actually out closer to the thing, so it's a little harder on you. Whatever makes life suck a little more for the player, right? I probably need to fix this problem because I can't really test anything as long as that's a problem. I could lock one of these out. That one's not even close. Do I want to black one out? Like this one here is like, I want you to intentionally have to go outside. I'll block this one out. Open. Could hide one. It's like this one or this one should be blocked out. Probably this one. Once I realized I can actually edit level instances in the level, it was amazing. Level instances are the best. All these have to be replaced with level instances as well. I don't have a good spawn system for if Charlotte's here unless I make the I can make the area around this count as this room. It wouldn't technically be the city at that point, but it would prevent Charlotte from despawning and thus being a threat the whole time. That might be the best plan, actually. Because otherwise she'll despawn every time you leave the building, which is weird. Because I want her to be a threat while you're going in and out of the building. Yeah, okay. Weird, but... It's possible that instead of counting the areas outside as their own special thing, I could actually just make everywhere outside just an extension of the rooms that are nearby. That give me better control over what's happening. I don't hate it. I mean, I do, but I don't. Oh wait, don't do that way. Never do that way. That is dumb. That's disaster waiting to happen. Oops. Yeah, so it just needs to be moved over a bit and then dumped off to the side a bit, I guess. Oh, I don't ever do that. $140. That's perfect. Oh, so the I'm making it so that you can go in and out of these windows during the Charlotte fight in order to get around some of these buildings. But the problem is that you now count as a different room and she will despawn. Plus there's something of a bug if you go too fast and other things, it doesn't respawn them very, like, all the way. But it's weird because, you know, she just leaves and you could just go out the window and it removes the threat. So I've decided to make it that the area around the thing also counts as the room. So this way she won't despawn. And that means I'm also moving the city ones around. I think I'm going to make it that all of the ones outside the building are just whichever room they're nearby. So this way things don't despawn. That's my theory anyway. So I want this room to be something of a threat. Make Charlotte scary. Just scary. She ain't there yet, though. Actually, I think the mechanics of this room are far better than the mechanics of the other room. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I have multiple spawners that, you know, do things. And the room info does, well, it controls spawning things in the room that are not the encounter system. So there's the encounter system whose sole purpose is to spawn in things that aren't going to stay. And then this spawns in all the stuff that does stay. Pretty much. And this is purely because, you know, how big the game is. Obviously, it would not run if I just let everything sit out there forever. Well, I mean, it would run. It would just run badly. And I do say that's not the best plan, no. Actually, that's not even pushed against the walls as it could be, is it? So it needs to go all the way out to this ledge. Because the ledge is the death field. So, you know, if you go far enough up that it just kills you, I don't care anymore. You can do that if you want, it's fine. I'm okay with the player killing themselves. Any chance they want, no problems. Just go ahead, go nuts. Ain't nobody stopping you if that's what you want to do with your time. They want to jump off the building? Go ahead. Jump off the building if you like it. Wee. Yippee. Woo. Gotta look at her, she'll start moving towards you again. And now the buildings block it, so you can't really see her very well necessarily. I guess it does work through there. Oh, the other things got moved out. I gotta move all those because now it's probably in the wall. Yeah, I can see the light. Oh, I don't have the. I have the world enabled, so I don't even get to suffer from the drawback. Oh well. This isn't about that. She's in the walls. She's in the walls. Oh god. Run away. I didn't change that one, huh? Oh, I didn't do that one. I gotta move a bunch of things. So one of these spawns into wall. Like so. Ain't nobody like the one that spawns in the wall. And the one that spawns over the water, also pretty bad. And this one spawns... Yeah, it's fair enough, it could spawn there for once. Alright, stopping it. We just migrate that over here, like so. Okay. Hey, Monster. Oh, thanks for hanging out. Looking since the beginning, I appreciate it. That's a long lurk. Long enough that this chair is winning the battle. It's like, oh god, this chair, why? But I'll be here tomorrow, like 8 hours earlier. Scream away. Don't know what I'm working on specifically. Maybe more of this this chapter or something, just because I don't want to do it the first chapter very much right now. I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay. Catch you later. Back to testing. After this test, I might stand up, move around a bit, scream a bit more after that, but you know. I usually try to take a break every 2 hours, but I haven't really done that this stream at all. It's been like every 3 hours. If I get excited working on something, I tend to not pay attention to things like breaks, and I probably should. Wee. There's so many things to block this cube, it's very annoying. I'll throw it through there. You stay over there. She's gonna be way better when there's like voices or something that she makes, you know, instead of just being, you know, silent. Actually, I'm gonna keep this here. I'm gonna throw that in the water. It knows what it did. Don't heat the player. Hello. How's it going? Very good. Very good. Still, no. Still hello. I see you. Oh no! I'm so bad. She despawned. That's awkward. Why did you despawn? I have questions. What happened? Must not quite hit the wall or something. Hmm. It totally hits the wall. It's actually inside the wall. How did you despawn? That's weird. How? How this? Or there's a city thingy still here. I think the city thingy was so close and I hit it and it screwed things up. No, it would be fine. To be on the other side, but I moved over farther just in case it's a problem. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break for a bit and get back to messing with this. Probably be a long stream today, because why not? I'll be back in a bit. Here's back on. time to continue. Or something like that. Sure. So one of the things I don't like is this tire setup here probably just needs to be replaced by a flat board. You know? It's real bad. Like, it's bad, it should feel bad, everything about it sucks. I was gonna steal this one. I love Unreal Engine. It always boggles my mind when someone's like, you should try this other... No. Never happening. Just this engine. She's the only girl for me. Be fair, I probably spend more nights with her than just about any other woman I've ever been with, so that's actually not true, but I have spent a lot of nights with her, you know? Just saying. Good nights. Yes. The best nights. I guess to be fair, I have to also do these ones here too. Alright, I'll just ditch the end one here. Not exactly centered, but you know, sort of. No longer need I deal with the unfortunate downside of the center area there with the hole in it. Was kind of annoying. Weird that it takes so long to select all adjacent surfaces. It didn't used to do that, but it just seems to take a long time now. Oh, that's right. There's a bug where if you have a geometry brush selected and then you select something in the thing, it shows the geometry brush info. Oof. My stomach did not like that stuff. It's like, you should probably have food instead of alcohol. Right, fair. I mean, to be fair, I've had like a can and a half over the course of 8.5 hours, so It's not like I'm drinking a huge amount of the alcohol, you know? A little bit, sure, but ain't no one getting drunk off that. You know what? Food would have probably been better. You don't have to go, so we can go the other way too. We can't see our way out here, so that's a problem. Boing. The look distance isn't very far. I'm not sure if I want to make it longer or not for purposes of interacting with her. I don't think so. Alright, I need to fix the double jump problem. Where it triggers an extra jump when it shouldn't. Because you tapped the button too fast. Never mind. Let's try this again, but this time with feeling. That's gonna make it hard. I had to lure her away. Over here, Charlotte. Yeah, you want to. I'm not peeking. I'm not peeking. I'm peeking. Be playing a game, you see. Apparently I'm shooting cannonballs because I'm... That breaks the thing. For some reason that seems to break something now and I can't pick that back up and now it fires the cannonballs, which it shouldn't do. And I can't switch out. Is it just that one? And it gives this error, the access none. But it should, if it finds none, it should automatically do this. And the default is the pause menu, which would then work. And yet, it does not work. This happens every time we use the chariot, so... That's right. I want this one. If I wait at these buttons here. I'm assuming right here, current menu is valid. I'm gonna print string this here and see if that's the case. If I can trigger the bug again. I'm not sure I can, but we'll see. Could happen. Maybe. It's an infrequent bug though, but I've seen it recently and I don't know. Sure. I'm pretty certain I triggered it off of this, so let's see if I can do that real quick. Worked. So we'll just keep playing as normal. I see, I'm standing on it. Perfect. And they say boss fights have to have, you know, really complicated mechanics. And like, you know, the boss needs a really complicated AI. This boss's AI is moved towards you unless you're looking at her. That's it. See it. That's the complexity of this AI. I'm so bad at my own game. That jump is not an easy jump. I can definitely tell it's going to be a little bit on the wonky side. I need to disable the world tarot so I can, you know, test for the curse and see if how it affects this fight. I usually prefer like this in this. Oh, fell in the water. No! Did that botch thing? No. Where'd you go? Huh? Are you caught? How can you can't be constant. You have no collision. Oh, she's over there. Yeah, it's just far away. I saw it for a brief second, I think. Did I? I'll look away for a while and see if she shows up. Something ain't right. I feel so lonely now. What happened? I haven't left the building. Well, I haven't left the room because the lights would have also despawned. That was the case. But she's not here. I saw her for a second. What you doing, pal? Buddy? Buddy? Hello? I'm not looking at her, you know, technically, so it's not triggering the thing, so... She had to respawn somehow. She can't get caught. She actually she has no collision. Blue just a floating ghost. Huh. That's awkward. Watch that jump. No! Okay, maybe I can trigger that. Nope. It says the tarot menu's there. Hmm. Hmm. It's weird that the tarot menu keeps getting added there, but there's nothing there. I'm assuming it's not getting removed. So when I click the tarot card to equip it, actually wait, that one didn't happen off of equip, did it? Did it? Hmm. Things go poorly. Yes. Poorly indeed. The new area is good, I like that, but I like the going outside and messing with Charlotte more is a little more interesting than previous for certain. How was it? I didn't catch if it did that, so I guess I need to check the tarot cards themselves. Because I quit the tarot card and then it seems like it just didn't do the menu, which... The message I didn't even get an error on that one. Yet somehow it was still set. I mean, I could easily just put a check later on for, you know, if you perform any kind of movement or action that it would remove it. I don't know if that needs to be an is valid check every single time you do anything. That also doesn't fix the problem. I'm assuming it has to be how it's equipped. Well, that's worked for so long, I don't understand why it would break now, you know? Unless it's related to the map. But these...
Well, actually, wait. Is there any point this can break? Well, it avoids the menu. Close menu happens, sure. Yeah, they just turned to the closed menu event. Hmm. So then where or where does it set this? I have to set up print strings and follow it and check and see what it's doing. This has nowhere it can break. Break here. Wait, this is a for each. What I can do here is this. Heartburn is terrible. Is there any reason I need that? No. I think it's breaking here. It's a point where it can go without where it could find nothing and do false, and then it would when it was resetting the map every time, it could mess up finding everything because of the fact that this map is not quite set up particularly perfectly for the mini map yet and for the regular map. Like, it's sort of there, but not really. I think I need to mess with some things. But now, the for each loop, instead it was doing that only on a true, it'll actually do the output here on the end, so that should fix a big problem. Maybe fix the other map too. Hmm. You know, I'm still drinking that. Didn't taste very good. Ween. Gotta solve the mystery of the vanishing Charlotte, though. Oops. Nice bit of lag there for some reason. Of course, I have some of these open. I'm not surprised.
Almost sincere for a second there. Ugh. That'd have been ugly. Didn't think I was working on a boss fight today. I mean, I guess this counts as a boss fight. I mean, you don't try to hurt her per se, but you try to accomplish the goal without dying. Is that a boss fight? Sorta, I guess, right? There she is. I don't know why she vanished that one time. It's weird. Whee. I forgot to disable the world again. No. The test is not as good as it should be. It is possible to go that way to get to the other one there. I could do that. I could also just botch that. That's fine. I guess I want to test this anyway. That one? Use it. I threw the light away. Nah, I threw the light away. Cheating out. Oh no. We'd actually want to go back out anyway, honestly. Probably easier. If you go back up, then you can just run back around and then drop on it directly. With the light cube. It's like I think to fix the menu problem. I haven't had any issues yet, but you never know. It was kind of an infrequent bug, so. But almost certainly that makes sense with the mini-map problem. Oh, she's over there, I see. Oh, we're still on that one, huh? Why'd I put that? Wee bonk. Maybe almost like a lag or something causing that to trigger weird, the double jump. I'll have to figure something out like that, some preventative measure so you can't cap it twice really fast. Yeah, you can only look at it from about this distance here. Yeah. Up there. Too close, I can't grab that, huh? Unfortunate. I missed the jump was a bit of a game. Well, let's cheat our way back out again. Beep, 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 beep. Whoa. She looked kind of crazy there for a second. Did you see that? When she was zooming up there? I was a little concerned for a second. I was like, oh god. See, maybe she can get faster if you aren't looking at her. That might be interesting. You would never make it without a light, so I would grab a light and bring it back, just to be certain. I should have thrown that light in the water. That would be the best strategy. I like the little hat for this now. It's grown on me quite a bit. At first I didn't like it, but now it just reminds me of a little magician hat. And I just like it. It's actually really hard to land down there. It's interesting to note. Actually, it's not that hard. You can do this. Whee! Got it. Hello. Right. Hello again. Hello? Hello. We missed. Lame. Got him out game. We would probably drop it at that point anyway. The cube. I'm actually half tempted to not include sanity or curse upgrades in the game, so I can predictably work the game around those mechanics. I gotta admit that I'm a little uncertain about that. Overall though, the map thingy seems to have worked. Charlie didn't vanish this time, that's something. Though there's nothing saying that wouldn't do that again, but I'm pretty certain that I found the problem with the trigger of the map cube. It makes sense because the problem literally showed up as soon as I did the map thing, so, you know. It stands to reason that's probably the cause. Maybe. Oh wait, no, it was on Poppet that I removed it. No printing of strings here. No strings on me. This is coming out better than expected, honestly. I guess it doesn't matter if that goes all the way over there or not. Cause yeah. It don't matter. Now it matters. What's even going on there? I have questions. Undo whatever that was. Undo it. What are we talking about here? My God. Like two of you here. Why are there two of you? I don't need two. One's fine. The fact you can't get up this way anymore is a problem. Because I made this white. No, did I make it? I did make it wider. So for that purpose, I'm going to need to move this over. So you can still successfully see this and grab. Shouldn't really affect these jumps too much. I also kind of want to way up to this one. It has no way to reach it, so you jump down to it, and then from that point on, you can't really use it as a way out, and I kind of wanted a way out, so... By that standard. Maybe I'll put some thingies by it so you can jump up to it. What just happened there? How did you get set to the another one there? You should be lowered. Why would you have this function that none of the other ones do? I lower the water in the other one all the time for testing. Huh. I can't wait till I put the story in for this game. At first I was like, you know, a little more dreading it, but now I'm just like very excited by it because I've been working on it more and more. Off camera, of course. I don't work on the story on camera. How are you setting yourself? Yeah, I know that error is just the splines. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see for certain. Wait, are there two kill planes here? Wait, what? Oh, this one over here in the secret garden. So this is Pirate Cove. Sure. I get the feeling one of them moves with. It's not supposed to. Let me examine the other ones. So this one here, say negative 874, 876, sure. And on your, this one has no puzzle transform, so I don't care about it. Not at all. So it's not the same one moving on top of it, which is the thing that I worry about. Actually, kill cube. Well, it's not gonna be one of the water ones, probably. I don't think it's a bathroom sink. Those are all coded for relative to the thing that's in there and not actually set anywhere else. So how are you able to go up? Right, it's like on begin start puzzle. What I can do though is just disable as a puzzle. And I should set it where it's at. I can test that jump. All I wanted to do. Exactly what I did. You may return to your puzzle ways. You know, listening to this track reminds me of the game I was working on. And the main mechanic of that game was, like, you had a little map that was generated the whole time, and it was slowly disintegrating from one side. And you had all these things that could keep refixing the map, like little time things you could drag over to the thing. You dragged them with a little trail behind you. Now, I'm not going to include that, the little trail behind you thing, and dragging this stuff, but what if I too had, like, some kind of a room or something, and the wall or something was, like, you know, pushing in on you or something like that, and you had to find things to keep it from squishing you. More importantly, what if that giant wall was just a giant version of Charlotte? Like, just a Charlotte's head just going towards you. I'm definitely gonna write it down, because I need an additional game for her to play in pretty much the third chapter. I already have an idea for what the fourth chapter one's going to be, and that one's much more specific. This one I can get away with whatever I want. It doesn't matter. Whatever I think might be entertaining. Oh yeah, enemies made out of those things. We'll see. I'm thinking I can see enemy tarot cards being a thing in probably maybe the fourth chapter. I don't know about the third chapter. The third chapter is already so full of crap. I don't think it needs more. Down notes for that. Should always keep, you know, a notepad open or something, just so you can write down whatever weird ideas you got. Because you never know, one of them might be good. Most of my ideas are not good, but every once in a while one of them turns out to be added to the game. The only thing I don't like is this section here. I kind of want you to be able to get out of the pool on every side here, but because this is so much farther out, you cannot get out of the pool anymore. But I really don't think there's much I can do about that. I mean, I can, but... do I want to? I don't think so. I think I can give you 3 ways out. That's good enough. I actually added a way out because there was only 2 before, and now you can get out this way, so... that seems fair. As long as you have at least 3. Second, I thought this was a 2-story, actually a 3-story room, and I was like, wait, what? But no, I was in the ceiling. So I was able to see both. I was very confused for a second there. Okay, now I want to visualize this. Sure, let's say that could almost be a hallway fight. Wait a minute. Hear me out. Let me see about this here. I get to make her huge. That looks kind of terrifying now. I'm just saying, the eyes looking down like that. Let's look over. Like those eyes. Those eyes are unkind. You can tell. She does have those, but for her to really get the job done like this, she would have to... okay, well, that was not what I wanted, but thanks for that. I clicked it. It's my fault. It's my bad. She would need to be massive for her head to count as big enough to be a threat. Just her head. I am clicked on her. She's just so far down, it's hard for me to tell for her base. I mean, tell me that wouldn't be terrifying. She could be even bigger, actually. You can make it huge. Basically, where her head is just the entire hallway. You know, actually, at some point, I think it becomes too big. Maybe not. You could just have her mouth open trying to eat you or something. Just moving towards you. Why do you have a camera on you anyway? What purpose does this camera serve? I hate it. Whatever purpose it supposedly serves, I hate it. Maybe it was like a kill cam or something. I don't know why I would need that though. Let's see, so I was doing a camera there. Whatever. I'll have to figure out what I'm doing about that. So yeah, and then she just goes. You have to do something to push her back. Well, what am I doing to push her back before she goes? And eventually just goes. I mean, she's huge, so. And I can see it. And I can have a battle in a hallway for it. Potentially, I might have something that happens in the rooms after you've beaten her. Well, after you've survived, I guess. You haven't really. She's still around. She's just messing with you. Hmm. It could also be a bigger room where she's doing that, but I think that they're, it'd almost be like a weird tug of war in a way, right? Tug of war. It's a tug of war. My theory is that I really just wanted to play games with you every time, right? Seems more exciting if she's constantly doing that. It's not a bad idea. The question is where in the third chapter will this happen? I need a long hallway. So I need an intentionally overly long hallway. I'm trying to think what would actually push her back. Well, I mean, it's a game to her, so it would be whatever rules she sets up, right? How do you win? Like, let's say it's a hallway, and you're pushing her back somehow. But when does she stop? When are you declared the winner? I mean, you could feed her sweet cakes and eventually she just decides to leave if she gets far enough back. I don't know. That's weird, but it's this game. Of course it's going to be weird. I mean, you're just playing games with her. She's having fun with you. So... I can also make her mouth open like, nah. Silly thing. For the construction set. Can I not set morph? Never mind. I thought I'd be able to set morphs in there, but nope. No, sir. I was just gonna make her look scary. It's not really worth the time and effort to do it, but in the future, I can see it being a thing. guess I'll write out the sweet cakes thing. I don't know. She's a ghost, though. She wouldn't eat. But it could be like Pac-Man, though, which is like, wonk, a wonk, a wonk, a wonk. That'd be silly. And not more concerning. Which seems kind of awkward. I don't really want it to be too stupid, you know? Like, a little bit of her playing with you, but the threat of, you know, her, killing you is real. As opposed to something silly like feeding her sweets. I have to think about what the goal could possibly be to push her back. Oh, that's right. A hallway? Or do you win it all? Do you just, is she just wandering back and forth and you're just trying to avoid her? She could chase you, but it can't really have that long of a chase sequence because she's so big that I need to have a huge area for her to really be effective. Often taking up a quarter of an entire floor or more. As what happened with, this room over here where, this room here is... Flick off her so I don't have that problem anymore. And I flick off her... Oh, it's because her smoke is so big that you can't... Yeah, whatever. Let me get rid of that one there because I don't need her anymore. But, I mean, this room here is... Like, this whole portion of the floor here from, like, this part over... And over here the same thing. Like, it's a big section of area that's dedicated to this one fight with her. That's not really a quarter of the thing. That's... Well, I mean, combined these two are probably at least a quarter of a floor. Burnt on just one fight. So every fight with her has to take a big space, which is why a hallway battle would be cool, because it would take the least amount of space. I think there's good ideas. I'm sure it's probably going to go down like that. I just really need to come up with a method of, like, keeping her back. What could she possibly be afraid of, or what could she possibly use that would, I mean, here you're not pushing her back, you're just looking at her, and she just stops because of the rules of the game. And you're hitting the buttons that are a side objective from her. I can't really do that in a hallway. Not that I think the buttons would be the right answer anyway. I don't really want to repeat the same thing. Oh. I'll have to think about it. I do like this idea of the giant Charlotte trying to just, gobble you up and you pushing her back somehow. And it would be funny to have her eat things. But she's a ghost, so why is she eating things? That's weird. She doesn't eat. And turning it into Pac-Man would be stupid. Which would really, really suck the... I guess the thrill out of it. I don't know. I don't like the theater idea. But I do like the hallway idea. I have to get rid of all the stupid geometry brushes on this level so then I can remake this particular map because it's got a bug with it that needs to be fixed. There's no good way to do that. This bug here that says needs to be resaved, I have resaved them so many times over, it does not fix it. You cannot resave these and do anything about it. There's something wrong with this map. But if you copy paste all the geometry brushes, they pick a random order on priority and they don't work right anymore. And there are so many brushes. There's 114 brushes on this area at the moment. It is way too many. I started kind of converting some back, but there's a lot. So I need to basically go through and do a bit of a repair job on some of this stuff here. A lot of it comes down to I'm not sure what I'm going to do with some of these areas. Like this whole side section, I have no idea. So until I do copy pasting is going to be icy. The castle is interesting. I was going to have a floor around the top part here to wander around. And then let you jump on top of the castle. This is not going to be the final castle. It was just a mock-up castle. But anyway, I kind of want a hallway. I'm not going to worry about fixing this map right now. I don't care that much. The train wanders around the outside of this area. Sure. Wanders is the wrong term. I'm going to create things where they, gateways that are shut because they're all, like, shut at night. So you have to open them up so the train can get to where it needs to go. Maybe I'll let you ride it on over so you just try to ram it to the castle. Or maybe it just has an explosive that you're getting over there or something. Some big explosive that you drop in front of the door of the castle to open it. So instead of trying to move the train, it just brings a giant explosive. Because the real question is, why does the train have tracks going to the center of the castle? That makes no sense. Unless the train goes to the castle and back and doesn't loop. But why would the train go in like inside the castle and everything? And my notes are very wrong now. I mean, hitting it would probably be cooler, but I can't really justify why the stupid train would have tracks going directly into the castle. It just makes no sense. Well, maybe it does. Maybe the castle is just another stop on the train. And she just barricaded the door. In which case I would run the tracks through the castle itself. Yeah, I don't need train to started that. I don't think I'm restructuring that. I originally was considering putting this castle in the center, but I don't know. This area is going to need a lot of restructuring as I go. This chapter is going to be something to behold for certain on what I'm really doing with it. I do need to fix a million brushes though. On here, like say I have 114, so that's a dumb number. But I'm really loath to change it up until I'm certain where everything's gonna go. And I'm not even on this map yet, so it seems kind of like a lot. So where would I put... Oh, I don't know why I was testing those out. They seem like terrible there. Where would I put a long hallway? I mean, this is a very long hallway. But it has those, and you're entering from here, which is not a good place to enter from for a long hallway fight. You would have to enter from a side for it to make any real sense. Well, I guess you could enter from the center, and then, you know, she starts attacking you, try to fight her back. If you did that. It seems like it also needs to be a longer hallway than that, but... Maybe that's where the hallway is, though. Or here, I guess, is another hallway. Did you battle for the basement entrance? I might actually push the basement entrance farther back here or something, and then just have this be where the Charlotte Vite is. That's probably the longest hallway I'm gonna get. Oh, this is really long too. Well, maybe I want a wider one. Then I gotta get rid of these though. I still don't know what's going up here. I'll think about it. I gotta brainstorm ideas because, you know. I don't know how that's gonna play out yet. I have an idea how the final fight against her is gonna play out, or the final game against her. Because, you know, games. But beyond that, I don't know. Oh, I like this material. I remember that. You know, maybe I want like a red type of material. Like instead of this one, I'm watching a more red version. Curious. Oh wait, I do have a red version though. That's the problem. There's already a red version. Well, Toy City's mostly blue. Maybe they should be blue. That's an interesting idea. I know I'm a big fan of red, black, and white in this game because that's basically the colors of the game, but it doesn't really have to be those. Unless I want it to be. But hear me out, it doesn't gotta be. Oh, it's interesting, the metal hue being that turned to that color. That is real bright. Oh, it's gonna be that rusted. Never mind. I don't think it's gonna work out the way I want it to at all. Just to double check, if I put this on something, what would it look like? It's probably not a tileable material. It usually isn't. Yeah, it's not. Almost has an interesting look though. Almost. Not gonna work, but you know. That's interesting. I can actually double color these. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Way better than the others. Well, I can't use the red that I previously have because that's the same red I used for the level block traversables that Poppet grabs hold of. So that's true. But I can change the color some. Could be a slight red, maybe. Well, I definitely like having something there. I just don't think that that's a good enough difference between them, of course. I mean, I could color it a blue. Let's see how I do a blue for Toy City. Let's play that game. Then I can do a different colors. I can even do glass. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting indeed. But not if I was using nanite, because then it would just be crap. But that's because nanite is crap. Aha. Suck it, nanite. Yeah, maybe Toy City should actually have a lot more blue in it. There's no need for the game to be entirely red. Unfortunately, glass gives kind of a future look, which I don't really like as much, but there's glass there too, so I'm not sure how I feel about that. But I do like having two colors on these. I do think that they should be that way, because the other ones are just not good. Could carpet them. That's the most awkward tiling ever. I know it's supposedly tiles, but does it really though? It could also be fire. Oh god, it's fire. The instant firewood. It's not ideal. Dark bung. It does look like that. You're not wrong. It looks terrible. Oh, I could do that. That's interesting. We could have carpets on them. I can continue my red-black thing. The problem is these doors are not that, so I kind of want Toy City to be more of a blue. It would be nice to have the layout of everything all the way up to, like, you know, the bad ending. Problem is, this whole map is going to be huge. Real problem. Maybe I'll do that just because it really breaks it up some. I didn't realize these could be two colors. I thought they were one color. I'm also half tempted to do a western town instead. Also, that that's just terrible. Because I could do a western style town down here. Do a western style train. Because I mean, I don't have to use the city that's out here, right? I don't have to. I mean, it would be lazy, but it's also, I mean, in a world of steampunk, it would be pretty likely that there would be western style toys, right? Because steampunk happens during the literal Western times and a bit after. So the Victorian era is actually the same as the cowboy era, believe it or not. All you had to do was go west. But also, they have the whole Western style toys even now. So I could see that being a toy era that's there. So if I have the stuff to make it happen, I wonder if that's what I should do. Instead of having an actual Toy City thing with, you know, steampunk things. There's already plenty of steampunk in there. Like, you know, and I'd be recycling the city that's already outside, which is kind of dull. I actually have a surprising amount of Western stuff, too. You'd be amazed how much Western crap they're giving me. That's true. I guess there's only a few listed there, but there's some other ones too, if I can remember what they're called. But I mean, I could probably get away with something along these lines. Wants to load. Got little city things here. That has been really slow for some reason. I don't know why. I wanted to load these pictures and it's like, nah, man. Oh, it wants me to click them for some reason. Weird. Not gonna do any mines. I could make use of those. And this one here too. They're so realistic though, that's a problem. Or not, because I can't click it, huh? The other option is a medieval style thing too, which I do have a bunch of that stuff as well. I have a lot of that. Another thing that would easily be available with toys, probably easier to make happen than Western stuff. I don't know how many Western things I even have for enemies though. But it fits the steampunk era pretty well. Even though these pictures don't want to load for the life of me. What's your problem, Fab? I don't know what Fab problem is. So, I'd have to look and see. I know I have other stuff there, but there's no way to really find anything because Fab doesn't have organization. I know it pretends, but these categories are completely worthless. I kind of wish I could hide ones I wasn't ever going to use because they kind of suck. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it because it could easily turn into one of those two as opposed to a little steampunk city. Because then I can use steampunk in the final area quite a bit too. Well, some of the final area anyway. I mean, I could technically use it anyway, but I really want to break it up, you know? Like it needs to have clear differentiation between each of the different biomes. So, I'll have to think about it. This whole chapter is the most, well, I mean, the second, basically every chapter besides the first one is up in air at this point on how I want to run it. No, I mean, the second one's not that up in the air anymore for what the theming is. This one is definitely going to have a city. And it could be medieval, it could be Western, I don't know, medieval, it wasn't going to be, well, okay, it can't be a medieval, because I have a train thing, so it has to be Western or the steampunk, or some kind of steampunk Western. That actually reminds me, I have like a weird steampunk one here too, for that matter, that was like some Western steampunk one. Don't think it worked for this though. It was really narrow. Yeah, this one here. Oh wait, why? I guess Fab does want to let that one. This one here. The problem is it's on stilts and everything, which would be weird. And I don't think you can separate the stilts out either, so it's pretty worthless. I hate when people make these things and they don't break things up, so I can't use them in anything. It's annoying. Those are broken up, sure, and that thing was okay. A lot of the other stuff's not, though. Most of the buildings aren't. So. I'd probably just stick with the original steampunk idea. Maybe some ideas for the final area that'll make it different than the anyway, so it's not like a big deal. I want to plan for which assets I need if I need any as well, because, you know, it'll probably be a few months before I even get to this chapter anyway. I figure if I begin it by October or something, I'll probably be pretty, well, begin's the wrong word. If I have the other one done enough that I don't need to worry about it, then I'll have this one worked on. Maybe try this one finished by I don't know, in January, February, somewhere in there. And who knows how quickly I'll finish 4. Anyway. Not gonna work on that map right now. But the hallway idea I think has merit. Basically tug of war. Also have to put my thinking cap on for what could possibly act as essentially the rope, if you will. Also, it's not really like a tug of war because she's moving towards you and you're trying to push her away, so it's the opposite of a tug of war in a way, but I guess the end result is the same where you're trying, well, yeah, because you're trying to push the other person all the way back, right? It's just she has no reason to fear Poppets, so that makes it hard. I'm not gonna lie, that makes it real tough. I'm okay with this door here. I don't see any reason to change it. It's possible I'll have to remake some walls later. I mean, I do it all the time, but was there any reason I didn't complete this? I don't see one. I'm gonna turn the lights on to make certain it's near everything first. Yeah, I'll probably go like another, just like 11 minutes or something. I just want to get to 10 hours. Then after that, I'm probably gonna hold them for the day. As much as I love streaming, can't do it all the time. Mostly because I like eating, and you know, this most certainly ain't paying the bills. It pays a little. I hate how long they select adjacent surfaces takes. Don't know why. Not gonna waste my time. Convex can't find it, never has been able to. There's already a wall. Ah. It's just the floor here? That it? The wall? What are you? Holy crap, that's annoying. So fast. What is this? Oh, that's too slow. I don't know. I don't see anything. Maybe like a negative? Maybe a positive? The hell? Where? Like a nothing burger. You're under the ground or something? Yeah, it's just nothing. That's weird. Really just flat nothing, huh? What's under the ground? Still. It's something. It's nothing. It's got edges to it. You can see the edges. Like those things right there, you can see edges. But it is invisible. That's bizarre. Okay, well. Let's see. People talking. Damn, my header and small capsule failed. That's awkward. Didn't resize well, so I had to break it, so I just had a cat generate it for me in high res and resize it myself. Fair. Haven't made the entire game yet? I mean, it was already released. What are you talking about? You didn't buy a copy? Damn. Some supporter you are. Jeez. I was doing something new. I can make any outfit work with metahumans in the engine. I can resize, sculpt it all, and regenerate the scale mesh out of the static. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I was looking at how those things work. It's just too bad the metahumans, you know, are more terrifying than the ghosts in my game. They were hideous. Oh my god. What I saw cannot be unseen. Truly, they were nightmares. Abominations, if you will. What is up with these brushes? Okay, it's not we already figured out what it is. Am I okay with this particular area? I don't see myself cutting any holes in it. No reason to cut holes in it, to be honest. It's just the ceiling of this, so unless there's a hole dropping down into here... Is there? Is there a hole gonna drop down into here? I don't know if that's true, or if that's gonna be a true statement, so I'll leave it for now. I think I'm okay with this wall. I don't plan on making any additional changes to it. And obviously metahumans, the cool thing is it works, any static mesh and any skeleton. At least so far it's working my character. Oh, okay. Interesting. Did you find some sort of tutorial for that? I guess to be fair, all my characters are Daz characters, and most outfits don't quite fit Poppet's proportions. Not well. But if I could resize to her, maybe. It'd be cool. I'd look into it. I've spent almost no time to it. I really wanted the ability to switch Poppet's outfit when she got different, you know, abilities, but you know, still full magical girl. But the problem is I don't have the resources for that many outfits, first of all, and second of all, actually that's just the thing, I don't have the resources for that many outfits. I also couldn't get them to really work very well. They didn't fit her very well. If I want a new outfit, I basically just have to have an entirely different model with her stuck to it. Otherwise, portions stick through. Let me tell you about how that's not going to work out very well. Like, oh yeah, that's something not safe for version. I realize you can actually remove, I didn't think about it, but you just remove the, like, you know, body underneath the outfit. And then you can put the outfit over the top, which is actually what I should have done, but I haven't done that as of yet. Because I honestly didn't know that's what I was supposed to do. I really didn't. I had no idea. Now I do. There's a hole here, huh? Looks like there's a hole there. It looks like there wants to be a hole there. What in the world are you? I have questions. Or is it just because there's another one here? I think something else is stuck inside it. That's what the problem is. Fair. Okay. And this will be the crow's nest crowd of storage. Okay. Oh yeah. Issues have clothing just don't fit my character. Make them work by converting them to static sculpt them with UE tools. And just cover back your character's clothing and add weights. No tutorial over it. Oh, okay. I admit that sounds like a whole lot of me probably not doing it, since there's, if I did it, I would need to do it for 22 outfits and well, 21 outfits, because Poppet's main outfit's already working. That's a lot. That's a lot. Probably not doing that. But a tutorial will be interesting, at least. It might be handy later, I guess. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and complex it and move on. I don't care. Stupid brushes. 23 to go. Yay. Oh, these are for the desk thing here, not desk thing, but the I definitely tell I need to reset this thing. It's been going for quite a while. I'm just gonna go ahead and close up a bunch of extra content browsers and stuff to speed this up. I feel you had any ton of clothing I was making outfits to put on. Yeah. Yeah, Poppet's outfits. Oh, there's an ad break going. Anyway, we'll get back to you after that break. Too many walls. I could merge all these together into one actor. Well, do I want to do that? I think I just leave them as they are and just, you know, go from there. But yeah, I can just turn these over. There's no need not to. Do that. It's a broken compass. I don't know how I'm going to gamify this. Some things I don't have to gamify though. I mean, still objectives, but they can be more like human based, you know, and other ones can be way more gamified. Depends. You going yet, buddy? Oh, they have a broken compass. Never mind. Long counter. Guess ball. Back it. Okay, yeah. And you said you need some clothing, making outfits so you put on. It's just one out mesh. Yeah, that'd be nice. Poor Poppets never does one mesh. Her outfit is complex. She is complex. So complex. So complex. So. All the you'd have to like post in the Discord or something, or whisper it to me because all the links in chat are banned. Ever since we had that scammer come through and a lot of people got hit, you know. Actually, I've had 2 different scammer incidents. I just ended up blocking them. I don't have a bot to block just the specific ones, unfortunately, yet. Maybe at some point I'll put a bot together for that. Well, do the bot. Yeah, ever since I got hit by that, Fox got hit by one, and a bunch of other people in the community got hit by that one, the last one. We aren't allowed to have nice things. Sadly. No nice stuff for you. Fair. Our Poppet has so many materials on her. So many. Merging it all together into one thing would probably save a tremendous amount of resources. Things on Poppet is always on the screen. But hear me out. That hasn't happened yet. Poppet can, like, she's been optimized some, but she can be a lot more optimized than she is now. She's kind of an optimization nightmare right now. Broken compass. Short counter. Wall. It'd be nice when I finally optimize these ones there, because they're so bad. It's hilarious. Just I'm slowly doing it. Gotta merge all the meshes and level instance everything and convert all the brushes over. Poppet is so many materials. Probably be amazed how much well the game runs. Yeah, I didn't even bring her hair over. She has 39 material slots, buddy. 39. Yeah. And I can still get 60 FPS though, so imagine if I actually did that. And merged them together. That'd be good. Yeah. Well, you see, Poppet's got all kinds of cool things on her. He also has a bunch of different morphs too. So many morphs. So many things to fix stuff. I finally gave up and I added all the morphs for her chest size changing because it kept poking through the outfit. So I finally just gave up and put morphs in for those so I could just change them during the game. And I don't do her hair anymore on there attached because, well, one, I want to make her be able to switch hair, but also I got tired of redoing her hair every time I redid the model. So I just... Hair is the worst. Her dress is pretty bad too, because her dress is 4 different pieces too. But looks good and it works. Just saying. Just saying. Don't hate. Alright, anyway. I'm past the 10-hour mark. So I'm gonna hold it. Yeah, she's definitely... She's... At one point she was only like 60. One more set of 10 hours? Yeah. See, if I didn't have a regular job, that might be a thing, but until Twitch somehow manages to pay the bills, I usually have to cap it at, you know, 8 to 10 hour streams. For a while I was doing those 5 days a week, but now I'm only doing them 4 because I really just can't. I can't do the 40-hour work week plus, you know, more than like 40 hours of streaming. It's just hard. Feel like, yeah. I mean, you know, it doesn't pay for the internet to even stream. Yes. Or the power bill for streaming, for that matter, either. Let alone rent or food or anything. So, yeah, it's... Sometime. I did get a message about someone wanting to, you know, have me to sponsor their product or whatever, right? Like advertise their product. We'll have to see about that. I didn't think about it. But because they're like, you have a business email. You're right. I didn't have one up. I didn't even think about the whole sponsorship thingies or whatever. But who knows? Maybe I'll be able to afford my entire internet bill off of streaming. It's not very good, does it? Or I think I made like 42 cents an hour. I think is about where we're at. Yeah, value there, right? That's like just real money there. I mean, I was already gonna work on the game anyway, and it's cool to chat with people, so it's technically money that, you know, I got for doing what I was gonna do anyway. I don't know if I'd hit as many hours, so I'm definitely getting a lot more done because I stream. If I wasn't streaming that, there's no way I'd be sitting here for 10 straight hours doing this. Almost never. I would have probably capped it at about 5 hours at most. Maybe taking some breaks in between and watch some crap. I don't know how productive those 5 hours were. Though, I don't know, I guess to be fair, I made the mini map over the weekend and did my Steam page stuff, so I didn't do a lot of work. It'd be nice for sure. Hell, something a game pay my bills would be nice. Yeah, like any amount of money made from it's something. And you know, so I'll take it. It does slowly get better. I mean, I'm slowly trending up. Slowly. I think once I release a game, that'll make a big difference. I think that helps for anyone. Like, you know, when you have it. Oh, sorry. When you release a successful game. If I release a successful game, that will help out. If the game is not successful, I don't think it'll do anything for popularity. Pretty where we're in, I'm getting back, sadly. Yeah. I'm losing money to stream. Totally. I completely am. 100%. Between the power bill and the internet, like the increased internet speeds, like I'm totally losing money streaming. I like those people like, I can't afford a sub. Can you pay for the sub? Like I'm making about, what, 42 cents an hour? It wasn't up from 32, so I've gone up by 10 cents an hour. Just saying. Fat raises. Value. But yeah, like if it just paid for itself so I didn't have to pay to stream, that would be nice. I don't think I'm asking much. Losing money to stream seems like a terrible plan. But as I tell people, if you want to make money, the ROI on streaming and game dev is like the worst choice. Like I could have done just about anything better. I could sit there and beg on a street corner and I would make more money than Twitch. I guarantee it. 100% more money. It'd take way less time. Some guy, I just sit there, someone hands me like, you know, $5. Let's say like $5. That would be more than I'd make in a day streaming if they gave me $5 over the course of the whole day begging. I know I could do better than $5 doing that. I know I could. No world I couldn't. For sure, I could do anything else and make way more money. Yeah, exactly. Stream yourself begging for money. Aren't streamers just e-beggars? Isn't that what we are? I thought that's what we were, right? E-beggars that don't go outside? Am I gonna pretend different? No. Yeah, like, what are we talking about here? We're like the lowest paid type of beggar for the most part. Until you're rich. In which case, you know, the like 1% of streamers that end up rich. I can make 3D printed stuff and sell more than I am right now. Yeah, you totally could. Good point out. We're the upgraded homeless. Yes. Yes. Join me, fellow upgraded homeless. Let us beg for a better internet future, I guess. I don't know. Sure. But hey, you know, at least it's fun. Like, I love streaming. I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. Oh god, I would never do this if I didn't love doing it. Like I say, I'm literally paying to do it. Maybe if I wasn't using Unreal Engine, so I could use a wimpier computer and it would use less power, that'd probably help. Also, the need to stream to, like, you know, multiple locations because I'm testing that out, it's costing more money too. I think it's kind of an investment for the future, streaming to multiple platforms. I mean, I streamed at, what, you know, Kick, which is not doing great. You know, Twitch and YouTube. And eventually probably Rumble and maybe TikTok, but I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm sure I love doing game dev, wouldn't trade it for nothing. I would get go one day and improve all the time, yep. We will see our day one day, yeah. Like I say, I'm slowly trending up, so, you know, and hopefully you are too. Hopefully all of us are. But I'm hoping the game makes the money. I don't think the streaming is going to make the money anytime soon. And like I say, I ain't even asking for a lot of money. I'm just asking for it to pay for itself. So I can stream for, you know, not costing myself money. That'd be amazing. But, eh. Like I say, I was going to work on the game anyway, so... It was going to cost me power to run the computer anyway. I didn't need the internet. That's true. Like, I didn't need the upgraded internet, but my computer was going to burn that power anyway. So in a way, I'm just reducing my cost to game dev. This way boring watching. I'm assuming you mean us build sometimes, which is accurate. Coding is... Man. I try not to do as much coding on stream. Like, if I'm gonna do it, I want to do it at the start of the stream when I have the least viewers, and I want to do the visual stuff near the end of the stream, right? Because that's when I end up having the most people. So that's why I was testing, you know, Charlotte and building that area near the end of the stream, because that's way more exciting than the start of the stream where I was trying to solve a problem with why the enemies weren't turning the right way and all the code there and that. I don't remember what else I did. I did stuff. I know I did stuff. Something. But... yeah, like... the quickest way to lose viewers is to just get into the woods with coding. Some will stay, some are there for it, but just... it's hard for any new person to just jump in and go, oh, look, they're totally doing this really cool code. They don't know what you're doing. I do code that's fast and easy on stream. So all cool things I can get done fast. That's fair. Debugging, it's like a puzzle. I definitely get that it isn't everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, I mean, like, I like the code stuff. I mean, I like, you know, figuring this stuff out too. It's just that it's really difficult for someone to, unless they've seen all that you've done, all the code, to follow what you're doing as far as the code goes, because they're missing information, right? They don't see the full thing. So it becomes really challenging for them to follow along. Unlike, you know, if I'm building level design, any idiot can follow along me building level design. Any idiot can follow along me, like, making like an AI to fight, because I'll sit there and keep changing something and then fight and changing something and fight. So you'll see it there. There's like this like, you know, visual thing for them to do, to watch, and that helps a lot. And of course, if there's ever a big raid, I just play my game. But I see a raid of, like, I don't know, over 10 people, I immediately play the game for some amount of time. The larger the raid, the more play it. when Adam C. Eunice raided me last time, I played like through the first 2 chapters of the game, which was like 4+ hours, because I was like, there's 200 people who just got raided by. I'm playing the game, right? And I kept like 100 of them for a while. So I mean, if my game itself can't keep people here, nothing I do can keep people here. Nothing. That's the best trump card I got. Like if that can't do it, I'm concerned. Yeah, the domain XP is called in the dev field. No. Debugging is great. The best part, I used to hate bugs. Remember back in the day, I would melt with some kind of bug. Yeah. I mean, it happens. Yeah. If I don't break the game, it's one step closer into a feature. Yeah, that's right. I mean, half the time, the things that are broken are the features. What are you talking about? I make all kinds of features off of things that were broken. If something turns out fun, it's like, that's really cool. I gotta make a lot of abilities. I gotta make 66 abilities. So I got a lot of. I think I'm halfway down. Oh, an ad break. Nice, fantastic. Guess I'll respond back after the ad break. Alright. Yeah, I don't really think I can go too much longer because I gotta be. Well, that's me work by 5, so that's actually. Well, that means if I went to, yeah, I'm gonna be lucky to get like 6.5 hours of sleep at this point. Yeah. Not ideal. I don't want to mess with that one. When I get to that cylinder brush there, buddy? Okay. The ad thing you done? I was just chatting anyway. I converted this over and you're called the cylinder brush for some reason? Why? Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't want to do these yet. They're not quite where I want them to be yet. I'll figure it out, I'm sure. Oh good, the ad's over, yeah. Yeah, I have quite a few abilities to make. I think I'm like halfway. Oh, let's just check where I'm at. I can figure this out. Yeah, everywhere that has a, you know, a black dot is another ability that has to be made. And to be completely fair, the Justice is pretty mediocre in its setup. It's kind of fun. The tower does not actually have abilities. I just put some particles on some weapon things to test out. So, actually I just put some particles. So really I still have to make 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11. Will be nice and say only 13 there. 15, 17, 18, 19. All 3 of those. Ignore those things there. 22, 23. This is really mediocre, but will be nice to say only 25. Judgment does have an ability, so, you know, 27 and 29. But to be fair, a lot of these are pretty mediocre, so. But we'll say that I need to make at least 29 more abilities. As far as game ready abilities, there's probably only like maybe 25 game ready abilities in all actuality. So that's a lot. That's a whole lot. And they gotta be like unique abilities too, so I mean some can just be weapons, but they have to have some kind of unique way they fight or it's kinda lame. Well, relatively unique. Yeah. of their cards. I have the tarot cards. All the major arcana. Some of them are really hard to come up with abilities for, though. I've done a lot of research on what they mean. And some of them are just so like metaphysical in their what they mean, what they do. Like they don't have a very direct influence on the world, and it's like, cool. I see. This one's about inner peace, and like, okay, this one's about like intuition, and I'm like, how many abilities we got based on intuition again? It's gonna be hard to make combat abilities for intuition. To be fair though, I do have one intuition ability. That'd be the High Priestess if you're curious. Which tarot card is about intuition, inner knowledge. Just saying. More about spirit than physical. Yeah, some of them are just awful. Other ones are super easy. Love that IK. Yep, she got the eyeball one that reveals things. Eyeballs. Beer, 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 beer. And a pet eyeball. It beeps when it's near secrets, and then you can use it and wear the eyeball as a hat to find the secrets. I figure that's about as weird as it comes. Perfect. It used to kind of rove around, but that had bugs when it roved around, so now it just kind of reveals secrets, and you're just happy that it reveals the secrets to you. There's my first intuition ability. Reveals hidden things in the world. Wear a giant eyeball on your head. Perfect. 10 out of 10. I will commune with the mini version of Poppet here. Mini Pop. Who's adorable looking. That's right, being tinier made her more adorable. Even though I took her out of the game, because the whole purpose of her doesn't matter anymore. But I could get Poppet longer hair. I could just make the hair bigger. Oh. Ah, it's a lot of fun. It's definitely one of my new favorite things. They're always there though. I mean, like, if you knew exactly where they were, you can jump on them. It just reveals that they're there. That's it. That's all. That's its power. It reveals secrets. That's the only secret I programmed in is the cards. I'll reveal other ones that can... I'll make some other ones that can reveal too. You're going to need it to get the best ending for certain. Yeah, I have a lot of abilities at the moment. But that's the weird one where I was trying to figure out what could possibly be a thing. And then there's like the Emperor that's all about protection. But the problem with that is you're not really going to want to switch to a tarot card just to protect against something. Like you're not going to switch mid-fight to use a shield. That's not going to... So currently it has a protection against water as one of its abilities. But that's not like an active ability. That's just a passive. I gotta make some actual active way to use it in combat or something, or some reason to equip it. So that's gonna be kind of challenging on some of them. Other ones I don't even have anything for. Like, well, the tower, I'm probably gonna make some gravity-based ability. That's what I'm thinking. Everyone keeps talking about them. We've got a bunch of ideas that people have brainstormed for it. I do have heals. I can just show off some abilities. You drop a nav mesh. Actually, we will fight in the Broken Compass. I just like the music track that's in the Broken Compass, so that's where we're going to fight here. No other reason. I don't leave nav mesh bounce volumes out for this particular area, since I'm constantly working on it. Alright. I found some pirate music, yay! It's a pirate themed restaurant. So the current ways to heal are the Empress, the first one you get in the game. And it does 2 types of mushrooms. It does the blue mushrooms, and those heal anyone nearby. They count up. Currently they're counting to 8 just as a test, but... And then the red mushrooms deal damage to anything nearby. I've got that. Wheel of Fortune has its own version of things like this, where it rolls dice, and the white dice heal you based on whatever they roll. You don't have to be near those. And then the black dice deal damage to things nearby based on what they roll. So you gotta bounce them off of stuff. I like Wheel of Fortune. It can be hard to hit things sometimes. If you bounce it off the wrong things, it's pretty bad. The best strategy is actually to hang out by a wall and bounce them off the wall near your own feet. Just saying. The other heal in the game is the Star. And the Star trades sanity for health. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Let me disable the world. The world has a passive where you are immune to like the curse from the darkness and regenerate all your stats. But you get it late, so you know, you can't, it's got to be overpowered. You'll need it. Trust me, you'll need it. But it's really annoying when it's enabled because it disables the main mechanic of the game. Does not make you immune to the curse, makes you immune to the curse from darkness, though. That's an important distinction. What we need. Wheel of Fortune's awesome. So much fun. You get to roll dice. It not only has 2 abilities so far, whereas the Empress can grow and shrink plants as its 3rd ability. So the Star trades sanity for health and health for sanity. Wait, why am I not in darkness? Okay, I lose that. So you trade your sanity for that, it spins one way, or you can do it the other way where you trade your health and get that. So you can spend longer in the darkness. Those are its current abilities. This is actually the first heal I made. It's not very flashy, but you know what's best for? Running away. And also if you hang out by the light, it's just a free heal. I think those are the only current heals in the game though. Oh no, actually death drains life currently. I don't like this weapon. I hate it, to be honest. It's not balanced at all. Curse you when you're flying ways, you broken piece of nothing. Can't hit it with this weapon. Yeah. I gave these ones sounds. This weapon doesn't always hit very well. For some reason it's not hitting that pot at all. Oh well, it's not game ready anyway. Oh, that one doesn't work. Well, Devil has a fun one. I need a better particle for this, but this reverses how the curse works. When you're in the darkness now, you gain sanity, but you gain no curse power. And if you go to the light, you lose your sanity and gain curse power. It's not a heal, but it's the ability of the time. Apparently its other abilities just shoots fireballs. I needed more ranged abilities. Some of the flying enemies are really hard to hit. One of the other fun abilities is the Hermit. The Hermit's a weirdo ability. First off, it has a shield that causes your curse to take the damage. Actually, I'm gonna heal myself real fast. Taking so much damage here. The best heal in the game right now. It's so good. Look at it go. Get all your things back. Neat. Okay. These things do so much damage, and I don't have any extra. I just playing with basic stats that you start the game with. Get my sanity back. Do 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 do. So this has a shield where you take damage on your curse instead, and it also drops little things behind you as you're running around, and then you can detonate them at will to hurt things. It's the hermit, so it's about running away, right? Even though one of the best strategies is actually run up to them and start trying to get near them and then drop it on them. Or jump at them and try to blow them up. There's lots of weird abilities in the game. So some of them are better than others. This is the fun one that I saw someone else, like, they had a frog game. They were playing, you know, where the frog had a grapple. So then I decided I needed a grapple. This is the hangman. It doesn't have an animation for it. This is like super not game ready. But she grapples things with a rope around her neck. Because, you know, it's the hangman, right? She's to hang herself. She's a doll. She can't suffocate. But mostly it's the legend of Spider Pop. Woohoo! Spider Pop. Wee. It's fun. Yeah, that one's not really game ready, but it's fun. Wee. I'm doing good, everyone. It's fine. Don't mind me. Yep. It's more fun than flying is. Flying is boring. It's like the most boring ability. It's like, ew. It just keeps rocketing you back and forth. It's kind of funny. You've probably seen Temperance. It's just like the Fool, and I use it a lot early on because it's one of the ones that's going to be in the demo. Temperance is a bubble wand. It fires bubbles. Unless it's broken right now, which seems to be breaking periodically. I don't know why. Oh no, it's fine now. There's all these pots in the level that need to be destroyed. I think it's hitting me or something. Why are you broken? Okay, well, maybe we're not going to use Temperance right now because it's broken. Does that make Justice broken too? Maybe. I'm sure you've seen the Fool, which is just the hammer. It's a squeaky toy. And if you think it's not big enough yet, it has a super ability where it grows even bigger. It goes, it does more damage. For extra added fun. Oh. Doesn't hit very well in the air though. For some reason it does not very good air range. I'm nearly dead now. Why? Which I'm near light now. I'm saved. Yay! Oh, thanks. As you can see, sanity loss is a real threat. So is damage here. And the damage in this area is a lot higher than the first area. I can't really get sanity back while I'm using this, but I'm hiding behind this. Stop shooting at me, you jerk. As you can see, the insanity can get pretty bad if left unchecked. Yep. So they're running an ad break right now. Dude. Temperance gonna work now? Oh, what the heck's wrong with Temperance? It's been having some problems lately. Bobbles. Marbles. Marbles. Now it's hitting me again. Really? Wow. One job, Temperance. One job. Will you go back to your... Well, actually... And of course, you've probably seen the Magician before. That's the one that lets you manipulate objects in the environment. I use it all the time. Such as manipulating drawers and windows and things, because it's traversal. Also, for what it's worth, I hit that. No, so bad. I can grab here. Perfect. You can even turn the sinks on. Just for reasons. I want to make it so you can throw the dishes at things too, because it's funny. It did gain the ability to form cubes as its last ability, which you can then throw to deal damage to things. My poor computer's choking after not resetting Unreal Engine for 10 hours, so everyone just has to be sad. It does not do good damage. It's not really meant for that, but you can stack the blocks to do to get places. Wait, I'm taking so much damage here. Whee! Almost out of curse now. Apparently Justice is just a pistol. So far the best thing about Justice is the hat. Ow, really? I'm showing off my hat. What a jerk. I don't shoot you when you're showing off your hat. Damn. I'll probably make it do other things. I don't know, some sort of way to imprison things or something. Basically like you're like law enforcement. Poppet gets it because the sheriff deputizes her. Very important. That's the most interesting one, probably. I mean, Temperance isn't working right for some reason. It's being dumb. Hell yeah, hat looks great. Wanna work, Temperance? Yeah, Temperance bubbles things. Now it's working. They will break out of the bubble eventually. It also has a great hat. Whoa! The battle for the broken compass begins again. I should make the cups able to be hit. Yeah, bubbles. It's a little plastic bubble wand. Oh. Yeah, it's a plastic bubble wand. It's really what it looks like. I'm like, this is beautiful. Everyone should have a plastic bubble wand. Like I said, it's had its problems lately though, for some reason. Where you jump like this? It does so little damage, but it also imprisons things, so, you know. The Chariot's just currently a crappy airship. It doesn't even work very well. It's not even really game ready. It does fire little cannonballs, but you'll never hit anything with it because the game is off big time. I did hit something, yay, but I use it as the dev cheat tool whenever I fall. That's the main purpose of it. I'm gonna get a better airship, but you're gonna fight airships in later ones, so. Not the most exciting because of how broken it is. Emperor's static. The Hierophant just makes possessed objects work. Like behave, so it's not usable. There's nothing possessed in this area yet to use. Strength's double jump and air dash so far, which I don't really like. That's like most of the abilities. So far the sun just summons a card that emits... Actually, I guess I have this thing here. This weapon is like, I haven't even aimed it right yet. Basically it fires sound waves that knock things away. It's like a little mini gramophone. They do damage, but it just knocks things away from you. Has like incredible pushback. I'm gonna have her cradle it and fire it at people, but yeah, it's a little gramophone. Doesn't even have a hat yet. Soon though, soon. Yeah, a lot of the abilities are not that great yet. This one doesn't even hit stuff very well. But if you want to knock things away from you, I don't know how valuable it is, but oh, I died. But yeah, that should be pretty much just about every ability that I currently have that isn't like some passive or something, or a traversal ability that only works in certain areas. Such as, well, I mean, the Emperor's growing and shrinking plants only works if there's plants to grow and shrink. And the Hierophant only works if there's possessed objects around. So far, that's the only thing it does. Yeah. That's about it. Oh, thanks. Yeah. If I wasn't really in the stream, I'd do like a tour or something, but I'm like at 10 hours and 44 minutes now. It's definitely time to end the YouTube and Kick streams and then send the Twitch people somewhere, anywhere, so they don't get lonely. But yeah, all right. Thanks for watching. I guess for all the new people, the game's called Poppet Quest. You know, if you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, yeah, whatever, or don't. I mean, thanks for watching either way. And yeah, gonna send the YouTube people off, and the Kick people as well. Can't talk now. And find someone to raid. So, bye bye, YouTube and people on Kick.